Anna Mullerova, and we are going to introduce Jana, the first presenter.
Okay, so I would like to invite Pooja to present the first talk about the monitoring forest ecosystem restoration with FIRM and CIPAL geospatial tools. So we are looking forward to see what FAO prepared for us.
Should I start? Yeah. Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
start, yeah.
Okay. How do I? Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. My name is Pooja, and I'm a geospatial specialist at the FAO. And for the next couple of minutes, I'll talk a little bit about some tools that we have available, which you can use to monitor ecosystem restoration projects. So just very briefly, this is what I was speaking about. So we have FIRM and CIPAL, which are the two tools that I mentioned. And then we will go over two examples, one in Afghanistan and one in Kenya, where we can see these two tools being used together and in practice to see progress for these two restoration projects. So the first tool that I wanted to introduce is FIRM. FIRM stands for the Framework for Ecosystem Restoration Monitoring. And it is basically the official monitoring platform for areas that are under restoration for the Kunming-Montreal Protocol. What it does is basically it's a registry of all initiatives and the good practices that cover them. And then it's also a geospatial tool that you can use to visualize restoration data, as well as there's a search engine that you can use to look up different restoration projects. There will be a dashboard that is coming, not yet, so stay tuned. But you can scan the QR code or go to the URL if you would like to take a look at FIRM. I'm just going to wait until the phone goes down. Okay. Next is CIPAL. So CIPAL is a platform that you can use to query, access, and process Earth observation data. It's open source and free to use. We will not ask you for your credit card information. It allows you to process satellite imagery, generate indices. You can create your own geospatial workflow, and you can also visualize and export the data into Google Earth Engine. And in a couple of slides, I'll show you what some of the capabilities are, just lightly touching them. And also same QR code or the URL. Feel free to scan. Cool. So this is the workflow that we have used to show how these two tools can be used together. Essentially, we use the FIRM platform to look at the database for which areas are under restoration, and then we can use CIPAL to basically measure progress or changes over these areas. These 4 outcomes and metrics are available, and you can basically upload or use any project that is in FIRM that is fulfilling any of these outcomes or metrics. And then we have also the third phase, which is we work with local experts to validate the data that we're seeing or the progress or changes that we're seeing via CIPAL. So just to briefly go over some of the methods that I've used in CIPAL to show changes over 2 of these projects that I'm presenting. So the first was you can create mosaics in CIPAL using remote sensing data for your time period. So you can use Sentinel, Landsat, or Planet imagery, and we'll go over an example in a bit of what that means. We also have a classification algorithm built into CIPAL that you can use to create land use and land cover change maps. And then there's also a time series analysis that can be done over a pixel to show trends and changes over that area. You're good. So let's start with the first example. So the first example is in Afghanistan. This is a project that's running from 2021 to 2026. And deforestation was basically a big issue in this area, and we have been working with the local community there to plant walnut saplings over certain areas, and I'll show the areas in the next slide. And the focus of this example is over reforestation, so we can basically see the changes that are happening over the areas. Okay. So these are a couple of the areas that we're going to be looking at. It's just a little bit near Kabul, and these are the polygons that we are monitoring as part of this project. So the first thing is in CEPL, I was able to create a mosaic using Sentinel data. This is just shown in RGB. And then again, this is the same mosaic, but in NDVI. And then this is in false color. So this is just an example of the capabilities that are available in CEPL. The second thing that I did was I was able to classify the polygons to 6 different classes to basically just show you what can be done. This is using random forest. And then I was able to create a land cover change map on the fly very quickly to show you where the forest has been stable and where there has been gain and loss. And the green areas you can see are gain, and the orange are loss, and then the yellows is basically stable. And obviously the project is running from 2021 to 2026, but I used 2021 and 2024 data to create this map. And then I zoomed in on one of the green areas where we saw gain. And essentially you can see the change between the two areas. So you can see the pixel here. And then we zoomed into the blue dot, and you can see an upward trend in NDVI for that specific region here. And then the same thing here, but here I've put a CCDC algorithm. So CCDC stands for Continuous Change Detection and Classification. This basically allows you to analyze a time series of all observations to detect change. It's a harmonic model, and you can have the root mean square errors in the yellow shading where the line is. So you can apply basically trend analysis, and and you can use it for your analysis. The next example is, we'll go to Kenya, warmer. And here the project runs from 2018 to 2030. In this project here, we've been basically looking at mangrove sites along the Mombasa coastline. And the goal of this project is to increase density of mangroves. So again, these are the areas that we're looking at along Mombasa in blue here. And we have basically another way to visualize them in CEPL is to basically have the mosaic here, and you can see I've included it in different types of band indices essentially, so you can see it as the moisture index, this is the vegetation NDVI, there's the mangrove vegetation index, and then here you can see in brightness, greenness, and wetness using Sentinel data. I did the same thing with Planet, so again, just to show you what you can do in CEPL, you have these 3 different mosaics here over the time periods of 2019, 2022, and 2024. And this is from the NICFI Satellite Data Program. And similar to what I did with Afghanistan, I used the ESA World Cover Map to basically check if those areas are mangroves. And then I took a polygon to see the difference, to see the trend essentially. And here you can see an upward trend in the vegetation index. And here you can see it in moisture index here, and the same with vegetation index, you see an upward trend in growth of mangroves, or they're getting denser. I have 1.5 minutes, so so we're just gonna go over some of the recommendations that I'm leaving for all of you to think about. The first is we would like to basically move forward with some more machine learning for ecosystem restoration monitoring. We want to work with local communities and also NGOs to basically make the tools accessible for data collection and analysis. And I'm also working currently to establish a more comprehensive metric table, essentially, that is easy to communicate and understand, and you can use these tools to basically measure your progress for these projects that are there. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Pooja. So we have time for questions. Okay, one is there. I guess we should pass the mic, or yeah, I don't know for online stuff, but okay, go ahead, no worries.
I don't understand why you are using Planet if Sentinel is giving you maybe much more information about Actually, anonymity of Planet is not so good.
Yeah, so I use Planet for the Kenya project because it was part of Kenya's part of the Tropical Data Program, but also because the polygons were very, very small, where the mangroves were being planted, and I had buffered them here, but in the original project they're super small, and Planet allows you to see visually the changes that are happening.
Okay,
Yeah.
better resolution. And
Yeah.
User is wonderful project, and how we can go global and to do all the mangrove.
Very nice to have this use case and small scale, but I would be interested in following the restoration all around the world. Is it possible to scale up and to cover for the different?
Yeah, so the Kenyan Mangrove Project is just one of the projects that is listed in FIRM. In FIRM, you can basically look up what other mangrove projects or restoration are going on. And yeah, absolutely. Like, so the tool that we're using, CPOL, to basically do the analysis, you can do global analysis as well. We just need to basically have the projects listed in CPOL and in FIRM, and also to know which areas the polygons. That's, I think, the main thing, is to know exactly where restoration is going on. So the idea is to have FIRM as the main database where these projects are listed. So if anyone does want to look up where restoration is happening for mangroves or reforestation, we have that listed there. Yeah.
Thanks.
No worries.
Okay, many thanks.
Any more quick question? No?
Okay,
Thanks
many
a lot.
thanks. So we can move to the next speaker. Okay, the next speaker is Samuli Junttila. Hopefully I pronounced it well, from the University of Eastern Finland. And we are going to see something about individual tree mortality by hyperspatial resolution data. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuli Junttila, leading the Global Ecosystem Health Observatory at the University of Eastern Finland, and I will be talking about our work towards the individual tree mortality database. So we have increasing evidence of drought and heat-related tree mortality all across the globe, but we really don't know what's going on properly. We have only plot-based data that is collected using different methods, and we really lack consistent data on tree mortality. On the other hand, deadwood is a key indicator of forest biodiversity. A large number of species rely on it, and the lack of deadwood has led to the loss of biodiversity in many places, and we really don't know where the increasing deadwood pools are located. So we need systematic monitoring of standing dead trees. We need this to assess, on the other hand, tree mortality and forest disturbances to inform us on forest ecosystem resilience, where, when, and what kind of trees are dying. And on the other hand, we need the assessment of deadwood pools in different places to inform us where our ecologically valuable forests are located. So we have a ERC-funded project, Dry Tree, that has been running for 12 months so far, where we try to increase understanding of the future trajectories of tree mortality. Because we really lack this knowledge. We don't know if 10 or 50% of the trees on our planet will die due to climate change. So huge uncertainties. So first of all, we want to collect a huge database where, when, and what kind of trees have been dying on an individual tree basis, and then assess tree mortality drivers and environmental thresholds for increased tree mortality to know why trees are dying. This is a very ambitious project, so we aim to collect wall-to-wall individual dead tree information over entire countries over time, to create a database of hundreds of millions of standing dead trees and tree mortality events across all these different climate gradients. We already have evidence that the technical capabilities exist. Had a proof of concept paper showing increasing canopy mortality in southern Finland. Our colleagues from University of Copenhagen have mapped the standing dead trees over entire California. And these approaches are based on very high resolution imagery, and we use UNet's deep learning approaches to then automatically detect these standing dead trees. And it works pretty well. So the accuracy is high at scores around 0.9, and the mean absolute error for dead trees in the Nature Communications papers was about 2 dead trees per hectare. And this is based on openly available aerial imagery. So why we need very high resolution is because we have found that most of these standing dead trees are isolated, independent, and this really complicates the process of detecting these individual tree mortality events using, for example, Sentinel-2 data. It's just the resolution is not sufficient. So shortly about the database structure, we'll have very basic information, so point type information on the location of the dead trees, coordinates, time of the imagery and what kind of source was used. We will use both keys for efficient database management. And this will be part of the deadtrees.earth initiative, which you have maybe heard of. There was a poster on Monday, and they have been working with drone data and also Sentinel-2 data to kind of, we will have all these different scales within the database and platform. We will not stop there. We will also collecting additional attributes. So we aim to combine this with airborne LiDAR to collect structural information on the dead trees, so tree height, canopy sizes, and combine it with tree species maps to know also the species, because a lot of these processes are species dependent. And then we could also get diameters for using allometric models and so forth. Where are we now? Current status, we have huge contribution from our collaborators from California, over 90 million dead trees over there. We have about 30 million dead trees from Finland, some 4 million dead trees from Estonia. We are currently working on Switzerland and transfer learning our methods to apply them to other countries as well, shown in the map and these different states in the US. So how does it look like? So we get this huge amount of points over large landscapes. Then we can zoom in and look at over time how the tree mortality events have been occurring. Some of these dead trees have been falling down, so there are these downed deadwood pools we can also observe. But we are not just using aerial imagery, also satellite, very high resolution satellite imagery. For example, here next to the border between Finland and Russia, we can observe some quite large-scale disturbances, and we can capture them using our UNet-based models. We have a decent budget for collecting the imagery. We currently have some 60 sites across the globe, and the idea is to complement the data, because this aerial imagery is mainly available from the Europe and US. So we want to also inform on other places. For example, here, the beautiful Barro Colorado Island in Panama. And you can see really the details in the imagery that we can really see individual trees. There were obviously also some limitations to these optical methods. The dead trees that are under the canopies cannot be detected using these methods, and there's a tendency to detect large trees. And we have seen that comparison between field plots that there is a large number of dead trees that we cannot detect or that fall. So we need also in situ data and field plots. So we look for contributions and collaborators, especially very high resolution imagery outside of Europe and US to kind of complement and look at the underrepresented regions that lack really data and information. Stream mortality observations, other collaborations that would benefit from this type of larger picture. So we want to help ecologists to understand these phenomena in a larger scope that is not possible with just field data. Shortly about the future. So we're going to apply and scale up this database. We're trying to make this online by the end of the year, have the first version. Sign up for the newsletter, go to deadtrees.earth and sign up if you're interested. We will inform you through that channel about the development, and then we're really looking forward to analyzing all this data and looking at and understanding environmental thresholds for tree mortality and identifying ecologically valuable forests. And I think I will stop there. Thank you.
And thanks. That's time for questions. There is one here. I will come with the mic.
You have to turn it on.
Thank you for the presentation, very interesting. At the moment you are using optical images, did you try to go for radar using RadarSat or ISI? Did you heard about RadarSat is offering access to all the archive since last 10 years, I think, where you might be able to detect individual trees?
We haven't been looking at radar. To my understanding, using radar to detect the dead trees is quite challenging because the structure doesn't change that much. It's the leaf mass that changes, but it's mostly optical spectral signature that can reveal the dead trees. Okay,
because RadarSat they were using illegal logging of specific trees in the Amazon. Maybe they were big trees. Using RadarSat 2. But yeah, okay, optical is interesting. And the other thing is, did you try to use a super resolution of Sentinel-2 where you are using a combination of many, a big series in order to have better pixel, or maybe to use Planet Labs, which might be at a global scale a bit cheaper than high resolution? Yeah, we have worked with Planet data, but it's still the issue that these individual trees, the signature is not visible in the planet imagery as well, and also the radiometry is not so good. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting presentation, and we're working on similar things. But one thing we're very interested in is to know, like, the timing of the events. Do you do that as well? Do you use time series of these images and then?
Yes. So what I didn't mention here that we are trying to complement, because we have the gaps between the image acquisitions between the aerial images. So we are trying to use Planet or Sentinel-2 time series to then detect when the mortality events occurred, but there are also that limitations that these single trees, it's very hard to detect any kind of spectral signature for those ones. But for the larger events, surely we can get to the annual level at least.
Okay, many thanks. We can move to the next speaker. Jana.
Okay. And for the next speaker, I would like to invite Mario Vargas Chacaim and his colleague, Diana, to bring us to Ecuadorial Amazon forest and tell us something about indigenous-led reforestation and carnivore monitoring.
Buenos días con todos. Mi nombre es Mario Vargas Chacaim. Soy miembro de la Alianza Geoindígena que se creó en Canberra en 2019 con el propósito de defender y colaborar también, aportar con los conocimientos propios sobre datos de la tierra a la comunidad científica.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mario Vargas Chacaim, and I'm from the Shuar Nation in the Ecuadorian Amazon. I'm also one of the founding members of the Geo-Indigenous Alliance that was founded in 2019 in Canberra, Australia, to advocate for the access and use of Earth observation data for Indigenous communities and to allow Indigenous communities to contribute their Indigenous knowledge as well.
Esto es la cuenca amazónica en Sudamérica, que abarca a 9 países, y en esta cuenca amazónica viven 511 diferentes pueblos, 66 pueblos no contactados, y también habitamos 2.5 millones de pueblos indígenas. Y como pueden ver en el mapa, ahí está Ecuador. Yo vengo de ese país y pertenezco al pueblo Shuar.
As you can see from the map, this is the Amazon basin. There are currently 511 indigenous nations and 1,000 of other communities, 66 free peoples in voluntary isolation, and it counts with 2.5 million indigenous inhabitants. I come from the Ecuadorian Amazon, from the indigenous nation called Shuar.
Voy a hablar del proyecto Shakaim, que es una iniciativa de conservación para poder medir lo que es el carbono utilizando tecnologías y también conocimientos propios sobre el manejo de nuestro territorio que como pueblos milenariamente hemos venido protegiendo.
This is the Shakaim project, which aims to calculate the carbon stored in newly reforested areas. We are using both new technologies as well as our indigenous knowledge that has allowed us to conserve for millennia the Amazon basin.
Aquí pueden ver que nosotros hemos hecho un trabajo desde muchos años de entrenar a jóvenes propios indígenas en el uso de nuevas tecnologías como manejo de dron, elaboración de mapas y entre otras herramientas tecnológicas para el manejo sostenible de nuestros territorios.
So here you can see some of our indigenous-led training. For many years we have been training the youth on how to use drones, on mapping and conservation training.
Aquí podemos ver el trabajo de los jóvenes que han hecho sus propios mapeos y zonificaciones utilizando los conocimientos y también generando datos geográficos de los territorios indígenas.
Here you can see some of the products created by the indigenous youth that used their indigenous knowledge to create these maps of our indigenous lands.
Estos conocimientos o esos datos son manejados por los propios comuneros y también pueden servir para compartir y trabajar juntos en el bien del planeta.
So this data is shared locally by the community, but also we would like to share it with the outside world to be able to enrich the climate action efforts.
Aquí voy a hablar sobre el proyecto Letón Katip, en donde los jóvenes están utilizando sensores, cámaras trampas, para poder recolectar datos científicos y entender el ambiente y también la vida silvestre.
And this is another project called Del Tome Katip, in which the indigenous youth are being trained on how to use bioacoustic data and camera traps for biodiversity monitoring.
Queremos generar nuevos conocimientos utilizando nuestros propios, conocimientos también. Estamos compartiendo estos conocimientos, estas sabidurías con otros pueblos indígenas de diferentes continentes del mundo.
So we want to generate new knowledge and at the same time share this knowledge. And for this Altomekatip, we are currently sharing knowledge with other tribes, other indigenous tribes around the world.
Puedo mencionar también que todos los jóvenes que están trabajando no han ido en la universidad y han tenido que ser capacitados en un corto tiempo, y podemos entender también que las habilidades de ellos son súper importantes para nosotros.
I also would like to mention that the youth, the indigenous youth we've been working with haven't gone to university. So in a very short amount of time, we had to train them in the use of this technology, and for us this has been something very important.
Si quieren, invitamos nosotros a trabajar juntos por la Amazonía, y también si nos quieren contactar, ahí está la dirección. Y muchas gracias por la atención. Marketing.
We invite you to work together, and here is my contact information, and thank you so much.
We have time for questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming.
Is it a mic?
Disappeared from here, but I can do this. We can switch on. Okay. There was a couple of questions.
Thanks. Can I make the question in Spanish? Gracias, Mario. Muy interesante. Veo que están haciendo muchísimas cosas. Visto en la foto que hay un dron, tienen varios drones y han intentado hacer como un mosaico de la cobertura y están revisitando. Y también hablan de carbono. O sea, desde el vuelo con dron ya están procesando las imágenes para intentar de evaluar la cantidad de carbono.
Bueno, nosotros el uso del dron lo hacemos como para entender desde el área, y lo que necesitamos sí es entrenar más a jóvenes para entender de cómo medir el carbono, y también justamente necesitamos más capacitación, profesionalización en lo que es para hacer mapas como mosaico, muestras de diferentes categorías de mapeos.
So we're using the drones to have an overview of the landscape, and we currently need more training to the youth to specifically allow them to use the satellite images for carbon calculations.
Como veo que las comunidades indígenas son muy buenos guardianes de los bosques, estaría muy feliz de colaborar y poder eventualmente dictar una clase o ayudarle a producir algunas informaciones adicionales.
Quiero, a nombre de la comunidad, decirte muchas gracias por su buen corazón para nuestros jóvenes y también aportar más que todo al planeta.
I would like to thank you in the name of my community in the Amazon, and for your support.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I was curious to hear a bit more about how indigenous knowledge supports the biomass mapping or carbon stock mapping.
El conocimiento indígena nos sirve muchísimo porque nuestros sabios nos transmiten los conocimientos de cómo manejar los recursos y cómo aprovechar adecuadamente. Y nos pueden decir también los tiempos, los espacios de cuando nosotros podemos tomar lo que está dentro del bosque.
So the indigenous knowledge for us is really important. It's passed down by our elders, and it teaches us how to use the land sustainably and the resources in the land.
Can I have one more question? How is the modern technology taken by the locals, by the indigenous people? Is it difficult to convince them to use modern technologies?
No todos tienen las habilidades. No todos, porque muchos de los programas también están en otros idiomas que no son nuestros. pero nosotros hemos visto a los jóvenes que tienen ese entusiasmo de aprender para también tener resultados positivos.
So not everybody has the ability, and many of the technologies, unfortunately, are in foreign languages. But we have seen the youth being very enthusiastic and picking it up very fast.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Thanks.
Many thanks, many compliments. Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Diana. So now it's time for Yannick Deutscher from Joanneum Research in Austria. He is going to present a nice system for biodiversity monitoring in Austria called Restoreo. So, floor
Thank you.
is yours.
Thank you for the introduction and welcome to everyone. We've seen some great talks now. Before that, mainly on addressing tools and ways to address things on a global scale. My presentation will be focusing entirely on a national rollout of restoration monitoring. The project that I'm talking about is called Restoreo, and I would like to thank you also to my colleagues who've been working on this project, Manuela, Petra, Martin, and Florian, who is from the University of Graz. So, as I mentioned, this project is funded by the Austrian Space Agency and addresses the National Restoration Plan in Austria. We're working together here with the Austrian Environmental Agency. And when we wrote the proposal, there was only a draft of this National Restoration Plan, and the nature restoration law wasn't yet passed. So we were a bit ahead of time and didn't know the exact definitions yet. But the project goals were to develop these EO products and proxies to support the national biodiversity and ecosystem restoration monitoring, also the conservation activities, and to see if we can provide wall-to-wall Earth observation data products, also to support the reporting duties. So in Austria, we first defined the most important ecosystems and habitats. In Austria, one of the most important restoration activities is restoring specific habitats in 3 ecosystems, that's forest ecosystems, then grasslands and cultural landscapes, and wetlands. So this is what we focused on. And for each of these ecosystems, we first made a list of all the indicators which are relevant. So this is shown here on the right for the forest ecosystems. Then we had a look at for which habitat types these are relevant. And then we made an assessment which EO tools and remote sensing tools can support us here. So for forests, we identified 18 habitat types in Austria. And from these, we then looked which indicators we can use. And in total, we selected indicators for forest disturbance data, for deadwood and coarse woody debris, connectivity, and for forest vertical structure. I won't be able to show everything, but just a few presentations on some of these products. So for the disturbance mapping, we're using mostly Sentinel-2 data on a coarse scale, and that we've seen a lot of advancements in the past years in detecting both the disturbance agents and detecting the accurate timing of the disturbance. So we're now moving away from annual products towards more monthly products and even getting the exact disturbance detection date. Not necessarily the date of the disturbance, so it's the date when we detect it first in the time series. And another product which I think is very helpful is also information on whether a disturbed site, or disturbed maybe by bark beetles or by wind throw, whether that is already cleared or not, which will give you an indication of whether you still have standing deadwood at this site. And then there was a demand for even higher thematic accuracy of the data to deliver additional information on how much woody debris is actually lying in the forest. We've heard that in the previous talk, that of course it's difficult to do that with Sentinel-2, but we have LiDAR data available in Austria. We have aerial imagery which are acquired at a regular scale, so we can use those to actually detect the lying deadwood if we don't have full canopy cover. So this is more in areas where we have had bark beetle attacks or wind throw, for example. Good, then another parameter was the vertical structure in the forests. Of course, that can be derived from laser scanning data, and we have both the airborne laser scanning available in Austria. We also have the JEDI data sets, so we made an analysis here on the right side, how these two compare and whether we can derive vertical structure from these data sets. It's fairly easy with the airborne laser scanning. It's a bit more tricky with the JEDI data, but we found that both can be used to assess at least some level of structuring and the number of layers that you get from these data sets. And then another measure which we looked at is the foliage height diversity, which gives you an indication of virtual structure complexity. And our idea was that we could maybe use that to derive an information on how much regrowth, on how much restoration in terms of regrowth is happening in the previously disturbed sites. This is shown on the bottom here. So we have test sites in one of the areas that were most severely affected by bark beetle impacts in the last years. And on the following slide, I will show 3 different examples from various levels of regrowth in the forest. So we first calculated this average or mean FHD for plots which were not affected by any changes. So this is intact forest. And then we looked at how these look in different areas where you have had disturbances and we have regrowth at different levels. So you can see that on the left, an area with very low, very young regrowth has very low values, while areas with a higher one have these higher values to the right. So this could be a measure of showing how regrowth is happening as a restoration activity. Of course, it's based on LiDAR data, so it's not Earth observation based. So one thing we want to look at now is whether we can, to some level at least, derive information also from Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-1 data, if that correlates somehow with the FHD. I'm not overly optimistic, but it would be great. Otherwise, we'll just have this LiDAR-based approach, and currently we're expecting to have national-wide updates on LiDAR data about every 10 years. So for forest regrowth, that's probably actually enough. And if we have these LiDAR data sets, of course, we can do a lot of different things as well. We can look at single tree growth. We've looked at single tree mapping before. So these dots, again, are single trees, and we can see how they grow from one of the LiDAR acquisitions to the next. And that allows us also to provide timber volume and biomass changes over time. So we can see some areas where we've had some cuttings, and we've seen other areas where we see different growth, which will give us an indication of the site quality and of the changes happening in the forest, in terms of also carbon storage, of course. Okay, so let's move on to the grassland ecosystems. Here we identified 8 different habitat indicators. The ones we had a closer look at were the mowing event detection, mowing intensity, and the meadow type classification. We've heard before in some previous talks that this is one of the easier products to derive from Earth observation. I think it's a very important one, as it also indirectly reflects plant species diversity, and that can be used, for example, in butterfly habitat modeling. And it's a product that we can already derive on a wall-to-wall scale, which is shown here on the right. So this is the number of events of mowing that happened in 2003 in Austria. This product will now be repeated for 2024, etc. So this is already working, and it looks very good. So it would be nice to also compare that to the results that are being produced by EA in terms of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. Meadow type classification is another step. This hasn't been validated yet, but we have 13 different categories which we tried to classify with machine learning classifiers. So I can't give you any accuracy information yet, but it doesn't look very bad so far. Okay, wetland ecosystems. Actually 17 habitat indicators were derived here. We only focused on the shrub encroachment and drainage channel mapping at Austrian moors and heathlands. Again, this is not very this is an ecosystem where I think that Sentinel-2 or in general Earth observation is not so helpful. The required information is really at a more detailed level of LiDAR data, vegetation height changes is the way we approached it. And so I'm not going to talk a lot about it, but as I mentioned that we have these multiple temporal ALS data sets in Austria for about 35% of the area, and I expect we will have all of it covered within the next 5 years. So this is a very helpful data set. Good, so I'm coming to my last slide. Giving some recommendations. I think a lot of this has been said before at the conference, but when we had a workshop question 2 days ago where we were asked what remote sensing biodiversity products we believe can best support the GBF targets, it was targets 1, 2, 3, so here it's target 2. And I think it's a very complex question to answer because there's not one answer. It always depends on your use case, on your ecosystem, and on what accuracy you're aiming for. So it will vary very much, but something we identified is that definitely there is a need for including VHR datasets and not only Sentinel-2 or other datasets. But from my point of view as a data scientist, I would like to rephrase the question and actually say, why don't we learn from in situ datasets? What are really the most important parameters and indicators that we can use? So why not do it the other way around? So we train it on in situ data, we use Earth observation data, and we'd have an AI system learn which are the most important indicators. I know this is quite challenging, and I know there's a lot of obstacles, but I think if we all work together very closely, and that means really in the fields from biodiversity experts, biology experts, Earth observation experts, we will need data scientists, we will need experts from statistics to account for all the thematic gaps we have, to account for the different spatial distribution of our inputs data sets. We maybe need to include citizen science app developers to make these data more useful for Earth observation, climatologists, etc. But I think this is a great potential, and we'll soon be starting a new project in Austria called BioSpace25, which tries to do that, at least for 2 species, for butterflies and for some wildlife, which is detected with wildlife cameras in Austria. So we're looking forward to that, and I think this is a way we should also address the whole topic and see if that's possible. Thank you.
Okay, we will have time for a short question. One short question. It is there, the only one. Sorry. Then you can, Jana, it's on the other side. Thank you very much. Then you can speak about during coffee break. Just to, to know it.
A very short question regarding the vertical layering in the forest that you were talking about. Do you have any conclusion regarding the dense of the point clouds that you need to be able to have a good accuracy?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it will partly depend on the forest structure, but the data that we use, it has 8 points per square meter.
8 points per square meters,
yes.
okay.
It's an older data set, but it still works, at least I believe.
I did say, Camilla Johnson from Sweden, and we are working with similar things, and the national coverage we have is only 1 to 2 points per square meter, so therefore could it work?
So
yeah, thank you.
Many thanks. Thank you very much. So the next speaker will be Mayra Alejandra Zorbaran Nucci, okay, from JRC. So we are going to deal with floods in urban systems, quite an important topic. Floor is yours.
Good morning. So I'm going to talk about linkages between condition indicators and the flood control ecosystem service in the urban ecosystem. And this is framed in the CEA standard. This is a joint collaboration with Sara Vallecillo and Ioana Grammatikopoulou from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission in the Land Resources and Supply Chain Assessment Unit. So the objective was to investigate the relationship between urban green spaces, tree cover density, and imperviousness on the flood control potential in the urban ecosystem in the EU as defined in the Nature Restoration Regulation. This is, the urban ecosystem is defined as the local administrative units that are either cities, towns, and suburbs. The study is EU level, but here we have an example of how it looks for Lombardy. So everything that is in yellow, it's an LAU that is classified either as a city or a town or suburb. And the rest of the territory corresponds to rural areas. Ecosystem condition, according to the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, ecosystem accounting, is the quality of an ecosystem measured in terms of its abiotic and biotic characteristics, and it can be assessed using a range of indicators. Changes in ecosystem condition can have significant implications for the provision of ecosystem services, and we can see it in the general framework where there is a direct linkage between ecosystem condition and the provision of ecosystem services in physical terms. This leads to the following sentences. So degradation is associated with a decline in the condition of an ecosystem asset during an accounting period, changes in the quality and quantity of ecosystem services provided, impacts on human well-being and the economy due to changes in ecosystem services. I'm highlighting here a phrase, so the decrease in the ecosystem service potential is translated in a decrease of the ecosystem service flow or use. So the flood control service is the regulation of water flow by ecosystems that mitigates or prevents potential damage to economic assets, which are infrastructure and agriculture, and of course, human lives. Ecosystem service potential in general is the ecosystem contribution, irrespective whether there is an ecosystem service demand or the socioeconomic side or not, and it measures and maps the supply from the ecosystem side that eventually becomes actual flow or use once it interacts with the ecosystem service demand. For flood control, this looks like curve numbers scoring for land cover classes plus the soil type. So to give you an idea, and this is a very complex model, the more, let's say, built up areas you have, the more runoff you will have. While if you have a forest, then you will have less runoff. But there are many variables that are implied in this model, and it is slope dependent. So in general, when we try to identify condition variables in an ecosystem service potential model, you would have many input variables, and some of them can be also condition variables. For the flood control, it's tree cover density, land cover types, certain set of land cover types which define urban green spaces as in the nature restoration regulation, and imperviousness. Flood control potential runoff retention is dimensionless, and it goes from 1 to 100. And it is the mean output of the model by urban LAUs. The EU mean is at 58.5. Urban green spaces is the share of the Korean land cover plus backbone 2021, and you have the list of the classes here. And this is a part of the nature restoration regulation, as well as tree cover density, which is the share of tree cover using the Copernicus high resolution tree cover density for 2021, also in the nature restoration regulation. And imperviousness is the share of imperviousness using the HRL layer for 2018, which is the latest available. For understanding this, so we did a linear regression model with and without interaction. So I want you to focus first in the linear regression without interactions. Imperviousness is the main driver negatively of the model of the flood control potential, while with interactions is tree cover density, which impacts the most positively. The adjusted R-square is 0.9 in both cases, which means that the variables explain very well the model. And we chose a linear regression model because we know how these variables were included in the model, and that's in a way that it's linear. So, but when we look at the marginal effects, we can see that imperviousness is the one that drives the most the flood control potential negatively, and it's actually doubling the effects of urban green and tree cover density. So we run a scenario where we increased each variable by its standard deviation. And we see here that in the linear model, it had the biggest impact, while in the linear model with interactions, it was tree cover density with the bigger impact. For imperviousness, it was negative, of course. Here we have both scenarios. The vertical lines is the mean at the EU level for each variable, and you can see that tree cover density and urban green are behaving the same more or less, except that when there is interaction, the slope for urban green is slightly less, but imperviousness has a very negative effect. So these are preliminary results of an approach to explore the relationship between condition indicators and the flood control service through ecosystem potential. From the three variables at the marginal effect, imperviousness has the greatest impact on flood control potential, decreasing it by 0.4 units. And the main message that this study conveys is that to counterfact the effect of imperviousness, it is needed to double the efforts of increasing either tree cover density or urban green, and this is useful for the nature restoration regulation. Further exploration of the prediction model is required. Different scenarios, especially explicit outputs, and model specifications to account for decreasing effects. And recommendations for the Earth observation community would be very high resolution layers or high resolution layers are needed with regular updates to do ecosystem accounting, especially in the urban ecosystem, which requires more detail. Earth observation derived products that ensure comparability across years are essential in ecosystem accounting and to support policies, because we cannot rely on one-off products and then we don't have a time series. For policy, we need to be consistent and ensure comparability. Thank you.
Compliments. So we have time for questions. I will start, and then I have just one question. Then, in general, once modeling flawed, it might be really important, I guess, accounting for the uncertainty in the model. Is there any manner in your case to do that?
Well, what we try to do is to include as many variables as we can to make the model robust and transparent. So what we do with the flood control model is that it was reviewed by several scientists, and it is a peer-reviewed article. So this is the way that you, let's say, show transparency in ecosystem model in ecosystem services modeling, because there is no certain in situ way to to account for uncertainty.
Thanks. Next question. The orange mic.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of nature-based solution, but for the flood issues, now the buildings are also they have to legally have compensation like infiltration and so on under the buildings, so a man-made solution for this flood control. Do you have an estimation of the efficiency of those measured compared to the greening outside? Because impervious, from what you see from the satellite, is not necessarily impervious in terms of construction below the soil.
Thank you. Very good question. Well, in the potential, we don't account for man-made infrastructure that is dedicated to flood control prevention. But on the following steps of the model, there is a layer that includes information on man-made infrastructure built for flood resilience. Moreover, there is, let's say, in the flood control potential, we focus on how, because if you have, let's say, an infrastructure for flood resilience, the ecosystem will make it more resilient. But if you have a weak ecosystem or an ecosystem in bad condition, it will make your infrastructure less resilient. So it's a mix of both, and the model accounts for man-made infrastructure as well.
Okay, many thanks.
Okay.
And I would like to invite the next speaker, Virginia Lafon, to tell us something about ecological corridors and their adaptive strategy to monitor and evaluate characteristics.
Thanks a lot. So I'm Virginia Lafon. I'm here on behalf of my team, and in particular on behalf of Rémi Budin and Benoît Béguet, who is here. that are behind the concepts I will show you today. So yes, let's talk about very local applications. We start with very global, international, national, and now we go to the more local local applications. How does this work? Yes, sorry. Okay. We have some kind of tenure of experience in mapping habitats for cities, for municipalities, for instance, but also for natural park, national parks in France, and Natura 2000 sites as well. From this experience, we have learned many things. So we do these maps using in situ data. We talked a lot about in situ data these past few days, and also using remote sensing data. And what we have learned is that we can do much good things, do much good work only using one type of image. And also we cannot much very good work using only one method. So what our idea was these past few years is to use several types of data at the same time, remote sensing data, of course, and also to use several, all the possibilities that are offered by machine learning, let's say, and deep learning. We'll talk a lot about deep learning this morning, at least during this talk. What is important to remind here is that, yes, we will try to make the most of existing data. We will use airborne data, and because they are very, very precise, very fine, and also Earth observation, satellite data, Sentinel-2, and very high resolution. And then let's see what we do. So, at a glance, I will not really detail what is here, what is behind the convolutional neural network. What is important to remind is that there are many architectures that we can use, and they are specified, or they can be very useful to detect and to predict different kind of informations that are here in the image. So we have an image, an airborne image. You have an example here. There is everything. All the information that we want to extract from this image is there, and we will use some kind of architecture. So here you have the semantic segmentation. So this is the SegNet that is done for this kind of pixel classification, and we use the image, and from this image we will derive some important, some interesting parameters. So an example, we have the SegNet behind this example. This was a question that raised from National Park in France. The main idea was to retrieve the ancient forests, the places where you have old forests. So, basic idea was to use an old image and the most recent image to compare the forest trees that can be extracted from these two images and make a comparison. This is pretty interesting, and we have derived two different models. One model that applies on grayscale images, and another one so it's an old image, an old airborne image, and another one that applies on more recent red, green, blue image. So we have two different models. These can allows us to derive the extent of the forest, and then we can make some comparison to extract where you have standing forest. The forest is still standing for a long time. And also what is very interesting is that this model helps us also, based on the textural analysis, to predict where you have a mature forest. So it gives us some more important, at least this is the info we want. We have a permanent forest over time, and also we can predict a mature forest even using this grayscale image, the old image. So we have labeled a lot of small images to train these models, and now these models can be applied very largely. So it's reproducible method. Another superpower of the deep learning, well, it's another kind of architecture that is used usually to find out some specific objects in an image. It can be used for any kind of objects. And we used it to isolate trees, single trees. So we are not focusing on dead trees, but well, so far we are not interested in that topic, but it's a topic that is very interesting for reforestation projects. We are here in a city center, well, in a big municipality, let's say, metropolis, Bordeaux Métropole, where, well, we have a very, very huge reforestation plan. So what we need to know is where we have trees, where we should plant new trees, and we used this retina net to isolate the existing trees and also to monitor the new plantations. So this means that this model was developed to retrieve big trees and also very, very small trees, very new ones that have not, well, that are not very well developed. So that's where you have these little squares, you have a spot, and this represents a tree. We have mixed this information with LiDAR data to retrieve the height of the trees, and this gives us more information on the status of the trees. So what we do, basically, is that we can use these deep learning technologies to retrieve the trees, and we also, of course, obviously, use satellite images, because with the radiometry, we can derive the phenology of the vegetation, and it is very useful also to detect the vegetation layers. So we have the trees, we have the bushes, the forests, small forests, and also all the vegetation, the lower layer of vegetation. And when we cross all this information, we retrieve all the vegetation cover, and this is really helpful to design to retrieve the green corridors, even in very dense urban areas. So finally, what is really important to remind is that we need different type of images at the same time, and we will kind of integrate all this information to finally, from simple images, go to a map, an exhaustive map of the vegetation cover, and then this is really, really helpful for green corridor for sure, and also to help reforestation plans. Extremely important, all this work has been done with the managers, environmental managers that were involved in the construction of the maps, because it's with their questions, their remarks, their needs, they really expressed their needs, that we could also conceive, well, such a methodology to really derive the exact data they need. Thank you.
Compliments, Virginie.
Are there any questions from the audience?
So as a modeler, I will start with one, since couple, let's say, since it was really, I have a bunch of questions, but I will be back in the coffee break. For the segmentation, is that process reproducible in some manner in an open source environment, or did you use a software which cannot allow to do that? I'm interested, since I would like to play with, basically.
Well, maybe Benoit can answer this question.
Yeah.
Obviously, every deep learning models are open source, but training those models is hard expertise. So,
yes.
Behind that, you have models, open source models. Some are pre-trained models, open source too.
Yeah.
If you apply on your site, it won't work. So you need that deep learning expertise to fine-tune them.
Yeah, okay.
So I won't give you the fine-tune recipe.
Okay.
That's expertise.
And did you build the repo with the code, or So it is available
Yeah,
somewhere.
the code is Keras or Pitorch. Everybody
Okay.
can use it.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks.
Obviously, it's not that easy, but
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. There is another one.
Thanks for the presentation. Merci beaucoup. I have a challenge related to one of the SDG, which is calculating the percentage of green areas in cities. One of the challenges is to define where the city starts exactly. But can we use kind of the same model to detect where are the public green areas? Are you succeed with the pattern to detect if they are public area or not?
Well, for that, we have enough data coming from the cities. Well, what we want to do is, like, we see the nature, even if it's artificial nature. For us, it has no barriers. So we consider, we don't want to consider what is public or not public, but this can be really easily done using, what the cities have in terms of, small regions. Yeah.
Yeah, my issue is I have to do it global for all the city around the world. So not all the time we have the information. So if we can use...
The method is quite well standardized. What we still need to do is some generalization for the models. Because when we discover a new city, we need to add a few more trees. A few more, it's 10,000 trees, let's say, 10,000 imagettes. To train the model. So it's still going on. We still need to have some more data, which is not a big effort, I should say, because we can just do that with some photo interpretation.
Merci.
Okay.
Many thanks.
And
We can move. I will go. I will come.
Yeah,
Can move to the next speaker, who is Christian Baudelaire. No, thank you, Virginie. Christian Baudelaire is from Space Intelligence. He's dealing with Amazonian canopy mortality, so it is something really related with what we have seen previously.
Yes, well, hello and welcome. And I know I'm the only thing now standing between, I lost the screen, between you and your coffee. So I'll try to keep the time and to be brief. So I'm just going to be talking I'm going to talk a bit about this kind of canopy mortality algorithm that we have developed in the Amazon. I think previous speakers have given a great context as to why the Amazon is important and why we want to be studying tree mortality. There's been a lot of research recently that seems to suggest that the Amazon may not be a net carbon sink anymore, and we just know very little about how close we may be to nonlinear changes or tipping point. So all of this work we've done under this Amazon SOS project, which is a big consortium between Brazil and UK researchers. We have people that know plants, we have people that know soil, we have people that are modelers, and the idea is to combine a lot of different sources from satellite data, from ground-based data, from airborne data, to communicate what the combined risk of climate change and deforestation is to the Amazon. And here we're focusing mainly on large trees, first because they are just easier to find, but also because we know that the largest trees have an outsized impact in terms of biomass, in terms of what life they harbor, and we know very little as well about what causes large tree mortality. Mortality is relatively rare. Large trees are relatively rare. The chances that we get large trees dying on plots is even rarer combined. And we also have some hypotheses that may seem to suggest that the large trees may be at an increased risk under climate change. So, because the project has just started, all the data that we ideally would use to validate doesn't exist yet. So we had to come up with this large tree mortality database. So we kind of had to take this opportunistic approach where we took areas with existing LiDAR data and we combined that with other sources so we could have some reference data, so we can have something we can validate. And so we're going to be focusing mostly on three modes of death combined into two. So we're going to look at standing dead trees, which will kind of be evidenced by a lot of bare branches, and then we're going to be looking at broken and uprooted trees, which will normally show more as a gap in the canopy. So basically, for creating this large tree mortality database, we first used the canopy height models derived from the LiDAR data. We combine that with high-resolution images. So we have some areas where we have maybe one high-resolution image in Google Earth every year since 2018. So then we can find, so for example, in the example on the top, you can see that there was a tree in the canopy height model. The tree is gone by the 2024. And you can see that if we look at the time series of planet, the Planet NICFI data available under the thanks to the Norwegian government, there is a detectable signal. Normally we have a drop in vegetation indices. So that's kind of what we're trying to capture here. So because I'm still a recovering physicist, I need to make things in a very systematic way. So we kind of made this algorithm based on two simple hypotheses, which is if we have a standing dead tree, we will have a lot of bare branches, which will decrease red absorption. And there we will see an increase in the red reflectance, but also we'll see a decrease in vegetation indices. And when we have a broken or uprooted tree, we'll have a gap. Because of the time the planet data is collected, we will have a shadow in the canopy because the tree is no longer there. The trees around it shadow the canopy gap, and we'll see still a decrease in some vegetation indices, and we'll see a decrease in the red reflectance. So there's a lot going on in the algorithm. We kind of selected this cumulative sum-based one because it's fairly good to deal with noise, it's fairly good to deal with seasonality, and it is very, very computationally effective. It's, I think, worth saying that the Amazon at 5 meters is something like 600,000 by 700,000 pixels. So we had to be a bit practical and go for something we could run with a very limited budget and with the data we have so far. So this kind of showcases a bit how the cumulative sum-based change detection works. So if we have, at the top, we have a broken tree, and at the bottom, we have a standing dead tree. You see the pattern in either a gradual decrease or a sudden drop in the respective vegetation indices. And it is that if we take the pink line, which is the time series mean, we subtract that from every point in the time series, then before the change, things are going to be above zero, and below they're going to, and after the change, they're going to be below. So when we start doing this cumulative sum of all of these elements, it would increase and then decrease, creating a nice little peak that we can find, and is found in the black line there. And normally, we just use a directional threshold. So in this case, it will create positive peaks for the vegetation indices. So we say if, for example, for EVI, if this ever goes above 0.75, we consider that a detection, and then the top of, or kind of the peak of this bell gives us the date of the mortality. So yeah, I want to walk you through one particular event. So it also shows a bit the challenges of working with the data. You can see a lot of haze, you can see a lot of seasonality as well going around. So this kind of the blue outline is a tree that dies. It's still alive here. You can see in the false color composite, everything seems quite red, which is more vegetation. And then eventually you can start to see this gray, which is related to very bare branches. And it stays gray even through the noise and the haze. You can see the signal, and it stays, and it stays. And if we look at the time series, you can see that marked decrease and this peak that we talk about. There on the right, we have plotted the maximum in time of this of the cumulative sum metric, and you can see kind of how it picks up that kind of, you have almost a heat map of where mortality may be happening. So we're still looking at some preliminary results, but we have some predictions over. We run this over all of the Amazon. We're still running improvements, but here it captured 8 events, well, however many events we have there, that we have identified using this mortality database. There's one up there that, because it's after the image, we're not entirely sure if it's a false positive or not. I think it's a false positive, but it deals fairly well with, like, it's not too affected by seasonality. We also use it to find some big storms that happen. So this is the storm there is about 7 kilometers in that kind of that plume length that happen in the middle of the Amazon. It also detects some direct human disturbance. And we have this area as well where we have kind of 3 nice types of events. So we have areas with ring barking that's done by a logging community that is around Lago Wawasu. We have some fires to the right, and then there's this big thing happening at the bottom, which looks like mass die-off of trees dying standing. It's still relatively recent, so we need to validate that one. But I think almost the most interesting thing is not the fires, it's not the big ring barking. We already can detect those with methods we have. We will pick up with global forest change data, we'll pick up with the rad alerts. I think almost the most interesting thing is to look at this, kind of the bottom right, you'll see this kind of individual predictions that many times will relate to individual tree mortality. Typically, it may be a few trees. If you have a thunder strike, then it will kill more than one tree. We are only going to pick that as one event, but I think it's still valuable for trying to understand mortality across the basin. So yeah, we've kind of tried to create a pretty map at the end to tie everything up. So we have aggregated this this shows the number of the proportion of 5-meter pixels within a 1 kilometer grid that has a mortality event. And yeah, we're still now analyzing this data and analyzing it through time, but we're hoping it's going to nicely show some patterns of kind of where trees, large trees may be dying more, and if that is changing with time. And yeah, we have some very preliminary results from one of these areas that show something a bit promising. I think that is still a very few examples there at the top, but it seems to show that the detection rate increases with the tree size, so we can be more confident that we're capturing larger trees. But this is highly caveated because the way, like, ideally this would check against much higher resolution data and ideally against ground data that we are going to be collecting later in the project. So yeah, there's a lot of improvements that are going to be going on. We're going to do some further validation, but yeah, the next steps now is trying to see if we can do any attributions to the causes of mortality as well. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Christian. We will have time for questions. There are a lot of them. I'm coming.
Can you please pass the mic?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Very fascinating work. I wonder, do you have issues or have you encountered where you have like 2 layers of canopies where one goes down and then you have another layer there and the signal is still kind of showing?
Yes, we found that a few times. There's one particular event that I can think of now that you have this massive tree that maybe has a crown that is almost 50 meters in width, and it fell over and it had a thick under canopy. And in that one case, there is a change in the signal. It's just at the edge of being detectable, but typically when this happens, the trees are quite large. So normally if they fall, they die standing, you have a strong signal. If they fall over, they will knock a bunch of stuff up. You will see still some signal somewhere else. So in this case, with the settings in the algorithm we had at the time, we didn't pick that one up, but we picked up everything, all the debris at the bottom. So, but yeah, it's a big problem.
There's another question here. Can you switch on the yellow mic also? Yeah, switch. Try now? No, just try. I want to give this one. Okay. And also this one is working. Bye.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. I've been using a bit Planet, but yeah, due to the not good quality of audiometry, I didn't take so good insight as you succeed. So wonderful to know that it could be useful if you have a good methodology. I was wondering, in a matter of position of the and accuracy of the pixel, is you had issue and you had to refine the spatial position of the pixel.
Yeah, it's not great. It depends a lot on the area in particular. I think in that example that we were looking at before, it is fairly okay in that you cannot see it. Like, you can see sometimes some displacement between the event and the bare branches and the point, but in this case it's quite well located. In some areas you can see that you see your event and it almost seems to be jumping around the label, and because the trees are larger and because this is something that happens in a fairly random way, we still capture some signal. It makes it more difficult to find things. I think it does hamper, like the final resolution. I wouldn't say this is 5-meter resolution. I'd say probably it's 8 or 10 because of this kind of misregistration. So, but I do think it is a particularly big problem if we're trying to find trees that have a crown about the size of the pixel, because then you can either be full on in or full on out, and then it just looks like noise.
Yeah, and the other thing is Planet NICFI is kind of over in matter of free access. I think the 20th of January Trump assumed, and 24 they decide to cut the licensing. So are you thinking in another data set to use to follow, to go on with your studies?
Yeah, so initially we tried a bunch of things because we started this, I particularly didn't think that it was possible to do this with NICFI. And we tried a bunch of things. We're trying Sentinel-2, and we had some promising early results. We ended up sticking with NICFI because we're trying to not have too much of a limitation on the tree size. It also makes it a bit more, it's because the Sentinel-2 data is collected more around noon, it's more difficult to find the differences between trees that die standing and die broken and uprooted. It's not a hard requirement, but we thought that it would be nice if we could also try and separate those different modes of death. But it seems to pick up a lot of the stuff. Now we need to compare them and see how it does comparatively.
And last quick question, did you find a specific species that have more mortality, or you cannot really identify a specific species of trees?
Specific species, we're not doing anything now about species, so we're not identifying it. It would be great to line this up and see if we compare it to field data, and once we collect the drone data and we can do something a bit more detailed and more, it would be interesting to then do that and see all those. Kind of
Thanks.
Thanks. There is a last question in the back.
In the back, there is a last question.
Hey, hello, thank you. Great talk, really enjoyed it. I was just wondering if you've considered the possibility that the logged trees could also, the fallen broken trees might also be a metric for logged trees, or if that spectral indice depends on the trunk staying in the same sort of position.
You mean that logged trees as opposed to trees that naturally fall over?
Yeah. Is that possible, or is that?
I don't think we can separate it with this, no. And that's kind of one of the problems, is that we do believe that by looking at these scattered events, especially when it's not accessible areas, it is a good proxy for just the natural mortality cycle. But we've run this in very southern Amazon, where you have a lot of selective logging, and it picks it up the same. And I haven't seen anything that indicates. Maybe you can look at it at the post recovery, but if it's selective logging, it's going to behave in a very similar way.
I mean, that's still really useful.
Yeah.
Okay, there is a very final question here.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. I was wondering whether you have any collaborations with the local communities who could be providing in situ data?
No, so I'm relatively an outsider to the project because I'm not affiliated with the university. We're kind of working with them. I know that there's a partnership with a lot of Brazilian universities. I'm sure they're going to have partner with local communities, but I'm sure they would be delighted to set up more of these. And I would we are very limited now by the data we have. So, for example, the data that you guys were talking about that you were collecting, that potentially could be great to especially validate these things. And all of this data and all of this code, everything is. I'm a big fan of open science, even though if I work for a private company. But this is just pure research, and everything will be made available when we publish the paper. So hopefully, both the methods can be built upon, but also this whole map is going to be available eventually.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending the session. We are pretty late, but it's not our fault.
Obviously.
We had to start later. And we have had very wonderful talks. I think it was quite broad in many different areas and very inspiring. So please enjoy the rest of the conference and see you later. Bye.
Thanks. Yeah. Hi. Nice. Fine, thank you. Is this fine? Yes.
For the next session, we'll try to start at 12:15. So we are late, but we don't want to be too late.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Thanks and compliments for this big organization. It's really a great event. A photo. It's the demo. There is a demo of BCube. We have this project. No. Yes. No, but the demo will not be like a workshop. They will just present the stuff. So it is nicely done. You do not need a computer in the network. No worries. No worries. No problems. Yeah, now I will send an email and go to the coffee break. Is the BCube data cubes? Blah, blah, blah. That's, James Cook is there.
Muy amable.
Yeah. We'll send this email and then come to my coffee. This one. correct, since it is always good to have code running for fun. But can I keep in touch with you?
Yes, absolutely. But so I know.
And Lucio, yes. Or Bologna, yes, before.
Because, you know, what we are always thinking that what we are doing is using open source models.
Yes.
We are not developing new architectures.
Yeah.
But we are producing reference data.
Yes.
Sometimes I think that my feeling is that this reference data serve
Exactly.
and these trees and these
Yes.
as long as we don't create reference data, which is the case because usually, okay, this is in context of some innovation project. So in that case, I'm sure that we should do something and try to fuel the
I have not my own. Yes, just repeat. Okay, thank you. Okay, you can take a pic here. Thank you. Yeah, no, just put my name. You will find something. Yes. Now I'm moving to the demos here.
There's no water. How long do I have? 10 minutes? 10 minutes.
Yeah, five minutes. You can manage to do with less. If you are willing to take some photos as a earlier, you probably will have some but when you see a lot of sometimes you can sort of logic your way around it. You see a lot of things that have never been seen out and suddenly overread. That's how it is. That's how it is. Much more. It's like that's art and something else. That's particularly interesting because it's not my area. It's not my research area. I'm seeing it's kind of great. When you can draw, it has a similar pattern, but but I'm not interested in their it's kind of unique validated finding all their cases of similar. We need also to know to kind of those patches. Just look at a bunch of them standing faced in the same area. We saw towards the edge of the lake, so there are you can see barges with logs. And we have a
Probably your talk doesn't session. Hello, how are you?
I will be the first presenter.
Excellent, good. Great to have you here, thank you.
I just would like to ask you, are you going to show any sign when the time is going?
There's a 2-minute one there, you can use that. So you'll be 8 minutes and then you'll get that.
Okay.
Talk too much, you don't have questions.
Okay.
2 minutes, you're over. 2 minutes is over.
But you did well this morning, so...
You did very well this morning.
We trust you.
Nice and clear. That was a good practice for the most important one you're going to give. Hi, you're talking as well?
I'm Ben.
Hi, I'm Nicholas. Nice to meet you.
I'm Ben.
What number are you?
At the very end.
Okay. Last?
It's called Fast Forward Investment.
Thursday. Yeah. Last one. Fast forward.
Yeah.
Perfect. Sounds good.
You know what? On one of my very first conferences that I've been to, I was listening to a presentation of yours.
Me?
Yes. So that was the ERSO conference in Edinburgh.
Oh, that was many years ago.
Yes. But it was very inspiring back then, and it did push me, so I did do some imaging spectroscopy and some stuff. Yeah, so you have the latest.
Well, that's very kind. I appreciate that. Is that the one where I said we should teach remote sensing education differently?
Yeah, it should be not on page something in the book.
Yeah. I still talk about I had the CSI, like the crime series on TV, and I said it was like canopy spectral investigation rather than a crime scene investigation. I still use that in my avogadro class. always useful to force yourself to give a presentation. You might use the slides somewhere else. Okay, thank you. Nice to meet you again, and you're definitely here. Okay, we're starting in 2 minutes, so sit down, be quiet. 2 minutes. You can take it with you as a proof you were here.
So currently we have one more and one less.
Oh, one extra one?
There's an extra one.
And one's missing.
And Christoph Christians is missing, but maybe we should make a call.
So the second one.
Is Christoph Christian in this room for the second presenter? No? Christoph Christian, we are looking for the second presenter. No. Okay. So welcome everybody. We have one presenter missing, but we have an extra one, so the session will be normal time. And I don't want to steal time from the presenters, so immediately we give the floor to Alessandra Lanotte for the first talk.
Thank you. Okay. How does this work?
Can you launch the first presentation, please? So Alessandra is international consultant on natural capital accounting, and she already presented it this morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I will go straight to the point. There will be two key concepts in this short presentation that is mostly conceptual, I have to say, so you can kind of know what to expect. The first one is the causality nexus, and specifically what connects ecosystem to socioeconomic system. The second is the risk formula, so the level of risk associated with a particular situation or decision. So let's start with the causality nexus, and specifically, how do we move from ecosystem to socioeconomic system? Because I think this was something that was mentioned many and many times. There is this concept of biodiversity, but then it's really difficult to understand how biodiversity connects to human activities. Although we all know it does, it's quite difficult to track exactly how. And this is where the concept of ecosystem services can greatly help. Because as an initial perception, we may know that there are many economic activities that depend on natural resources, so there is this provision of ecological input, but actually this is not the only way ecosystems support human activities, because they also remove what economists call the negative externalities. They protect critical economic assets when there are extreme events, and there is also the achievement of overarching environmental targets. So there are many ways in which ecosystem services intended as a transaction from ecosystem type to economic activities can support this quantification effort. But what determines the provision of an ecosystem service? Let's say that we start from nature. We always start from nature. So there can be this idea of quantifying the ecosystem service potential. So those ecological processes that can become services. When the ecological process becomes services. When there are human needs that need to be met. So we have an ecosystem service when there is the interaction between the ecosystem service potential and the ecosystem service demand, and this interaction generates a flows. How to assess the flow? There could be different opportunities, let's say, because in some cases there are already existing data sets, like environmental statistics, for example, that can be adapted. In other cases, there is not this possibility, especially for regulating and maintenance services. So what ecosystem service practitioners need to do is to estimate the services using biophysical ecological models. And here is where I would like to emphasize the fact that Earth observation may be at the origin of many of these ecological models. So it can be they can provide the critical variables that need to be processed in order to create the assessment, the estimate for ecosystem services. So when we run this model, we have an ecosystem services, yes, but there can be cases where, although there is, despite the fact that there is a demand for an ecosystem service, ecosystems are not able to deliver what is needed. And these are cases where human activities are not supported by the ecosystem services they depend on, so they become vulnerable. So at the end of the day is maybe exactly the same model, but if the model record and represent the existence of an ecosystem service potential from the natural side, then we have a match. We have the actual flow of the ecosystem service. But when there is not this potential, because we don't have the ecosystem, or the ecosystem is too much degraded, then what we can process is really the fact that there is an ecosystem service vulnerability. Now, let's, and please keep in mind this red asterisk. when that really relates to the vulnerability. Why we need to keep it in mind? For the next slide, that is something some of you may already be, they may already know, is the typical formulation of a risk formula. Here we are talking about nature-related risk, but actually you can find this same formula for many kind of risks. So, first of all, the risk. We talk about nature-related risk, but it can make a huge difference whether the risk relates to real economy or to finance. And this risk is, oh my God, already hazards, exposure, and vulnerability. I cannot read it through. But what I would like to point out is the fact that when it comes to vulnerability, this is where the modeling of the service, and especially the modeling of the ecosystem service mismatch, because there is not an ecosystem service potential, can create a useful entry point for the calculation of nature-related risk. So let's say that the role of Earth observation in this, when it comes to hazards, it can be fully Earth observation, because in most of the cases this is mapped and has a spatial location. In the case of exposures, it really depends which is the risk that we are considering, whether it is a risk related to more to the real economy or more to the financial elements. When it comes to vulnerability, it is the entry point for the models, the ecological models that are used to assess the ecosystem service flow. And so it really depends. There may be many input data and many policy contexts that can affect some of all this entry point in hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So just to close, I cannot, I think I'm running already out of time.
You're okay.
I'm okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can fine. I saw the 2 minutes and I panic. Okay. So just to give you an example. This is an example, for example, for how the ecosystem service vulnerability for crop pollination is an example of a chronic risk. So these are areas where we have pollinator-dependent crops, but we do not have habitat suitable to host wild pollinator. And this is therefore related to a series of exposure in terms of micro and macroeconomics. Another example of an acute risk, something that already Mayra presented before, the flood control. So these are areas that are not, where there are no ecosystem able to mitigate the risk of flooding. So again, it can be related to a series of micro and macroeconomic risk. Another example is the water purification. In the case of what, now I'm running out of time, yeah? Okay. But just to say that the example of water purification and also on habitat and species maintenance can be example of transition risk. So it is possible to map it, but this is just one of the component of the full risk formula, because then we need to consider the exposure that will depend on the economic and or financial indicator we decide to focus on, and it will depend also on the hazard component. So future work, and this is the last slide, in fact there is the thank you for your attention, it's identify a set of nature-related economic risk, identify a set of nature-related financial risk, run a pilot exercise, and definitely for about the recommendation, since there is this system of integrated environmental and economic accounts, this is definitely a powerful and useful data source for running also this risk-related exercise. Thank you very much for your attention.
One quick question somewhere?
I'm just wondering if you feel like you have an appropriate channel to go to when you have questions about maybe things you might need or something like that in the biodiversity community. Does that connection exist sufficiently?
To be honest, I'm not sure I got the question. What do you mean exactly about, do you have this channel of communication?
Well, we have the finance community on one side, we have the biodiversity community on another side, and if the finance community needs information from the biodiversity community, do they know how to get it? Is there enough engagement between those two, and do the right people know each other and feel comfortable to go and ask questions?
Well, I think this is a big question. I think it's bigger than me, so that's why I was not sure. I think this is a process that has started and is ongoing. And probably the plenary that took place this morning is can be taken as a proof that the process is ongoing and the channel for communication are being established. And actually, I think also this whole conference, I was really impressed by the fact that in an Earth observation-based conference, there is the thematic theme of finance. So I think this is already a huge achievement. So let's say it's the beginning of the communication channel.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the second speaker here? Yes, you are here. Perfect. Excellent, just in time.
Yes, I was at risk of running late. I was exposed, but the risk didn't materialize just in time. So, where's the clicker? Cool. Thank you very much for the invitation, allowing me to present our work on asset allocation data as a fundamental building block to unlock and scale EO for nature finance. So, there's a brief introduction. Who are we? So I'm Christoph. I work at the Oxford Sustainable Finance Group, which is a research group at the University of Oxford, similar to Joe and Nicola's group that you saw earlier, who've been working on sustainable finance for the last couple of years. We work on a range of topics. And spatial finance, which we kind of describe as trying to look at environmental and kind of sustainability issues in a spatial bottom-up way, is a topic that we've been working on for quite a number of years, since 2019. And kind of maybe just quickly recapping some of the things that Nicola was saying earlier, in terms of the part of finance that we are really looking at, the greening of finance, the kind of the mainstream financial system versus the financing green, and so what do we need and what's the funding needed to transition to sustainability, is that we really kind of focus more on the greening finance side. So we try to work with mainstream financial institutions, mainstream financial markets, because this is where there is a huge amount of capital and potential influence that can be leveraged through different channels, particularly through the risk channel or other ways to actually drive change into the real economy if and when they have a good sense of this. Data is obviously really important. And that's kind of where we focus on. And at this conference, we see by definition an awful lot of maps and data points. It's inherently spatial, we all acknowledge. Nature, biodiversity, and environmental issues are inherently spatial, but the unit at which most mainstream financial institutions analyze financial risks or issues is at the company level. They engage with companies as their clients. They often get information reported at the company level, which aggregates a whole bunch of issues, risks, impacts, and opportunities, and therefore it's really a hard notion for them to actually engage with and incorporate spatially explicit information and spatial data sets. One thing that they need, or that many of them need to actually do this properly, is to understand where the physical assets and the supply chains of their clients or their investees are located. And that kind of basic layer of asset information, asset location information, is something we've been doing a lot of work on, and we believe by making that open and more accessible, would enable the finance community to make a lot better use and more tangible use of the wealth of environmental, biodiversity, and nature data sets from this community across a range of use cases we want to see. And that notion of kind of looking at issues in a kind of spatially explicit way has for the first time really been, I guess, written into a framework, risk framework, by the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures and their whole risk assessment framework that they're proposing starts with locating the interface with nature. So understanding the location of your portfolio activities is really important. But what you'll hear a lot is that a lot of financial institutions say, oh, but we don't have the data. We don't actually know where companies are operating, let alone know where they're sourcing from. Supply chain is a massive issue. But even just understanding direct operations of companies that financial institutions with is often a challenge, and is often also I guess an excuse that you hear to pick up this agenda and these data sets faster and in a more practical way. And I guess framing this is kind of very much the exposure element that was mentioned earlier, but it's very much the start to be able to connect it to hazard and other information. So we've been doing work on the one hand on creating open data sets, I'll talk about later, but we've also started mapping out, is this actually true? Is there really a big gap of asset location data? And the answer is kind of yes and no, but we did find a lot of kind of openly available asset location information from a range of sources. There's a lot of non-profit and academic asset location data available for different industries. Commercial providers have it as well. But there's a big discrepancy in terms of the sectors and the industries where good location data, or where location data is inherently available for, that could then feed into all these metrics and use cases we want to see. So we've plotted them. There's for some I guess high impact and high dependency sectors, there's relatively good data like power and mining. There are good data sets, open and commercial. But other sectors like particularly agriculture, forestry and fishing, but also some subsectors of manufacturing who have high dependencies or relatively high dependencies and impacts, the data availability is a lot less. So some of the work that we've been doing over the last couple of years is trying to build open global asset data sets for high impact industries. And initially, this work was funded a lot through philanthropy, who were interested in the climate agenda. So we've done a lot of work on manufacturing sectors, cement and steel. We have an open data set since 2021, because of their emissions impact. But additionally, they have a strong dependency and other kind of point source pollutants effects for these sectors as well. And we've expanded our work now to look more at kind of broader environmental impacts to the pulp and paper sector, waste management, and more recently agriculture and beef abattoirs as well. So we create these data sets, we make them openly available, and inherently they're not actually a spatial data set. I mean, they have location information at the asset level, but we present them in kind of spreadsheet format, which also allows actually a lot more easy take-up and integration adoption by many financial institutions or workflows, or the analytics companies that work with this. A lot of this work is done by my colleague in kind of a manual way. It's a lot of tedious work. They don't like the work. I struggle to get them to motivate to do this work. But sometimes we do try and come up with, we obviously try and try and automate some of these things. We use a lot of these large language models now, NLP approaches, to try and extract information from text sources, particularly around ownership or capacity information, production type information, which is important to understand the type of impacts or dependencies you would have. But we've also been experimenting with Earth observation-based asset identification models and characterization models. So I'll give a few examples of these, where for cement and steel, we've trained models to identify, for instance, cement and steel plants in China. So China was a big region where we had no other good data sources to identify where these plants were, and they're a significant proportion of the global capacity in terms of cement and steel. So we trained machine learning models, computer vision models on known plants, ran them across a subset of I guess, China, where we thought there would be more based on infrastructure availability, and found a bunch of additional assets that way. We've also then managed to characterize certain assets like cement plants based on features we could see in imagery, such as the dimensions of the kiln, which give an indication of the capacity. And again, if you have the capacity, you can model a whole bunch of types of impacts. My colleague Stephanie Walton, who couldn't be here today, has been doing a similar approach looking at abattoirs and beef abattoirs, so correlating sizes of beef abattoir facilities with media reports, financial filings, to see if you can, map these out, if they correlate to the capacity, and there is a correlation. And then as well as a kind of the temporal signature of when, for instance, these plants actually have expanded, gives you also an idea of when additional investment has occurred in these plants to expand capacity, and again, which gives you an idea of how much longer some of these plants are likely to operate. And when you know how long, or when a plant has recently been invested in or reinvestment or built, they typically have certain life cycles, 20 years, 30 years, depends on the sector, in which they need to be written off and needs to be operating. And once you know some of these features, you can then also start to model kind of potentially committed impacts, environmental impacts against the company's commitments or a country's commitments on these topics. We've done a lot of on emissions, and we want to do a lot more on water or biodiversity and other issues as well. And so this is some of the work we've been doing, and once you have the asset level data, you can overlay it with a bunch of spatial data sets that you guys are a lot more familiar with than I am. We've seen applications in kind of the real world from investors who've been using it, for instance, to engage with companies, again, once they knew where the companies were operating. There's also some applications not linked to asset level data, but where they've translated natural information to credit risk. So there are increasing numbers of use cases where this data is being used for financial insights, but there's so much more that can be done. So what are we looking to do in the future? So building databases for new high impact industries, particularly more biodiversity, nature impact, independent sectors. We want to connect them with EO-based proxies for environmental risk and impact, and some of the ecosystem services mapping that I've now seen and learned a lot about throughout this conference. And recommendations, I guess, for future activities is to, I think, one, emphasize the importance of readily available or analysis-ready products and kind of easy-to-use products for non-expert users, because the financial services sector in this space are definitely not expert users. More connection, interoperability with some other non-EU datasets, particularly in the public realm. The EU has actually a lot of really good asset location information as well through pollutant registers or the emission, the ETS, and connecting these datasets could be really powerful. And yeah, just I think integrating some of these non-spatial datasets in future projects is really powerful as well. And apologies for running over time, apologies for running late, but I'm around for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will immediately call Ruben Valbuena to the presentation, because we have an additional talk, so we try to squeeze a little bit. So Ruben is from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences.
Yeah. They change it, right?
You can start.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I'll put this a bit higher. Yeah, I will present a framework for monitoring, reporting, and verification of biodiversity and ecosystem services, which is a work that is the result of the work that we did in the framework of this project called Superb, quite a large European project that consisted of 12 demos. This was about restoration. Some of the stuff that we have developed is meant to also pertain to conservation, but in this case it was a restoration project, so you will see all in the framework of restoration. We had these 12 areas around Europe, and within them there was quite a plethora of different goals in restoration. So the real challenge here for us, it was on how do we make a framework that should be just the same for all these different type of ecosystems or these different type of goals, just something that would work for everything. That was the challenge we were facing. So, well, I will be going into some very basic concepts that are like we need to demonstrate that there is additionality in the restoration action, and that means that something happens more or something happens faster. That's whichever the biodiversity of ecosystem service that we are looking at. So that should start clear, and ourselves in the project we chose remote sensing tools. I'm myself a professor of remote sensing of forests, so I mainly devote myself to remote sensing. But then we were combining them with other types of information, like DNA metabarcoding, which in our case we chose to go for flying anthropods and soil fungi and soil arthropods. And then we were also using data from acoustic recorders. So what we did, because this was a project that nonetheless was a 4-year project, so there was already an assumption that there is nothing we can prove. There are not so many ecosystem development that we can see after 4 years. So we did a time for space approach in the design. We designed chronosequences, and we do it for a reference model that is the one that you see out there. That represents what is the restoration goal, what we want to achieve with the restoration action. But then we also need to compare that to demonstrate the additionality. We need to compare that with the counterfactual. So that's the line that we see in there on the at the bottom, which is basically what would happen with the ecosystem if we did nothing. And then there is the thing in between, which is basically what actually happens with the ecosystem as the time passes. But we need the framework first. So if we measure somehow these two lines, these two chronosequences, then we have the reference model is the black line, the upper black line. That's what we want to achieve, how we expect it will happen in time. And then we have the gray line is the counterfactual, what would happen nonetheless. This is, as I was saying, a restoration action. So it is assumed that the ecosystem would recover by itself anyway. So that's the area in between those two lines, that's the additionality. And then the red line in between is what actually happens, which is meant to be monitored through the duration of the project. I think the x-axis in there is a bit exaggerate, 50 years, but you don't need to care about that in particular. It's just a model anyway. So then what we think, very especially from a remote sensing perspective, but much in general from a data gathering perspective, is that in this framework of how this framework, all this is translated into money, it's important to take into consideration the principle of conservativeness, which is already well established for carbon credits in the context of RED. So again, it's a bit of a basic idea that whatever we measure, in this case carbon, we wouldn't just pay for what is being measured, but actually the certainty in the measurement is very important. So we would only pay for the lower confidence interval. And that makes a strong case for remote sensing data, because then what we are doing is increase massively the amount of data that we put into the system, and that shrinks the confidence intervals, and it should pay off in the revenue of the carbon credits in this case, but this should happen with the biodiversity credits as well. So in the end, this is what happens in the context of this framework that I was showing before, that we should attach confidence intervals to all this framework and use the same logic. And but then, as I was saying, carbon is only one ecosystem service, and we are meant to expand this into several other ecosystem services, and there will be synergies and trade-offs among all these. So what we can also say is that using the same logic, the more you measure, the more ecosystem services you can put forward, that you can demonstrate evidence of how that ecosystem is restoring, then it's so that that multidimensionality should also revert in the confidence about what's happening in that ecosystem and in the payment itself. That's the idea, which is pretty basic. But then I can add another idea that the y-axis, in the end, this is a bit more of a wild idea. But the y-axis, in the end, it gives a standardized and normalized scale for that additionality. So if there is already a functioning market for one of those ecosystem services, and let's say carbon, then we can use the same scale for all the others. And that would be give quite one way of valuing the rest of the ecosystem services, so valuing biodiversity. So those are my three take-home messages for this presentation. One, that the value of biodiversity is that relative value of measured additionality. That's what I think. And if there is a market for one of them, then we should have a market for all of them. This should technically give that monetary value for biodiversity. And then that in remote sensing, in large-scale remote sensing, we could develop a network of counterfactuals and a network of reference sites. This could be done, for example, for the Natura 2000 sites. We could see remote sensing data, remote sensing indicators, how they are, what is their value in there. So this whole project doesn't need to repeat it all over again for every single action, but the actions can just be referring to that comparison with the counterfactuals that can be done more from a top-down approach. That's the idea. Thank you very much.
Do we have one question?
Andy. Yeah, exactly. That's it, yeah. And also just conservation. That's, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Lorraine, take it away.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Marine Robuchon. I work at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And today I would like to present you some ongoing work on the global exposure of species, protected areas, countries and ecoregions to oil palm plantations. But before I dig into the matter of the today's topic, I would like to ask you one question. Do you consume these products? And if yes, please raise your hand.
The yellow one in particular, I eat a lot.
Okay, good to know. So quite some of you then. As you may have guessed from the title of my presentation, the common point between these products is that they contain oil palm, as a lot of other products from the food and cosmetic industry. And it won't be breaking news for you if I tell you that oil palm plantations threaten biodiversity. There has been a study which showed that at least 321 species are threatened globally by oil palm plantations. And these species are, for example, the tiger Panthera tigris, which is assessed as endangered by the IUCN Red List, the sun bear Elarctos malayanus, assessed as vulnerable, and the Bornean orangutan Pongopygmus, assessed as critically endangered. But this number is probably underestimated because this analysis was based on text mining from IUCN assessment, which are not always comprehensive. And also, it gives you which species are affected. It does not tell you where those impacts occur exactly. Therefore, we thought that a spatially explicit approach was lacking. This is why we developed one. So what we did is that we used a global map of oil palm plantation that was developed by Descal and collaborators in 2021. This is a map that is based on satellite imagery and which distinguishes between industrial plantations and smallholder plantations. And we simply compare this map to the global distribution of species, protected areas. Oh, this is not quite working. Okay, species, protected areas, countries, and ecoregions. And we use the workflow that we use for all spatial analysis in our team, and that is, has been recently described by Jeff Bignoli and collaborator, to determine the exposure of species, protected areas, countries, and ecoregions to oil palm plantations. So now, if we look at the results for species exposure, we found that 687 mammal and amphibian species have more than 1% of their range exposed to plantations. And exposed species are on average more exposed to industrial plantations than to smallholder ones. And then if we go to species identity, we found that the most exposed species to oil palm plantation is the against flying squirrel, Petinomys ageni, with 47 of its range exposed to plantations. And this species is assessed as data deficient, which means that we do not have enough data to assess exactly its threat category. But it doesn't mean that it's not threatened, because several studies have shown that when you don't have enough data to assess the threat status, while there is a chance that this species is actually threatened. And if you look within threatened species, the most exposed species to oil palm plantation is the Raffles Bundellonger Presbydis femoralis, with 44% of its range exposed, and which is assessed as critically endangered. In terms of protected areas now, we found that more than 1,000 protected areas are exposed to oil palm plantations globally, and that the exposed protected areas are also more exposed to industrial plantations than to smallholder plantations. And with more than 90% of their range exposed, the two most exposed protected areas to oil palm plantation are the nationally designated parks Sungai Palai and Sungai Batara, which are both in Indonesia. And for the first one, Protected Planet does not report on the category of this protected area. But for the second one, it is reported as a strict nature reserve. And this is therefore very surprising to find such a big encroachment of oil palm plantation in this type of protected area, because normally this is a type of protected area where human intervention is restricted to research or environmental monitoring. In terms of countries and ecoregions now, we found that 43 countries are exposed to oil palm plantations, and that the most exposed country to oil palm plantation is Malaysia, with over 6% of its area exposed. Almost 200 ecoregions are exposed to oil palm plantations, and Sumatran freshwater swamp forest in Indonesia is the most exposed ecoregion to oil palm plantation, with 29% of its range exposed. And as for species and protected areas, we found that countries and ecoregions are twice as exposed to industrial oil palm plantation than to smallholder ones. Okay, so before concluding, I would like also to share with you some limits of our approach. First, we use IUCN species range, which are usually bigger than actual area of habitat and occupancy of species. And second, we assess exposure, so the exposure component of risk, and not impact. And because of these two reasons, it means that all the species exposed to oil palm plantation may not be as exposed as we revealed, and whether oil palm plantations are threatening these species is to be confirmed by complementary approaches. I would like also to say that also our study depicts a worrying situation regarding the impact of oil palm plantation on biodiversity. We did not explore yet whether alternative oil production scenarios are better or worse than this one. In terms of future work, we would like to extend our approach to bird species. Second, we would like to move from IUCN species range to area of habitat and occupancy. Third, we would like to carry out some sensitivity analysis to better estimate the number of impacted species beyond just exposed species. And finally, we would like to explore the impacts of alternative oil production scenario. And this can be either by investigating the future location of oil palm plantation in a context of replanting that will happen during the next decades, or investigating the current location of other vegetable oil plantations. In terms of key recommendation, I would recommend to enhance the use of Earth observation to characterize the impact of agricultural commodities on biodiversity by this kind of spatially explicit approaches, because it would complement other non-as spatially explicit approaches, such as those based on trade flows or life cycle assessments, in monitoring these impacts, but also in communicating them to the general public. And also, it will help optimize land use planning to minimize the impacts of agricultural commodities on biodiversity. And if the scientific community is able to produce such measurable, repeatable, and comparable assessment, then it will provide the scientific ground to build biodiversity risk-free, to favorize policy on biodiversity risk-free products on top of policies that favorize the use of deforestation-free products. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to take any question or now or later by email.
Any questions?
Maybe just a quick one about the alternative of oil palm.
Yes.
You have already some ideas of what are the good ones, the better ones?
Better one, I don't know, but I have an idea about other oils that are not as very good. For example, coconut is not very good either. So it's one thing to say oil palm is not good. It's another thing to find or alternative oil. Or maybe the other possibility is to reduce the demand side on the vegetable oil.
It's not perfect, but there is the roundtable on sustainable palm oil that certifies that certain palm oil production is less environmentally affecting or damaging or risky. So have you thought about looking at the difference between certified palm oil and non-certified palm oil?
Okay, but how does this framework take biodiversity into account?
Well, I think certain plantations are certified as having more sustainable production. They've done biodiversity risk management assessments. So there's, maybe different types of palm oil production plantations that, have essentially in your framework a different hazard.
Yeah, no, well, I agree that probably not all plantations have the same impact on biodiversity, but like in terms of different certification schemes, it is always challenging to take into account biodiversity. Like environmental sustainability is a big box, and biodiversity in it it's always difficult to take it into account. And if you look at this kind of approach where you compare map of oil palm plantation to distribution of species, at least you have a first idea of what could happen.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Natasha Schultz. Thank you for the answer.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your interest in coming to this session. I would like to introduce you to our Horizon Europe project Birdwatch, which uses satellite data to assess habitat suitability of farmlands and is looking for developing an approach for policy support in terms of what measures could be taken on farmland. So the motivation is, of course, an observation that is pretty known to most of us. Environmental decline due to increasing intensive agriculture, And of course, one of the many victims are the birds. And why do we focus on birds? Birds are an indicator species for biodiversity. So when birds are present, they at least give the indication that there's a certain, let's say, quality to the biodiversity. So other requirements are fulfilled. And so now we have all these EU policies. Some of them have been there for a longer time. Some are fairly new. We have an increasing need for monitoring of the effect of these policies, and also the need to a critical assessment of the impact. Are they actually good enough, or do we need to adapt them? Yeah, that's what I said. And basically, we need to find a way to see are they working? What do we have to change if we have to change them? And so that basically means that we need some kind of support, and that's where BirdWatch wants to help. So we basically use geospatial data, satellite and in situ data. We merge them with a species distribution modeling framework. We use spatial optimization then for the measurements, and then we want to introduce the results on an online platform. That is basically the very brief gist of the project. That is now its last year. And the monitoring approach basically starts with a set of environmental parameters that have been selected according to certain characteristics that have to be present or absent for specific birds. So we selected among them, of course, crop types, because specific crop types have specific management requirements. Landscape elements are often quite important, and other vegetation-related indicators. And so what we do, we stack all these information, and we put them on a scale of 200 by 200 meters. That sounds pretty low resolution, but that's but what we need to take into account is that the habitat of a bird is not 10 by 10 meters. It's usually 100 by 100, or sometimes larger than 200 by 200 meters. So this is basically, because we are doing this now for 3 years, an average of habitat size that we are using. And so this is then fed into the species distribution modeling framework, which is done by a university in Germany. We use different machine learning approaches and mix them together and see which of those agree the best with each other. And basically, this is an outcome. One of our regions. So we have 4 regions in our project: Flanders in Belgium, South Tyrol in Italy, Lithuania, and the whole of Germany. And this is a fairly new result from that we just received. Basically, for one of the 10 bird species that we are focusing on. Basically here, this is the redback shrike, and you see that green here, it looks okay. It seems to be a high probability that the bird can breed and feed in the. And then another results are for these two guys. So basically, what you see, the differences in the distribution of the colors indicates that these birds have different requirements. So. For example, the northern lapwing doesn't like any trees and hedges, so everywhere where there's trees and hedges, you might not find the bird. Or if also, but it doesn't like if the field is too wide and doesn't have enough. It's too far away to find food. So these models are try to reflect these requirements. And so, yeah, these are our 10 bird species that we selected. We selected them based on their level of the endangerment, and also we try to select bird species that have different habitat requirements, so that we can get a good idea of the impact the different impacts of agriculture on birds. And so when we have, so that's the next step, when we have all this data that comes into those models, we can also use the models to optimize certain measures. Let's say you see you have a low habitat suitability for a certain bird. and you know this bird needs more hedges, you can recommend planting hedges specifically in a certain area. And this is where the optimization comes in. So we are working on establishing scenarios that are always bound by the requirement that the biodiversity, so the habitat suitability should never decrease, but always increase, or at least stay the same. And then we see what measures we can take. Yes, and so one of the first results. So these are very initial results because it's a highly computationally heavy task. So we are currently looking at high performance model computing to do the optimization. But basically, what I want to show you here is that we can have site-specific recommendations for certain conservation measures. And so our outlook now is that we need to, this is one of the most important parts, is of course to get the information what measures there should be, and what also the costs that they are associated with. And so this information is currently collected for all of our 4 regions, and then we can start doing the optimization. And in terms of the key recommendation, what I would like to take you away with this is that the key thing is, of course, the quality, quantity, and availability of the data. Why availability? Because especially the crop type data is not free open source everywhere. For example, for Germany, we use the Thünen Institute's data map because we cannot get the data from the states, the federal states. Then ecological knowledge is extremely important. So actually the data analysis and the modeling is the smallest part. The most important part is the ornithological and ecological knowledge. Otherwise, we can model whatever we want. And then one thing that I would wish for, if I could, is funding schemes that allow for a longer projects that are this kind of multidisciplinary, where we have to work more than 3 years. So that's it. Thank you.
So thank you for keeping the time. We have time for 1 or 2 small questions. Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. It may be a very stupid question, but in your maps, full of colors, beautiful, but the white part is because...
Yes, sorry, that we mask out the areas that are not farmland. So just for this project, but it's possible also if we focus on something else, but because we focus on farmland, we mask out areas that are non-farmland. So Germany is full of farmland.
Yeah. I didn't know that it was so much. Okay.
Yeah.
Very fragmented, no? Very small patches.
In the south, yes. In the northeast, sorry, there's a huge field, and actually this is one of the worst parts. In Brandenburg, there's a lot of problems with biodiversity. So
I'm working in Protected Planet, and I would say the most complex country to calculate the statistics is Germany, because the protected areas are very well detailed, but also many small in between.
Yeah. But it's I think that in this I heard it more. It's the south of Germany has these small fields, and that's something that we are also dealing with. Yes.
There is a plan to merge it.
Sorry, but we need to move on.
Yes.
So the next speaker is Ben Lüttner. We have one more than expected presentation, so.
All right. Hi, everyone. I've been recruited last minute for this presentation. Therefore, I also have a poster. So if nothing makes sense, come to me tonight, and I'll tell it again. So I'm from the Land Banking Group. We're a private company. We do investments into sustainable land use and conservation. And this is work that we are doing together with African Parks, where we focus on the conservation of intact ecosystems. So if we look at standing nature today, there's quite a finance gap. If we look at at the nature finance world, a lot of it focuses on restoration. And in particular, I mean, it makes sense in particular where you look at carbon credits as your means of monetization. But we should not forget about protecting standing nature, protecting existing high-value ecosystems. And basically, a lot of these sites face a rather certain future if nothing happens. The opportunity costs of converting that land either to agriculture or maintaining it as a economically unused land are fairly clear in the current economic paradigm. And therefore, our intention is that our conviction is that what we need is actually to beat those opportunity costs to establish a land use type conservation, a economically viable form of land use, and that is conservation. And what we need for that is a vehicle how we can finance long-term conservation. And our focus is on private investment, private funding for conservation. But what we do will hopefully in the future also map to public funding sources. So the ambition is we want to establish nature conservation as an economically viable form of land use. Well, how we do that, we are building a currency for nature, or we're defining that. And it's of course that's a very ambitious term, but at the end of the day, that's exactly what we need. So we need some metric that we can rely on, that we can then build on all of our investment products and so on, that assesses the state of nature. How we do that, we are a technology company. We want to build as much as possible on remote sensing on one hand and other scalable and cost-effective solutions of monitoring ecological integrity. And then we take this and wrap it up in an operational product that we get away from project by project implementation, but that we really have something that generalizes across many projects. And that's pretty much what our company is about, what we are working on. For the conservation world, we have developed together with African Parks the verifiable nature unit. So that is the currency, so to say. That's the biophysical assessment of ecological integrity. And that, in short, it is 1 square kilometer of land that has transitioned from one year to the next in an intact or improved state. So what that means on a methodological level is we take an entire protected area, we chunk it up into 1 square kilometer cells, and those are the basic assessment units. For each of those cells, we track ecological integrity over time. And how we define that is, on the one hand, we take a habitat perspective. What we do is we do remote sensing mapping of disturbances. So that's tree cover loss, that's cropland encroachment, building construction, road construction, and so on. For that, we build a lot on public data sets, and only in specific cases where those are insufficient, we build our own models. For example, for cropland mapping, we usually tend to build site-specific models that perform better. Then we have a connectivity metric that basically takes all of the non-disturbed habitat and calculates a connectivity estimate. All of that is the remote sensing side, but then we also have an in-situ data component. And for that, also we try to be as cost efficient while still generating actionable information as possible. And what we do is we do monitoring for very few species, actually. So we have a long list of species where we identify species that are indicative of a functioning ecosystem. So we have 10 groups of functional groups, and rare and threatened species, vulnerable, that not so much a functional group, but it's an important group as well. And for each of those groups, we select very few species, so 3 to 5 species that we monitor for that group. And then we take the presence of those species as an indication that if at least one species per group is present, then we take this as an indication that this is actually a functioning ecosystem. And now to the results, how that looks like. So this is for one of the parks in Malawi, where you have the white area, that's the park, and it's a fenced reserve, as you can clearly see here. And you see all of the threats, the mostly agricultural expansion outside of the park. And what we are showing then is that from year to year, actually within the park, nothing has happened. That's the ideal case. And then for the species detection, we work with camera traps and acoustics. So that's an example from another park, Otsala in the Congo, where we have a very intensive grid of camera traps, with which we look specifically for those few species, only for presence, and we do that on an annual or biannual frequency. And the intention is to show that this indicator species group has been present last year, it has been present this year, and therefore this gives a +1 check completed. That's like one of the nice things about working with that, apart from actually being there. Some examples of species that we have that we are identifying. And then we wrap all of that up into an investment platform. So every conservation project has its own dashboard where we show all of the information that has been generated that underlies the investment units that can be then purchased by corporate investors. What we do then in the conservation world is we take the management costs of the protected area divided by the number of units that could be generated. So in this case, we have 700 square kilometers, 700 units that could be generated, and that determines the price of the units then. And with that, we then go to our to the buyers that invest on our platform and can build investment portfolios as well. And then last question: why would any corporate want to do that? There's a bunch of reasons of doing that. At the moment, we are pretty much in the philanthropic phase, I would say, going a bit beyond classical philanthropy, where we have outcome-based philanthropy, where investors pay for outcomes, pay for proof of conservation effectiveness. But what our big promise is that we work with corporate buyers, that they can actually book these investments as intangible assets on their balance sheets, so that actually that changes a whole story for them, because it changes from just a donation into a value add for the company. And then there's a bunch of other things that we're currently working on, building conservation-linked bonds, ESG-rated company valuation. The biggest one at the moment is beyond value chain mitigation, where corporates, so that comes from SBTi recommendations, where if you have done mitigation of carbon emissions within your company, you can take a part of basically what's left or more than that and invest it into other, for example, SDG related nature-based solutions, including conservation of standing nature. That's the one that resonates the most at the moment. And then for very much in the future, there could be other markets, but that's not so much where we are right now. Yeah, that's the picture where we are currently implementing that. Different projects, some of them very intensive work like African Park does in national parks, others community conservation projects in Suriname, where we have a lot less structured people to work with, but that's what we are currently developing. Thank you.
We have no time for questions, so thank you for that. We do have one last speaker we're just adding to the session, so I'd ask you to stay for that, please. Can I ask Helene to come up? Thank you.
Hello and welcome, thank you. So let me introduce ourselves. I'm Helena Nafa, and my colleague is Balázs Kotro from Corvinus University of Budapest. We are focused on sustainable finance. So first and foremost, we are finance experts. We've worked in the banking and the investment industries for many years, and we have a research center in Budapest where we want to uncover what are the ways where sustainable finance can be used as a tool to mitigate biodiversity risk, and how is biodiversity loss impacting both the industry and the financial sector as a whole. Well, having learned from the financial crisis, and just let me ask the audience, because I know we are a very diverse audience, people coming from different disciplines, so who was impacted by the global financial crisis that started in 2007 and 2008? Just a raise of hands. Okay, so for the internet audience, I can tell you just a few number of hands were raised. So probably this was one of the most impactful crises that transferred from Wall Street to Main Street and impacted the global economy. And from there we learned that the interconnectivity of the network of financial markets is what caused these ripple effects. And we see a similar pattern happening now with biodiversity loss impacting different ecosystem services that in turn impact very different sectors that are intertwined in the economy. And we want to understand how that ripple effect can become systemic risk in the financial system. So this is where we come from. We heard presentations in the last 2 days about SIA, which is a concept about linking ecosystem services, their benefits, to different sectors. So this is our starting point to understand which of the sectors in the economy are dependent on ecosystem services, and the other way around, we're looking at what's the impact of different economic sectors and how their operation is either adversely or positively impacting the natural environment. And we are looking for the medium of transfer of risk. So we believe that the financial markets are one medium of transfer for risk. The other one is trade. So we start our research with trade data. The inspiration really came from a project that we are starting in April. It's called BioSolar. It's funded under the Biodiversa grant call. And the idea was that some of the companies that are sourcing their electricity were interested in not only having clean electricity, so not just solar power electricity, but they were interested in what's the biodiversity impact of those solar farms that are producing the electricity. And that was the inspiration for trying to understand how we can suggest changes to solar panels being implemented in a way that improves the ecological value and then saves biodiversity. That comes at a trade-off against power production. So this is where our group of researchers come in to try to engineer financial tools to help bridge the funding gap for preserving biodiversity. And from this inspiration came the idea that it's not only the solar powers and the energy sector that's very much connected with nature, but it's also the other different sectors. So we're looking at different regions in Europe. This is a schematic table of the data we are using, and how they are interconnected through trade of different commodities and services. Of course, the focus here is more on the commodity side. But the interconnectivity of the trade between the different regions in Europe, we believe, is the medium of risk transfer. We want to lay that on top of some kind of measure of ecological value, integrity. One idea was to look at ecosystem condition measure, and our research partner, Márton Kis from the University of Szeged, an ecologist, he suggested we use the tree cover density. So for the European map, you can see an initial assessment of the tree cover density. Now, we set up a framework of how we connect all these, starting off between the connectivity of trade, and hopefully in a later phase that can be the interconnectedness of financial markets, That translates to industries being involved, and they have, as one of the previous presenters explained, they have a dependency on specific ecosystem services, and to assess the conditions of those ecosystem services, we're able to give an assessment of whether there's a deterioration in that ecosystem service and how that gets, that risk is also transferred across different regions. To understand this network effect, I would like to ask my colleague, who is an expert on the core periphery model, to give you some more insights, because we understood from the 2008 crisis that the complexity of the network may not be very visible to the eye at first. We don't know who are the regions who are transmitters of risk and who are the ones who are recipients of the risk. So Balázs, please take the floor.
Okay, we have 2 minutes, so I'm going to be very brief. So on these layers, you can see there are different numbers, but all of the numbers are represented on each layer, and they stand for a particular region in Europe. For example, think about Lazio that we are right now, and let's say on the first layer, it's in the core, denoted by red shading, and the second one, it's yellow, so meaning it's in the periphery. So that means think about these layers, think about them as industries. So first, let's say agricultural industry, second one is mining, third one whatsoever that comes to your mind. So we have these data amongst these industries on NUTS2 region level in Europe. So first one, there's going to be on the core, and second one, there's going to be on the periphery. And let's imagine if a node, which is a region, is in the core, that's going to be, I mean on multiple layers, that's going to be a pressure point of the network, and that requires specific regulatory intervention. And Helena, please, the last one.
And this model was really devised following the 2008 crisis, where we understood that regions that are in the core, going back to the crisis, those were usually banks who were, we understood that they are in the core of the center, they are the most interconnected. They should be defined as systematically important financial institutions. We cannot let them fail. What happened in 2008 is that we let Lehman Brothers go bankrupt. And with hindsight, we know that that was a mistake. That led to the ripple effects. The financial system can have the very powerful tool to mitigate biodiversity risk. But unfortunately, the unintended consequence is also that it can also propagate this risk, spread it out, and sometimes make it much larger. So if you have a risk for one region, through the financial system, through European trade networks, it can become a problem for all regions. So we show you the first preliminary results. This is the core of our network, where you can see tree cover density layered on top of it, and it shows which are the regions that we should pinpoint as pressure points, and they need some regulatory attention. I understand that we come to the end of our time allocation, so we hope we can continue this conversation in the poster sessions, and maybe if there are any questions to us, we're happy to answer them.
We've got time for one quick question.
Thank you so much. And considering that the information that you have shown comes from input-output tables, which are not always very much updated, to what extent could be this exercise be updated in a more detailed way, or in a yearly basis, or in a...
Very good question, and we're facing this problem as well, that the trade data was collected using freight and cargo data. It's quite a few years ago that it was collected, and we want to use it as an initial start, but after the trade data, I don't think we will have, if there is no opportunity to update that, then we should move to the financial markets interconnectivity to rely on that as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, that concludes our session. Thank you very much to our speakers and the questions. Please enjoy lunch. Very good. How was we to summarise that? Is it one slide we need to make? The instructions were summary, I think. Session outcomes. Session summary. You got 6 minutes to talk. Every talk that we saw was supposed to have 3 dot points at the end. They're saying you can pull those dot points together into our presentation, but we should also provide 3 to the conference organisers. So I guess we have a few dot points around the summary, and then we can just have 3 recommendations that we took away from the session. To 2 slides. Through all the talks, I might see Earth observations being used in very innovative ways in the financial sector. Quite a few of them talked about risk and how Earth observation data can be used to inform upon risk, which was, I think, interesting. It also can be used on both sides of the equation. So we sort of had people talk about that case study of using the remote sensing to find the assets, find the concrete plants, find the roads, so you're sort of mapping the infrastructure and you're mapping the environment. And both of those can come together. And not every company knows where its assets are. The spatialization that Earth observation gives you is very beneficial to compare things in a spatially explicit manner. Mapping infrastructure, mapping risk, mapping agriculture is another one. As an asset, that's right, yeah, as an asset. A couple of them were trying to move towards a product. So, there was an example of the verified nature unit, the second last one. I guess even the bird one was also trying to produce some sort of site-specific recommendations or site-specific indicator. So I guess these indicators can be different scales. They can be site-specific for something like a bird, or they could be more regional, like the verified natural unit. Yep. Yes. Yeah, that's not the final session. there's still a focus on habitat, on condition, which then informs upon finance. I guess we were impressed with. There's obviously lots of different ways that you can bring the Earth observation and the finance together. And we saw quite a few different, there's a variety of ways that you can integrate Earth observation data into finance. And we saw different examples of that. So there's not one size fits all. I guess that's something we learned with all the different examples. And we had examples from Asia, we had examples from Africa, we had examples from Europe. So clearly, many different organisations are doing it, thinking about applying it at different scales and different locations. Yes, so recommendations. Recommendation to consider for future R&D and policy-related activities. So future research or future policy. So, well, I think it's a new area. Bringing these two fields together is still very, very new. We probably need some dedicated research calls to really bring those groups together more effectively. Three fields, okay, so Earth observation, finance, and biodiversity. Yep, so it's a new field. So it's R&D. What about policy? Policy-related activities. No, maybe it's too new. Is the area so new that we're not at the point yet where we're able to inform policy? We're still building on methods, approaches, standards.
Maybe finance could be a solution.
Yeah, not everything needs policy, I suppose. Finance in itself, money talks, I suppose. Yeah, so finance. We don't want to say finance replaces policy, but finance can.
Then I'm dead.
That's right, exactly.
You away.
Finance is important. Finance equally important as policy, or finance can.
Complementary.
Yes, be complementary to policy.
And data sharing is
Yep, open data. Yep. Yeah, open data is critical, and some of the data is not open. The lady talked about crop data being hard to get. This last talk, they were talking about trade was hard to get. So some of these data is proprietary. Some of this data is commercial in confidence, which can make it challenging to build these relationships when not everything is open. So I guess that's a challenge working with the private sector. yeah, site-specific recommendations. Ruben's talk, he was the one doing the different forested sites in Europe, and he had all those different indicators, and he was showing like it was more carbon related, where he had the additionality, the area under the curve. So I guess that's is that sort of a carbon additionality approach that he was then linking that to biodiversity. So I guess it's using established. We also saw examples of some established carbon-based approaches that could also be applied to biodiversity. Carbon accounting approaches.
It's contradictory to the site-specific solution because carbon you can plan everywhere.
Yeah.
But here for the bird, they explain that you can plan, for instance, in places you will.
That's right. So maybe the dot point should be something like. We saw examples of both. We saw examples where site-specific recommendations are critical. That's for, and then we also saw examples where broader, because he was talking more about forest condition, wasn't he? Not really about, well, he wasn't really talking about biodiversity specifically.
Yeah. He was talking about network of reference sites.
Yes. Yeah.
And the time.
That's right. Over time. Yeah. Exactly.
And there was in the presentation, the second presentation was time integration.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Because she had. The delta. One of the talks about all the triangles, the delta triangles. That was mapping change. Yes, it changes. We're not just doing this once, we want to monitor over time and then see the implications of that financially. That's pretty much all my notes. Ruben was also saying that there's many different remote sensing indicators. There's not just one, and I suppose that's what a lot of these. Some of them were doing crops, some of them were doing greenness indices, some of them a variety of different remote sensing inputs. So there's not just one indicator that's going to be able to finance. There's going to be many indicators. Many Earth observation indicators that could be used to inform.
Yes, I was surprised for the last presentation.
Forest. Yeah.
You would say the forest is better.
I thought the map was terrible. It all looked dark green.
It was. You saw it mostly by the sun.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Exactly. So it was not a good example of a remote sensing image, remote sensing indicator. But anyway. Okay, is that enough for you to talk to?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I would probably.
Yeah, you just got to get done by tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no.
I don't need to see it. Don't waste your time with that. Good. My token. And how come there was a late talk? Do we know why? Did they forget them on the program?
I don't know why, but apparently they had an email. The guys at the back, they showed an email from the organizer.
Yes.
I didn't see it. To tell that they were allowed to make an application. So maybe some kind of misunderstanding.
Yes, that's right. Just a bit of rain. Rain, rain, rain.
I'm glad to stay.
I know. Glad I don't have to walk to lunch. That was something I didn't know about.
travel from Copenhagen to Bonn to and as soon as we got over the border into Germany, the train stopped and sat there for 2 hours, and then we had to change train. Toilets didn't work, but they didn't mind in Copenhagen, in Denmark, that's fine. But as soon as you got to Germany, the regulations made me couldn't stay on the train. But that just sums up Germany. All foreign. Sometimes the ironic thing is that we were just waiting on the train for hours anyway. So you yeah. I do have a I use video an old-fashioned way. Okay, you need because I don't know.
je dois bien voir ça quelque part. Je dois prendre des notes.
chiant, c'est bon. Ah oui, c'est bon. Pour le client qui devait vous prendre des situations. Oui. Family photos, the cat. But family photos, it can be nice.
If it's not what's the girlfriend that it was with?
Ça.
Materia vuota. Ça, c'est fonctionnel. Ok, bien. Ça, c'est principalement pour toi.
Et là, il y en a, je vais être ici. Il y en a un ex-back.
Ils sont bien équipés, les AK.
Oui, je pense que...
Oui. Ouais, surtout nous à la DG, en vrai. T'as vu les prémices, les buildings.
Vous avez quand même des bons bureaux, c'est pas
des bureaux. On est en open space. Ah oui, c'est beau.
C'est bon, ok, c'est pas sympa.
Non, c'est pas sympa.
C'est pas sympa du tout.
T'es assis, t'as la ventilation qui hurle jusqu'à 18h30 où elle s'arrête. C'est l'enfer. Non, moi je suis jaloux de... Des fils. Moi je veux un bureau. Ouais, moi je m'en fous.
C'est bien, mais c'est vieux.
J'ai révisé mes standards. C'est pouvoir s'enfermer, des gens qui passent derrière toi pour regarder. C'est pas qu'ils regardent, mais t'es pas bien à côté. Tu veux parler avec un collègue, t'emmerdes tout le monde. Ça me passe pas. Il y a beaucoup de plaintes. La directrice, à la dernière revue, elle s'est pris une liste de plaintes
Concernant
les bureaux, tout ça. Les gens n'étaient pas contents. Donc moi je m'en ferai après le coffee break, je pense. Hein.
Ouais, comme ça, c'est ça.
Comment ça se passe la séance Donc c'est que des présentations jusqu'au coffee break.
Oui.
When it comes to events, I try to get organized. So there are many things that I didn't know.
Je vais, à la fin, j'avais prévu de parler de quelques-uns des projets que j'ai lancés, mais j'ai peut-être sauté ça finalement.
Ça ne prend pas beaucoup de temps. Hein.
Non, j'ai le temps en fait, j'ai pas grand-chose.
Ah, t'as pas grand-chose.
Non, c'est une question de temps, c'est pour pas empiéter sur ce que disent les gens, je sais pas.
Bah non, les gens vont parler des services, ils ne vont pas parler des projets.
Ah d'accord, donc les services viennent en support au projet. Bon, ça va. Moi je me...
C'est les projets qui viennent en support.
Non, je parle de la policy, ce dont on a besoin. Je donne des exemples d'applications qu'on fait pour le CLMS. Et je pousse un cri du cœur sur les données in situ. Parce que je veux des données in situ.
D'accord.
C'est tout.
C'est bien.
Je suis pas un type calme, moi.
Non. Voilà quoi. Mais si après le déjeuner, ça peut être...
Ah, ça va être dur.
Ça va être dur, hein, oui.
J'espère qu'il n'y aura pas des crises cardiaques.
Henry qui est la loi pour le meilleur service.
Bon.
1446.
Donc tout ça, c'était à l'initiative de... Comment il s'appelle, de Gilles Bognon.
Quoi?
D'avoir cette...
Je ne sais pas, c'est Marc en tout cas a pris...
Oui, Marc, c'est sûr.
We put number 4.
Sorry?
Or 3.
3. You're not happy with 3?
No.
Oh.
You're still on the point? Come on, he's participating. It's not
You're
really...
not happy with 3? That's okay. Hi, Steve.
Hi. How you doing?
Fine, and you?
Hey, nice to meet you. Bruno, Urban Commission.
Oh, hi, Bruno. So I'm just going to sit up the back for the next sort of 10-15 minutes and just finish off. And then when do you need this to come up?
What? No?
No, when is it 5?
5, yes. 5, yes.
Okay, so I'm just listening for the first.
Okay, but you know everything, so oh, come on, don't do that, eh? In front of everyone. It's stream. It's
live stream?
Yes, live stream. Eh?
Okay.
So you have to be very...
I have to be on top first?
Yes.
And who else is, Alice is coming from Dearborn?
Alice.
There is someone who...
Alice is coming from Dearborn. Hi. So, what do we say? Do we say Alice or Alice? that was my issue.
I know, but Alice means anchovy in Italian, I'm told. So I'd rather be Alice.
Una Alice, yes, that's true.
Okay, so Alice.
Alice is fine.
Alice is fine.
But they're nice. I use them a lot for cooking.
Okay.
You cook me with questions rather than...
Let's say Alice. Alice.
And you have Julian,
Julian, yeah.
Magellan Capital?
Yeah. And then we have Pavel from TA. We have Enrique from NOAA.
From NOAA?
So
someone's from NOAA?
No,
because live stream is not...
Yes, okay, so we have to cut the live stream.
Yeah, you need something.
You find a safety pin.
Or a staple would do it as well. Just something small and that.
But I need someone like you to put it in because I can't see.
Okay.
I do have a paper clip. No, it's just a habit because paper clips are useful. It might be too thick.
Your trousers are not going to fall down.
No, it's just so that the drawstring doesn't disappear when I...
That's a collaboration, that's nice. I like that.
It's being resourceful.
Interoperability.
Yeah.
into your glasses for now, because that will be annoying. But I'm going to angle those away from your head for obvious reasons. There you go. You need to make sure that it's not in your head.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Alicia. I'm going to sit
Well, it seems that you have two. Yes, it seems that you have one of these. So I think we can start. So good afternoon. My name is Michel Massard. I'm from the European Commission. I will try to moderate this workshop this afternoon. The title of the workshop is Copernicus for Biodiversity. So to be sure that you are in the right place. Is it okay? This is okay, fine. So the objective of the workshop is to first to present the Copernicus services and what products they are delivering to support biodiversity monitoring. And so that will be the first phase. And secondly, to discuss the relevance of these products with a panel of experts, but also with you if we have some time left. Now I can show you now the agenda. The timing is of course quite tight. We will try to be very efficient. And so we have two sessions of 90 minutes each in line with the objective. The first session is the presentation of the Copernicus services and the in situ component. And the second session is on 90 minutes also for the panel. And so if we are very efficient, we will have a coffee break between the two sessions, otherwise no coffee break. So it's live, huh? So yeah. So I will start directly with the short recap of what is Copernicus. So I hope to be quite quick on this. Okay, Copernicus in a nutshell, let's say. So Copernicus is one component of the EU space program. So there are several components, and Copernicus is the Earth observation component of this EU space program. You have also, Galileo, EGNOS, which are navigation, and you know also GovSatcom, which is linked to communication, and in the future, IRIS², which will be communication also. So Copernicus is not a new program. It was launched in the northern Italy with the Baveno Manifesto in '98. So it became operational in 2013 with Copernicus 1.0, and now we are in Copernicus 2.0. This is the cycle of the budget of the European Commission. We have a cycle of 7 years, and that's why there is this 1.0, 2.0, and now we're preparing the 3.0 of Copernicus, which should start in 2028. So the third phase of Copernicus. So Copernicus is the European Union program aimed at developing European information services. I know that we are in ESA here, we have a lot of satellites, and so we are pushing for satellites, but Copernicus is for the services, is for developing services and products. That's the objective of Copernicus, of course, based on Earth observation information and in situ information. So in the center of Copernicus, you have the services. And Copernicus is coordinated and managed by the European Commission, by DG DEFIS, DG Defense and Space. And Copernicus is implemented by the member states in the partnership with member states, European Union member states, but also with delegated entities like for the space segment ESA and EUMETSAT, and for the in situ component EEA. And we have 6 services in Copernicus, and each services we have an entrusted entity, 1, 2, and even 3 entrusted entities which are in charge of the coordination of these services. So I give you some just one figures on the second phase of Copernicus. We are working with a budget of 5 billion euro for the 7 years. And Copernicus is a tool for economic growth. It's not a philanthropic approach of the European Commission, but we hope and we would like to create jobs and a living ecosystem also based on Earth observation and downstream sectors also. 3 very important elements and words for Copernicus. It's operational, it's not research. It's sustainable, that means it's a long-term commitment of the European Commission to deliver these services. and it's free and open. All the products and the data which are produced in the context of Copernicus are free and open. So, as I said, in the center you have the 6 services: atmosphere, marine, land, climate, security and emergency. And these services are based on our own constellation of satellites, the Sentinel, but also based on the, contributing missions, and of course of in situ data. And the objective of these services is to produce core products which are used by downstream sector to produce value-added products. Just an example, I say that there was only six services, 6 or 7 interested entities, but there is a large ecosystem. And this is just an example of all the companies which are working on a small part of the land service, which is the global part of the land service. So we have more than 60 industrial partners in the land service global part, and more than 300 experts which are working on this element of the land service. Some example of the products, of course, the land cover, marine service with marine heat wave, atmosphere with pollution, climate with the climate scenario, the seasonal forecast, emergency service producing flooding maps in case of floods, security service looking at border surveillance and illegal migration. So just example, but you will get example which are linked to biodiversity in the different presentation after. So if I speak of the Sentinel, you know the different Sentinel, 6 families of Sentinel, Sentinel-1 radar, Sentinel-2 optical high resolution, Sentinel-3 optical mid resolution, so you know all this, I'm pretty sure. So just to tell you about the sustainability of Copernicus and of the space segment here, you see the deployment of the Sentinel. Today we are going to around 2035 with the current Sentinel generation. With ESA we are preparing the next generation of Sentinel to ensure the continuity until 2050. So it's, the discussions are ongoing with ESA. The industrial partners are also involved. So we will ensure the continuity. It will be an improved continuity on the Sentinel data. For example, for Sentinel-2, we are looking for a 5-meter sensor. So moving from 10 meter to 5 meter. So it will be an improved continuity. More revisit also is also something that we are looking at. Nevertheless, we have a very nice constellation, but we have found that we have gaps. And so we decided to fill these gaps with some specific mission, which will be launched around 28. So 28, 29. So these are the 6 missions, expansion mission that we plan to launch. You have the CO2 monitoring mission, LSTM, the thermal mission, SHIME, hyperspectral mission, ROSE-L, L-band radar. So this mission will be launched by Copernicus around 2028. And so this is very important for the research community to take into account these missions and to develop products and to develop research activities based on that, to be incorporated in the services, in the operational service later on. And so I say about a contributing mission, we are buying data from emerging companies like the new space companies, what we call new space, from established European companies, but also non-EU companies. So in terms of distribution, all the data and the product are distributed via the different portals of the services, but we have also established the Copernicus data space ecosystem where you can get all the data, all the product of the services, but also all the Sentinel data. So recently we have launched also what we call the thematic hubs. And these thematic hubs are, let's say, thematic. So we have selected specific thematic like health, energy, coastal and Arctic for the moment. And we regroup in these thematic hubs all the information of the services which are related to this thematic. And so in the future, we were thinking of also developing a thematic hub on biodiversity. So that's something, and this will regroup all the information coming from the different services, but which are linked to biodiversity. Copernicus is a user-driven program, so we have to answer to the policy needs of the European Commission. So we have this Knowledge Center of Earth Observation, which is in charge of collecting the needs of the different policies of the European Union. And so collecting the needs, looking at the uptake of the Copernicus product, but also of the coherence of this product. So you see here that a lot of Copernicus is mentioned in several policy legislation documents. And so you see the different list, and 21 was a very, very good year because we have a notation of Copernicus in more than in around 25 documents, legislative document, piece of legislation. So the objective of what we call the deep dive, looking at a specific thematic approach and policy, is to look at the policy needs, to translate these needs in quantitative information, to develop the product, to look at the fitness for purpose of our product also, and to look at the gap analysis, of course. Here is a deep dive which was launched last year for biodiversity. And so in the center, you see the different DGs. The DGs are the ministries of Europe, let's say, and the different DGs which are in charge, who have legislations which are linked to biodiversity. You have DG Environment, Climat, Agri, Mare, INPA, and Regio. And so in the external circle, you see the different pieces of legislation that they are managing. And so that's the overview of the current landscape regarding biodiversity. And so for all these documents, we have looked at the needs of the status and the gaps. And so we have also looked at the Copernicus product and linked that to the biodiversity products and the famous biodiversity metrics that you all know, of course. And we have produced a report with the Earth observation in support to EU policies for biodiversity. This report is available there. The main elements of the report is to improve the last mile, because Copernicus so far we were stopping, let's say, at core products and not developing analysis, but the last mile is very important. Looking also for the European Commission at cross-policy needs, because we have different legislative documents which are sometimes overlapping and having different needs, and so there is a need for putting them together. Some rationalization. Spatial resolution is very important, thematic details, time series of products also, improving thematic details, but also in situ data and the availability of in situ data. And so I think I will stop here, and this was just a quick overview. And when I finish with the KCO, and one of the key actors in this KCO is, of course, DG Environment. And we will now hear about DG Environment directly from Bruno Combal. We are very lucky because there is a strike in Belgium, and Bruno Combal cannot go back to Belgium. That's why he's here today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michel. Thank you. So thank you for having me. I don't know this. Okay, thank you. For clarity, I would like to explain that I'm from DG Environment, but I'm from the unit dealing with nature protection, which deals with the Birds and Habitats Directive, which are the support for what we call Natura 2000, network of protected sites in Europe. So I won't talk to you about generalities about our policies, but I will take this piece of legislation to try to show you how we might connect the needs of the legislation with remote sensing and explain you what we are aiming at for the next years. So first, a few words about the legislation. The first big element is the Birds Directive, adopted in 1979. It aims at protecting all wild birds in Europe and also migrating birds. It was a huge success, and in 1992, if you wish, the provision of this directive was extended with the Habitats Directive, which in turn protect 232 habitat types which are clearly defined. They are not broad classes, they are very well-defined habitat types. And several thousands, a few thousands of species, non-bird species, and also flora. In total, with birds, we protect 1,850 species. So the goals of this directive is to aim to the maintenance of biodiversity in the European Union, of course, but also it requires the member states to designate the so-called Natura 2000 sites, right? To enforce what we call favorable conservation status. And this is a very important keyword in my talk. So if you don't know Natura 2000, I invite you to have a look to the viewer, which is made for a general audience. You can click on the site, see what is protected in the site, or search for a species or habitat, and you will see where you find it in the Union. Okay. There are other pieces of legislation which are directly connected to the Habitats Directive. So, for example, the Nature Restoration Regulation or Nature Restoration Law, which aims at restoring Europe land and sea areas. And if you have a look into this legislation, I encourage you to do that. You will see under Article 4, which targets terrestrial, coastal, and freshwater ecosystem, a list of very precise and quite ambitious targets. And you will see also that the targets are directly linked to the habitats listed in the Annex 1 of the Habitats Directive. So there is a direct link between these pieces of legislation. So nature restoration law requires to restore a given percentage of habitats by 2030 and then increase in percentage, or to reestablish habitats we have lost. Think of peatlands, think of water bodies that have disappeared decades ago. So there is a provision to reinstall them. And of course, we want also to restore the habitats, natural habitats of the species which are listed in the Habitats and Birds Directive. Okay, so you see we have different pieces of legislation and connection between them. So how do we connect that to Earth observation? For us, it's very important to identify provision in the legislation before starting financing anything. So may I see three main hooks. The first one is what we call Article 4. This is the provision that says that the member states have to designate sites. And for that, they need to map their Annex 1 habitats in their country to identify places where it's worth designating a site. And maybe I'm going a bit far, but I think it's very important for us to separate the exercise of mapping habitats from the exercise of monitoring the habitats and identifying degradation. I think that's two different exercises that's worth being separated, especially in the light of the legislation. Then there are two provisions which are very important. Article 17 in our jargon, that's the requirement for the member states to report to us every 6 years on the conservation status of their habitats and species. I will show you an example. And of course, up to now, this is something you put your rubber shoes, you go in the field, and you measure plants, species, etc. This is incredibly resource intensive, and you have a lot of missing data, of course, as you can expect. So there is obviously a need here to support the effort of the experts working for the member states. There is another provision, which is for us, the Commission, that we call the compliance, which is under Article 6.2, because you absolutely want to know the number of each article. Here, this article says that the member states must take steps to avoid any degradation in a Natura 2000 site. It should not happen. And of course, we have no means up to now to see if the biodiversity is degrading or not. So degrading does not mean that you remove your habitat. It means that you are losing biodiversity. So you see, this is a bit difficult. We are losing this we do not have this kind of capacity yet, but it will be extremely valuable for us for the implementation of the legislation. But we can, even if we cannot see the biodiversity, we know by experience that there are signs of degradation. For example, for grassland, we know very well that the two main sources of degradation are the intensification of the natural grasslands to produce more hay, that will result in the observation of more frequent mowing, for example. So we know that we might find some proxies giving us a fair indication of intensification. And for abandonment, which also leads to the loss of the biodiversity, we might see the encroachment of bushes in a grassland. So we might not see exactly the state of conservation, but we might find proxies. So this is a bit of a technical slide, but in our legislation, we have a lot of technical terminology and a well-defined setting for the reporting. So what you see here is the parameters governing what we call the conservation status for the habitats. And these are the parameters that the member states are meant to deliver to us every 6 years, for each and every of the 232 habitats in Europe, for those occurring in their countries, of course. So the two first parameters are the range of the habitats. I mean, it's the distribution across the territory. So you're supposed to retrieve your habitats everywhere where it is supposed to occur. And then the area, to let you understand, you can have a field of a forest which the area can be eroded and decreased. So that's two connected information. The future prospect is how the experts envisage the future of this habitat. Is it a bright future, or are we going to more degradation? And the core of this habitat conservation status are the parameters about structure and function. Structure, it's what defines your habitat. The list of species in the habitat, the list of always what soil you should have, what type of water, is it an alkaline water or something else, etc. And the function is all the ecosystem, all the elements of the ecosystem interact all together. This is all defined in manuals, describing simply the habitats. So you would find on our servers the manuals. So this is a real example of what is reported to us by the member states. So I took for you the last reporting cycle for all the bogs, mires, and fens occurring in France in all the regions. So you see the list of the habitats. They all start with a code, and they have their specific names. And you see the values assessed by the member states for each of the 4 parameters. And the last column is the overall assessment. And you can see it is all orange or red, which is bad. And you can also notice that you have gray boxes, which means that we are missing data. So let's move on. So you see we have this complex situation where we request the member states to report on conservation status for all the habitats occurring. This is a very costly effort for them. They complain a lot about this effort. So we know there is a need to provide them more support, and we are thinking about Earth observation. How can Earth observation benefit to them in this exercise? So for that, we started to work progressively to try to understand how we could better serve them. So we have made a first experiment with a project funded by the European Parliament called EU Grassland Watch. We are now in the second round of this project. And the idea was to explore if we could go a bit further than the N2K-VHR, that's a technical name, the layer which was available under CLMS up to now. So that's a project that we do in partnership with GRC and the EA. And the idea was to try to deliver to as a product, a continuous monitoring of the grasslands, starting as close as possible to the beginning of the directive, so we could reach up to 1994, which is enough, with regular yearly updates of the monitoring system. And I explained that because the CLMS product was available only every 6 years after, I think, a year and a half of processing. So not delivered with enough in time. The project also investigated the production of intensification and abandonment indicators, of course, as you can expect, as a proxy of potential degradation. Okay? And the overall idea is not to replace the work of the expert, is to provide them a tool that they can integrate in their own routine as surveyors, you see. I think it's completely impossible to replace their work. We can just support them, make their surveys more efficient and less resource intensive. So for that, we also decided to create an application addressing directly their needs, because we simply realized that just providing layers on a geo server it's not enough. And what we realized also in this project is that we need to build a community of experts. We want this type of product to be adopted by the reporters, the people reporting under the Article 17. And for that, we need to engage with them, we need to understand their needs, and we need to go toward a sort of co-creation. So this is what we are busy doing now with the second round of the project. We learn a lot with these projects, so it's very easy to define the pressure for grasslands. Everybody knows that. Then we wanted to start with another type of habitats, humid habitats. And here, everything is much more complicated. And so we are aiming to deliver the same type of information, time series, very long time series with frequent updates of the information. But the problem is to identify the pressure and the proxy to the pressure and how to detect them. So we are now doing, as Michel explained, a work with the Knowledge Center on Earth Observation of the GRC. They are helping us to analyze the wetlands, all the wetlands which are listed in our legislation, and for each of them, try to define their structure and function, as I explained, what they are made of, how they work hydrologically speaking. And then from this step, define the most common pressure we can identify that will lead to a degradation. And from this step, then we define only the tools from remote sensing to detect the proxies, assessing, mapping these pressures. Okay, so there is a specific methodology we are trying to put in place, and that hopefully we could apply to other types of habitats. And I'm close to the end, don't be worried. There is a cry from the earth, it's the in situ information. Michel already talked about that. Also a big lesson learned with EU Grassland Watch is we are definitely missing in situ data. This is a real problem if you want to develop, as we want, a service for the whole Europe. I think if you're a researcher finding your own data, it's still feasible. If you want to serve the whole Europe, they do not exist. It's that simple. I barely exaggerate. So we have a double need indeed. The first need is the training of the algorithm, the validation of the product, as you can expect. So we are missing that. The second objective for us is that we need also information that will complement the information derived from Earth observation. Of course, as you can understand, we never assess completely the conservation status. You need ancillary information that will come from in situ observation. A typical example, grasslands, you can have an idea of a potential degradation, but if you have information on the species occurring in the area, you will be better placed to finalize your assessment of the conservation status. And to finish, I would like to quote two other projects we are launching to explore this area of in situ data. So there is two Horizon projects that are just starting now. The first one is called BMD, Biodiversity Meets Data. The kickoff will be next month. Here the idea is to try to answer this question. Are we us in the capacity to develop an IT platform, EU-wide, that will be a service, a support to all those people collecting biodiversity data in Europe? What is needed, how much it costs, how can we serve ideally those people? That's the question which we are trying to solve. So the idea basically is to offer a data storage, data hosting facility, a data processing, because nowadays we are using a lot of different technologies to identify species, imagery, sound, eDNA, you name it. And so I think it will be very convenient that biologists will find on a platform ready to use, well developed by real experts, data processing system, data analysis software. And of course, the problem of the data sharing. So the idea is to support the experts, but you need also to realize that we fund a lot of projects in Europe. I'm thinking of the LIFE project. There is €1 billion invested there. There are tons of extremely high quality data, but then retrieving these data, accessing them, it's extremely difficult. So it's a loss of investment. Same in some Horizon project. You understand there are a lot of high quality data that are simply very difficult to retrieve and reuse. We want to encourage normalization, so the project will certainly use data cubes, as you can expect, but there is also a step of taxonomy normalization, which is absolutely essential if you want to connect to the legislation. And the second project, which is a sister project of this one, is called BioDemoBot. Okay, I did not choose the name. Here, the idea is to create robotic solutions to harvest data from the field. This project will actually build a drifter. It's a robot you put in the water, and that you will live there in lakes or in the littoral for days, weeks, months, just cruising the water and harvesting data. So the system is equipped with many sensors, and it will collect data on the water properties, so physical and chemical, and also on the biodiversity you find in the water. The idea here is to try to see up to which point we can support the experts for a continuous monitoring of the species in the field, not from remote sensing. And of course, we are already thinking of direct transmission to BMD, to the first project. I think that's it for me for this tour of the legislation, the needs, and the solution we are envisaging. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, Bruno, for this policy perspective and also for insisting on the in situ needs. So now we will hear from the services. As I told you, we have 6 services in Copernicus. We have selected 4 services for the presentation today. Classical service like marine, land and climate, and a newcomer atmosphere service, which may show you some interesting element for biodiversity. And we will close this session with, of course, the in situ component, which is very important for validation, calibration, and can be what we say a support to Earth observation. I think it will be the inverse. It's Earth observation, a support for in situ, but okay, we can discuss that lengthily. So I will give the floor now directly to the land service of Copernicus and to Andreas Brink from the Joint Research Center.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. We know what is needed now. I think Bruno really explained very well the requirements, and where it's really embedded. So, how can we address this? So let's start from the land, feet on the ground. The Copernicus Land Monitoring Service has, like Michel already mentioned, has like 2 heads. We have a global component managed by the JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and a pan-European component managed by the European Environment Agency. And yeah, DG Environment, so Bruno framed really very well what is needed, required over Europe. But I would take it even a little bit broader and look also a bit on the global component. And we have heard during the days here very much about the essential biodiversity variables, the EBVs. So I don't think I have to explain what they are and how they are structured and built. But what comes out from the requirements and needs for the EBVs is, again, this operational products. It's the maturity, it's the accuracy, they are reliable, the sustainability of products. So we don't need only one-time shot, products, but we need a continuity, we need long-term time series and so on. And specifically for Earth observation, our products have to be fit for purpose. So what does it mean? They have to be relevant, they have to be feasible, they have to be accurate, and they have to be mature. So not a research project, but as Michel was already mentioning, it's about operations to get state of the art, but yes, it has to work and it has to be reliable. A couple of years ago, the group around Andrew Skidmore, I think a big name known by most here, he did a lot of work in analyzing this EBVs and how remote sensing can, can support and this EBVs in monitoring. So he made also a list, a ranking of the EBVs and where Earth observation can come in and basically track, monitor these EBVs. And here I made, on the left side, a little list of some of our key products from the land service, which can basically be mapped towards the EBV class and doing this ranking. It's not exhaustive, it's just a few of our relevant products. Good, but having said that, so a little bit the frame around this, let's come now to our land monitoring service, where we have a bit broadly these 6 components. So of course it's about land cover change, land use mapping, but then we have specifically priority area monitoring or hotspots, so for specific thematics or areas of interest. We provide mosaics of satellite images for specific areas over Europe or specific areas globally, talking about sentinels here. And then a whole range of biophysical variables related to vegetation, of course, to soil, to the cryosphere, and so on. Then over pan-Europe only, there's this very interesting ground motion monitoring. And then last but not least, again, in situ, so reference and validation data. So let's dive into a few examples of our products, which are, I believe, really relevant to addressing biodiversity, ecosystem, protected areas, and so on, monitoring. Let me start by the biophysical variables. So I will start from the global dimension. And here, of course, we address a lot of the, let's say, classic almost variables from the NDVI, of course, what you see here in the image. This is the yearly NDVI. But then, of course, LAI, FAPAR, fraction cover, dry matter productivity, NPP, and so on. I don't have to list them all. Continuous consistence globally, so over 20 years of time series data. I think this is very important for global reporting, for EU reporting, that there's a consistent time series over the years. For the global scale, mostly at 300, 1 kilometer, or in some cases also a bit above. And specifically for pan-Europe, then mostly at higher resolution, up to, to 10-meter resolution, for example. Good. Partly derived from some of this classic, let's say, biophysical variables, we recently launched, I think, a very relevant product, especially for ecosystem monitoring and mapping, and this is the Global Land Surface Phenology product at 300-meter resolution, so based on Sentinel-3 data, starting from 2023 onwards. So, so far, about 2 years of data, with 13, 14 variables, so basically start of the season, end of the season, peak of the season, all this type of variables. And very similar over pan-Europe, the same product basically, but at 10-meter resolution, so higher spatial accuracy, and of course already a longer time frame because it exists since a longer period, this product. Next, of course, and I believe for all biodiversity, ecosystem type of analysis and monitoring is land cover. I think this is a really a critical layer. We have heard so much during these days about habitat mapping, monitoring, and all the derived outcomes from that. And within the land service, so far we have this 100-meter resolution product. starting from the year 2015 until 2019, a yearly product and land cover change products. Not only land cover classes, but interesting is also what you see there on the right side is this fraction covers. No? So really like from 0 to 100, for example, tree cover or grassland from 0 to 100%. But more interesting, and this is really what we are working on now. So we will, of course, continue this 100 meter for continuation, but is that we are moving towards 10 meter global. So, and can I do some publicity within the framework here? So we will launch during our Copernicus Land Monitoring Service General Assembly in May. We will launch this new product. So the global consistent 10 meter land cover map. Again, from 2020 onwards, at the yearly base, land cover, then a specific tropical tree cover density layer. And even more interesting is a whole series of sub-annual layers. So we will provide at the monthly and in future 10 daily rate so-called land surface categories. So these are basic land cover classes like natural vegetation, bare, snow, and so on, from which then users can derive further applications. And land surface features, so the global mosaics of Sentinel-2, for example. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, it will be launched in May. So again, similarly, over Pan-Europe, there's a very dedicated, with higher thematic accuracy layer, the CLC Plus backbone. 10 meter resolution. It has already this longer time frame starting from 2018 with high accuracy classes over Pan-Europe. Related to this, these are specifically again over Pan-Europe, are these high resolution layers. One of them is the tree cover and forests. So there's a series of information layers ranging from tree cover density, the dominant leaf type, the forest type, and for a whole range of years, more to come there. And similar to this is then the high resolution grassland layer. Also here with these variables like the status, if it's herbaceous, if it's a plowing indicator, a change, and so on, with a whole range of years. Good. Then, last but not least, we have this very specific layers for specific regions or themes. And here, first at the global scale, we have the hotspot monitoring, which is really dedicated to biodiversity, to so-called key landscapes for conservation, which is a detailed land cover and land cover change mapping on request, on demand. So, for example, the Commission, mostly in this case the Commission, the DG on international partnerships, they have a specific project, Nature Africa, like listed there, where they need to map land cover and land cover change for, I don't know, the example here you can see is Nyassa Selous, that is in Tanzania area in Mozambique. And so we can reply to this request and do this very high accuracy and mapping for that. Similarly, over Europe, there are these priority area monitoring areas with these 4, let's say, topics. So the urban atlas, the protected areas, the riparian zones, and the coastal zones. Good. I come already to my last slide here. So coming back to the fitness for purpose. Are we, ready to support, the requirements of DG Environment, for example? Are we ready to address the requirements within the UN CBD for the GBF, for the SDG targets? And so again here, the group around Skidmore did this mapping where there are variables which are kind of ready to address this. What we did in the workshop on Tuesday was really to kind of map the GBF goals and targets with the EBVs and to see what is ready to be used. So in the further discussion, I really would like to see and to listen if there are good examples, if they are ready, or what is missing. You know, we want to learn from you what needs to be changed, what we need to further develop in our services. Good, that's all from our side. I think we can then move to the next service. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. So we can move directly to the second service presentation for the Marine Service, Tina, for Mercator Ocean International.
Thank you, Michel. Hello, everyone. So my name is Tina Šilović, and today I'm going to present you Copernicus Marine Service. So as you heard already before from Michel, Copernicus Marine is part of the bigger family called Copernicus. And when we speak about Copernicus, I'm just going to briefly go through this slide for all those who are here in the public, who are dealing with biodiversity, but not necessarily with marine products, how this service functions. So Copernicus Marine is an online catalog of over 300 scientifically qualified products, and within each of these products, you have different data sets that belong to different variables. So it's a kind of a complex set of the data that keeps going through R&D projects and evolution projects where we are trying to better serve obviously users. So it's a user-driven service. It has over 80,000 subscribers, and as already mentioned previously, together with other Copernicus services, it's open and free. So aside of ocean products, we also have Ocean State Report. This Ocean State Report is an annual analysis of the state of the ocean. So you have a lot of scientific articles, but also graphical report of what is the state of the ocean. Ocean climate trends with ocean monitoring indicators and our new ocean climate portal. And ocean visualization tool, which is My Ocean Viewer, that exists in three different ways. So for the beginners, for the advanced users, and pro users, and now we have there most of the products. So even in situ data that was previously not there. So when we speak about our portfolio, we don't really have data or products that are dedicated to a certain topic. And particularly when we speak about ocean, everything is kind of connected. So even when we speak about biodiversity, we can say that we have this set of products that are in a green ocean or biogeochemistry. But basically everything is connected. So you have a lot of parameters that you need to explore and know what is happening in the ocean and how biodiversity or biology can be addressed with it. So we tend to divide it in these three topics: blue ocean, white ocean, and green ocean. And aside of satellite data, the really important component for our service are also in situ observations, but also models. So this is a bit specific. So the data exists in a multi-year real-time and forecast level, temporal level. So back in the past 45 years. Almost near real time, and forecast 2 to 10 days. And speaking about spatial ratio, we have data in global ocean, Arctic Ocean, Baltic Sea, Mediterranean Sea. So you can imagine the complexity of such data. Speaking just about green ocean, this is just to present what kind of variables you can find there. So different products, different data sets about obviously ocean color by chlorophyll, pH, oxygen, nutrients, zooplankton, phytoplankton. Resolution goes down to 100 meters. The data exists in hourly, daily, monthly, yearly time frame. Forecast goes up to 10 days. There are time series up to 30 years, and most of this data is updated daily. Obviously, we serve different applications, and also focusing on the SDG goals. Obviously, we align with or trying to serve as much as we can to the goal 14 that is dedicated to the ocean. And here it's just a nice infographic that was part of the paper of my colleague Karina von Schuckmann that was in marine policy, to see multifaceted role of ocean when it comes to SDGs. We also tend to divide, we call them markets, they can be called markets or topics that are also 12 of those that are also divided by according to the SDGs. And today we can focus a bit more about environment part, that it's ocean health and marine conservation and biodiversity, but also number 6, which aligns with the policies, ocean governance and mitigation, because we need to have oceans healthy, we need to follow the implementation of certain environmental policies. So when we speak about marine conservation and biodiversity, just some variables that could come handy in this specific topic. And obviously, the most important thing when we speak about such products is how they were already used. And you can find most of these applications or services that are developed by intermediate users, so the ones that are using these products on a web page under use cases, and then filtering on specific topic. There are also kind of a PDF format book that you can download and see a bit more about their services. Speaking about the biodiversity, we also need to speak about always present challenges, and one of them indicated here, ocean acidification, is just one of them. And on the top you can see this is a screenshot from our latest ocean state report, that ocean acidification is still really present in the ocean, and particularly in the northern Atlantic and adjacent seas. So the challenges aside of ocean acidification are also pollution, overfishing, marine heat waves that are becoming a bigger and bigger challenge to address, loss of habitats. And the goals that we are all trying to get to is obviously protect marine biodiversity, have sustainable exploitation of marine resources, because we are always going to exploit oceans, however we looked at them. They are an important resource for our food and energy, and environmental policies. But by this I mean more that implementation of such environmental policies. So what we are also trying to do, we are trying to support development of different services using Copernicus marine data, while taking care or aligning with implementation of environmental policies within their national governments. And here is just another example of what kind of variables could be useful for the implementation and are used for implementation of certain environmental directives. Obviously, when we speak about oceans, the one within Europe that is really highlighted is MSFD. But obviously, there are other directives that are important and come into place, particularly in the coastal ecosystems. We already heard about different parts of Copernicus 1, 2, 3, so we are now in the line of Copernicus 2, and now within Copernicus 2 as a Copernicus Marine Service, we are obviously focused on continuity of the blue, white and green offer. And we also have ongoing evolutions that are planned according to the priorities and a budget, and for this one we are really focused on the coastal and marine biology. So within this, we are going towards a new offer for marine biology. So what we're trying to do here is have new processes in biogeochemical models, benthic pelagic coupling, ecosystem modeling, through the very important project, Horizon project that we have, a Necton project that is trying to address different trophic levels, so from low to the high trophic level. Assessing scenarios for climate change impacts on stocks and protected species within the also new project, CCLIM. And obviously we need to mention digital twin of the ocean that includes ecosystem model and data and what-if scenarios. About Necton project, you can easily see a bit more about this project by going to this code, QR code. What this project is going to bring to us is basically it's going to bring over 20 new products, and these products are mostly model products. But with this new project and with these new products, we are going to be able to better address marine pollution. We are going to have a better idea about high trophic levels, climate change projections as well, and benthic habitats are going to be addressed. So the idea of it is to inform marine biodiversity conservation and food resource management by fusing innovative ocean ecosystem models and the new data. And this project is led by my colleague Stefano Ciavata, who unfortunately could not be here today. The products that are going to be, as I said, they are mostly model products, but as we are here focused on this conference on the satellite data, there are a lot of these products that could be validated by satellite products like DOM, POM, particulate organic matter, and dissolved organic matter, like mesozooplankton, and so on. This is one of the example because what we are trying to connect, and it is connected in the satellite data and the model data. And here you can just see this is one work of another of my colleague, Patrick Lehoday. So here you can see the satellite-derived data coming from the primary production that was used within, together with the glorious ocean physics reanalysis data that comes from Copernicus Marine, basically variables as ocean currents and temperature. And together with this, CIPODIM got to the mesozooplankton biomass data, basically modeling of prediction of such data. And this data as output can be found in another product of Copernicus Marine, which is Global Ocean Low and Mid-Trophic Levels Biomass Content Hindcast. And this paper is that you can see below, Food Talk, 40 heads fin whale calls are associated with prey biomass. It's the paper from I forgot basically the title of the journal. But what they discovered there is so they were observing 20 at 40 hertz calls of the whales, and they figured out that the 40 hertz fin whale calls are connected to the prey biomass. Through this whole work and this data for the first time. Another point about the Necton project, and which is also kind of important part for us to of the future director, is having this hyperspectral imaging missions and having more involved hyperspectral imaging data. So this is a part of the deliverable of Necton project. So for you who are coming from Italy, I believe that you know about PRISMA. So it's a hyperspectral imaging mission launched by the Italian Space Agency, and it covers a spectral range of 400 to 2,500 nanometers with high spatial resolution. What is important here is the potential for enhancing the understanding of aquatic ecosystem through hyperspectral imaging. But with this particular data, with the particular PRISMA data, the need is to have advanced atmospheric correction algorithms that are tailored for marine and coastal environments, which, for instance, you don't need for the PACE that is really focused for the coastal services, and it's really well developed. On the other hand, in this same deliverable, they used also PACE data. They compared it with in situ hyperspectral data from water HyperNet to test the transferability of the validation approach used within PRISMA data. Altogether, the integration of PRISMA data with the biogeochemical models could enhance and would enhance the description of plankton and optically active properties. So that's the main benefit of it. And this is my last slide, just to indicate what are the future directions aside of those that I already mentioned. So the future evolution plans within Copernicus 2 and how to expand marine biodiversity monitoring and support EU policy needs. So obviously we're really addressing processing of new biogeochemical and biological in situ data, but also satellite observation. We're trying to assess scenarios for climate change. The critical order role is definitely going to be for the present, but also future Sentinel missions, particularly SHIME, that was already mentioned by Michel before. And also, we cannot not mention importance of in situ observations, particularly when it comes to plankton imaging, pollutants, plastics, fish. And once again, digital twin of the ocean, that together with synergies with of Copernicus Marine, with the EMODNet, within the editor infrastructure, that it's a structure that where different digital twins are going to find place. So different type of data, different type of new model data, and also different what-if scenarios that are going to definitely address biodiversity too. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Tina. So we move directly to Samuel for the climate service if we want to preserve the coffee break. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. No, I want to preserve the coffee break, so I'll be swift. Okay, just waiting for my slides. I'll try to be swift as soon as my slides. There we go. Right, so I'm Sam Armand. I'm from ECMWF, the entrusted entity for the Copernicus Climate Change Service. So I want to change tack slightly. We're focused on monitoring mainly in this workshop and also this conference. But I'm really starting to take a step back, look at the impacts of climate change on biodiversity. So ECMWF, the climate monitoring we've been taking out under C3S, has shown that last year was the first year we breached the 1.5 degree threshold set by the Paris Agreement. Now, this has got potentially huge connotations for biodiversity, ecosystem health, and long-term survival of many plant and terrestrial species. So the impacts of climate change are really the focus of what I'm going to be talking about now. So the Copernicus Climate Change Service has a wealth of information characterizing the past, present, and potential futures. Now, we're slightly different from many Copernicus services. We do use a lot of modeling here, as well as things like satellite observations for our ECVs as well. But really, I'm going to focus on some key components here, the reanalysis and climate projections, to really support the modeling of ecosystem management and ecosystem models, and particularly climate envelopes to support biodiversity assessments. So ERA 5 is our workhorse for climate monitoring. It's a global reanalysis of the atmosphere, land, and ocean waves. And it's one of my most popular data sets in the Climate Data Store, typically about 100 terabytes of daily downloads. And it provides an overview of snapshot of climate and weather going back from the 1940s up to 5 days latency. So it's our operational product, and we're currently in ERA 6, so it's a 31-kilometer global product. We have a land assimilated version, which has a 9-kilometer resolution, but we're moving to ERA 6 in the near future, which is a coupled land and ocean model. And this really does show how climate change is impacting the Earth at local and global scales. Next, we have a wealth of information about possible futures. And we have information from global climate models, as well as downscaled regional climate models. And we have regional climate models from Europe, from Africa, from Asia, all around the globe. And we've just launched the IPCC Climate Atlas, which has all the information that's used to support the IPCC assessments. And this is all contained within the new operational C3S Climate Atlas. And we have information about possible climate futures, so what would the world look like in a 2-degree scenario, a 3-degree scenario, or even 4-degree scenario. So we can start to play around with the data and start to see how climate variables may change, and users can download this data, freely play with it, and really use these into assessments for biodiversity. We provide a lot more than climate data. We really strive to provide climate information. And we have an infrastructure that allows users to download data, but also integrate with the data, really explore the data. And I will come on to this. And the idea is that people can use our infrastructure to really develop user-orientated services. And here's an example of what we can do with our infrastructure. So you can take data characterizing the past from the reanalysis, couple it with data coming from the climate projections, use our open source Python libraries for impact models and climate impact indicators to create bespoke applications. And this is how we're really trying to go to that, serve the last mile as really what we're trying to do in Copernicus, and foster downstream service development. The idea is that your users can use our core products from Copernicus and develop their own applications. And I'll give you a few examples of how we are doing this and how they can be used to support biodiversity. So here's an example of how we're using our seasonal forecast products. We run a series of impact models for hydrology. And here we're looking at a water catchment in Norway, and we can see how river flow is being impacted on the seasonal scale. Here we're providing an outlook up to 7 months, and we can see that river flow is, in this catchment, for example, is below average for the next 4 to 5 months. So we provide information at a seasonal basis for hydrology, but we also provide a consistent view for the future as well. So we provide the same ECVs, the same products looking into the future. So we use climate models as well. Another example of how we're looking at the current monitoring and the recent past, but also the projections, is fire weather index. And we take the fire weather from SENS, the emergency response, and we're coupling this with the same models looking at the future as well. So we can start to see how ecosystems may be impacted by changing fire regimes for the future. We've also, in Copernicus 1, undertaken a demonstrator service specifically to develop climate impact indicators and applications for the biodiversity sector. And we're working with Vito to produce 79 customized climate impact indicators characterizing terrestrial, water, marine indicators. And we've also worked with Vito to produce some downscaled high-resolution climate projections from up to 1 kilometer for selected regions on Earth. So we have these for Africa, and we have these for Europe. And from this, they've come up with 6 user cases showing how the climate information is really valuable to support the assessment of climate envelopes and how these climate envelopes may impact key indicators, key species, and how the viability of certain ecosystems may be impacted by climate change. We also developed a number of applications using our infrastructure. Here, on the top, we've got all the Natura 2000 sites, and we're starting to explore, well, you could explore how particular climate envelopes for known species could be put into these applications, and you can start to look how these viability of these sites may be impacted by climate change in the future. The second example is using sea surface temperatures, so from reanalysis and projections, and we can start to look at marine species and how their distribution may be impacted by climate change. And this is an example of how users can input their values for example, here, temperature. You've got minimum, maximum values, and you can start to explore how climate envelopes may change and migrate over the future years. Another example of how we've used these climate envelopes is to look at tree species and how the particular species may be impacted in the future. And here we've been working with a Spanish SME called Tecnalia to develop a demonstrator service for particular trees to see how climate change may impact the distribution and health and stress in the future years. So that's really C3S in a nutshell. I hope you're going to get your coffee. But what I want to say is that based on the outputs for the KCO, we recognize that we do have to go and meet the end users. We do have to make sure that C3S products are tailored to the community. So I would encourage you to reach out to me or any colleagues from C3S so we can work together to make sure that our core product offering, our tools, or anything we include in our Python packages can be tailored to your communities and your needs. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we stay with ECMWF for the last service presentation, and Laurence will present the products from the Atmosphere service.
Thank you, Michel, and good afternoon, everyone. So I will. So as Michel said, we are a bit a newcomer in this biodiversity community. The link between atmospheric composition and biodiversity is not completely straightforward, but I will try first to introduce what we do within CAMS, the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, and how maybe we could help. We could help to develop some more biodiversity-oriented activities. So CAMS, atmospheric composition, what we are talking about? We are talking about air pollutant, greenhouse gases, forecast for tomorrow, assessment of the current situation, and reanalysis of what happened over the past years to assess, for instance, the efficiency of the regulation. We are talking also about the ozone layer, about emission sources of air pollutant, greenhouse gases, and fluxes, solar radiation, and climate radiative forcing. And how do we proceed? We have within CAMS a modeling setup which is fed by a number of input data, among which observation data, in situ data, of course, especially when we talk about atmospheric composition, the observation network, in situ observation networks, there are numerous observation networks, and Earth observation as well. We also use meteorological condition, of course, emission data, boundary condition that is integrated in models, in global model and in regional model, to be able to assess air pollutant concentrations at the global scale with a 40-kilometer resolution, and at the regional scale, so over Europe, with a 10-kilometer resolution. And thanks to that, this kind of information is downscaled for a number of applications. So you have here a few examples. It's true that at the European scale, most of the applications are related to the implementation of air quality legislation. So here are a few examples of those products that we develop. Monitoring the behavior of dust plumes, monitoring the behavior of plumes coming from Wi-Fi's at the global and at the European scale, monitoring air pollution episode. Here I have plotted an example of ozone episode. This is something that happened last year in 2024. Ozone may be of relevance for biodiversity issues. And we provide, this is something that is available via some reports, but also on the website, since 2013 for the regional scale and since 2003 for the global scale, what we call the reanalysis. The reanalysis are the best estimate of what we can provide. Within the reanalysis, we integrate all the data that we have in the modeling system to be able to provide the best assessment of the air pollutant concentrations, greenhouse gases concentration. And this is just to illustrate how it works. With Earth observation, for instance, we use for NO2, for nitrogen dioxide data from Sentinel-5P, troposphere data, that helps us to correct the inherent biases, the inherent uncertainties of the models. And this is how it works. This is an example. With that, you see the map in the middle is a correction map. So you see that, for instance, usually with our model, we overestimate concentration, NO2 concentration in Asia, and this is corrected thanks to the reanalysis and the data assimilation process. And we have those kinds of analysis for quite a long period for air pollutants. For NO2, SO2, when you talk about NO2, SO2, we think about acidification, eutrophication. We have that also for ozone. And so let's try to figure out what are the linkages today between air pollution and biodiversity. What are the connections that we have so far? this is much related to, of course, deposition of those compounds, deposition of nitrogen, sulfur compounds that leads to exceedances of what we call the critical loads, depending on the kinds of ecosystems and vegetations. And we have some not collaboration, but exchanges, for instance, with the UNEC Air Convention, the Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution, and the working group of effect of this convention, which work on the assessment at the European scale of those critical loads, and also the European Environment Agency produce these kind of maps based on observations. We can produce, maybe you can complement such maps based on modeling. The same for ozone. Ozone, it's I guess you all know that ozone has harmful impacts on ecosystems, and there are some metrics, especially in the air quality directive, in the ambient air quality directive. There is a matrix which is called the AOT40. So this is the accumulated ozone threshold over 40 ppb, which is a matrix. This is something that has been defined by the expert as to figure out the impact of ozone on ecosystem. And here you have a map of the AOT40 indicator for the year 2022. This is a reanalysis. This is based on data assimilated fields, and you see that this is the quite large part. What is in yellow and red, this is over the threshold, over the regulatory threshold. So a large part of Europe is quite concerned. How can we improve our products to be more useful, I would say, for the maybe biodiversity community working on deposition? We are aware, because what I've talked about are concentration, atmospheric concentration, but talking about critical loads, talking about those indicators, we will need to provide information about the deposition and the deposition fluxes. So this is something that we are working on via some research projects, the CAMS Evolution Research Project, and there is one that is called Cameo, which is really focused on how we could improve deposition, assessment of deposition fields for NO2, for ozone, thanks to Earth observation, and especially the geostationary satellites that could provide higher temporal and spatial resolution data. I mean, of course, Sentinel-4 for Europe, but also GEMS and TEMPO for Asia and North America. And we also think about how to work with the CO2MVS framework. CO2MVS, this is one of the services focused on observation-based emission, which allows to calculate greenhouse gases fluxes thanks to Earth observation. But we think that those fluxes could also help us to assess the deposition fluxes and to improve this kind of products. So this is for the future. This is ongoing, but I thought it was good to let you know. One slide to also, but Sam mentioned what relates to the Fire Weather Index. This is an important activity at ECMWF. Within CAMS, we focus on what relates to the global fire simulation system and the detection and the monitoring of fire all over the world. So we have a system which is based on Earth observation once again to support this detection application. And we work closely with C3S, but also with GRC, especially to derive those indicators regarding impact of fire on vegetation and ecosystems. And I think that, yes, so few resources if you want to have a look at all those products. And I thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, very great. Yeah. So we go to the last presentation, the in situ component. It's not a service, it's a component which is across the different services. And so you have a very important position as you are deciding the duration of the coffee break.
Yes, a lot of power.
So it's up to you to decide.
No, I think we all want to have a break, so I'll try to be also quite quick. Maybe some of you have heard my presentation yesterday. It's not going to be exactly the same, so it's not. I will reveal later. But we've heard in several presentations the importance of in situ data, and also from Bruno, I think I really like that slide. And actually, I start with the same message, which is the importance of in situ data in Copernicus, in Earth observation in general, but in Copernicus program in particular, because without in situ data, all the products that we have heard from our colleagues from the marine, atmosphere, climate change, land, could not really happen. Because we need it for production, we need it for validation, we need it for CalVal of the satellite missions. We also offer that as observation products on their own. So it's essential, but in situ data landscape is very, very complex because we don't have just one set of providers. We have a number of in situ data providers across the world. We have to deal with networks. We have to deal with institutions at national level. Copernicus is a global program, so we really need in situ data across the world. So it means that we also need to work together with international organizations, initiatives, national institutions from different continents. And also the role of research initiatives, research projects, research infrastructures, which are providing essential data for Copernicus. And you also have heard that our colleagues from WWF, JRC, EA, Mercator Ocean, they work directly with in situ data. They manage their access to in situ data on an operational basis. And what is then the role for us, for the EA, within the coordination of the Copernicus in situ component, is really to support these activities when coordination for accessing in situ data is needed at programmatic level across the program. And that is what we try to do, because we are aware about the challenges when it comes to in situ data, that it's not only something that can be dealt by a single entrusted entity or a single service. These are the 4 areas where we are focusing our work, and this and why we are working on this is because on the first square that you can see is basically we try to have an overview of the different requirements when it comes to in situ data by the different services, and also the space component. And the second area, we are trying to provide access to specific in situ data, geospatial data, observations. I will mention that in one of my next slides. The third area is for us one of the key essential activities, which is engaging with data providers. And that is a huge task. We are trying to set up partnerships, memoranda of understanding, licensing agreements to facilitate the sharing of the data, promoting by default the availability of open data, which is what we aim at pursuing within Copernicus. And of course, acknowledging the value of in situ data within Copernicus with use cases, stories, and so on and so forth. So a few examples of activities that I will not go into a lot of detail because we don't have a lot of time, but I think it's very important for the program to have a clear overview of which in situ data we need. And that's what we try to do with this database. It's called CS2, which stands for Copernicus In Situ Component Information System. And the idea is to have a full overview of the requirements by the services, by the entrusted entities, which data sets can fulfill these requirements, and which data providers are supplying this. And this is also a way to understand which is behind the in situ data landscape. We work, of course, with interested entities to have this up to date. And we are now thinking about revamping this in order to make it a bit more appealing with more visualization tools. But it's open, public, you can go and have a look. Another of our tasks that we carried out particularly last year was the publication of what we call the state of play of in situ data in Copernicus, where we, of course, started by encountering, as we have heard, a number of challenges when it comes to in situ data, which are, of course, can be translated to the domain of in situ data for biodiversity. Many issues related to access conditions, restrictions, also insufficient spatial coverage. Many of the networks providing this data, the sustainability is uncertain at this point. Fragmentation. Also the fact that these networks are not providing in situ data for conservation purposes. They are generating in situ data that then we try to use for our products, and that is a misalignment, let's say, with our purposes. No? And of course, need for more longer time series, or of course, need to get quicker access to this data, and so on and so forth. To try to address these issues, we identified 3 key areas for evolution that we will pursue, especially in the next Copernicus phase, which is trying to close data gaps, promoting more open data, working with research institutions, with data providers, trying to also focus on what we call the data sparse regions, strengthen partnerships with key organizations, try to acknowledge more their role, maybe having a sort of a Copernicus in situ label, a way in which we can really identify and acknowledge the value of their activities. And of course, we have to look at the new missions, new products, and that's what we call the long-term evolution. This will imply more demand for in situ data, and we need to take this into consideration. Another of the activities that we carry out on an operational basis is the maintenance of the platform called Corda. Some of the data that we provide, well, I should define first what it is, but it's basically an entry point to national geospatial data. We don't host the data, we just offer gateway to this data, which is published typically by member states, national mapping agencies, ministries at national level. Some of these data are very relevant within the domain of biodiversity. Here you can see some of the topics. We are really struggling to get access to key data. I put here some examples, particularly when it comes to wetlands. Typically, this is a wetland extent geospatial data set. You can see here that we managed to get access to national data sets from 15 countries and 8 regions, trying to cover up the gaps that we have. We understand as well LiDAR is a key resource in this context. We are also joining forces as well with other colleagues and other institutions to get access to more and more LiDAR data. In this case, we really got a nice coverage, but still not ideal. A key element as well, as I said before, is engaging with data providers, and I think that's one of our roles by the EA, by establishing partnerships, particularly with institutions, associations at European, at global level, and also by liaising with research and innovation activities. We put here, particularly, we have been in discussion recently with 2 key projects in the context of wetlands, which is Alpha Wetlands and Wet Horizon, discussing as well with other key actors in this domain, for example, ICP Forest or ELTER. A key element as well for strengthening this partnership with those providing in situ data is really to tell the stories about how we are using in situ data, and that's something that we want to strengthen, and that's why we are publishing. They are available, a number of use cases on how we are using in situ data. I took here 4 particular examples of biodiversity-related in situ data activities in Copernicus. Of course, we have the use of GBOF in the context of Copernicus land activities like water quality, also the use, for example, of national habitat types from Iceland for supporting the production of one of the products that we presented before. Or, for example, the use of national forest inventories in the context of one of the activations from our colleagues of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, that they wanted to have a post-wildfire damage assessment. So getting access to this information is essential for our activities, but we also need to tell how and why this is essential. And that's one of the key tasks that we have. And finally, we also try to contribute to the knowledge base of in situ in Copernicus by assessing, for example, the use of look a survey in our production activities in Copernicus land, by trying to set up a number of inventories of which data is around, in this case for phenology, but we have done also for other topics. For example, trying to find out alternative approaches to collect in situ data which does not is not easily available or does not exist or almost. For example, in the context of grassland mowing events, can we use crowdsourcing approaches to provide data that we can then use in the context of production and validation of our grassland products? Or, for example, assessing the availability of wetlands datasets that then we can use within the context of our Marine Land Cover Plus products. I was a bit too quick, but I hope it was clear. But nevertheless, should you be interested in knowing more about what we do within the context of Copernicus in situ component.da, just look at our website or just write to us and subscribe to our news and articles and so on. So, thanks.
Thanks a lot. Perfectly on time. Fantastic. So we can close this session, and we will come back for those who want. You may come back at 5, so we will have a discussion with a panel of experts, a discussion on these services and how we can improve them, or can we improve the user uptake of these services, and if they are really relevant for biodiversity monitoring. So panel at 5.
It's only 1 billion for the source. It's for the production of the Still, it's all probably it's easy. Because these are the 4 billion. No, but this is also the first program which is fully integrated with from the US to launch a satellite and it's delivering the data. And then suddenly YouTube, yes. Here the center is should be Yeah.
We have to see how many microphones we have.
Well, but they will not speak all together, so that's fine.
And also for the audience.
To be sure that no one is falling out.
7 is...
Yeah, 7 is...
7?
Yeah. Here we are with the 7 also. And then I will stay here, so we will... To what?
You're not doing the workshop in the way I want it.
No, not at all.
No, but you need to discuss. Yes, you need to
discuss it.
It
No.
cannot be only presentation. I told you, only half an hour of presentation, the rest of discussions. What do you need to discuss? No, what you need to discuss is to see how Copernicus should be doing. To respond to the biodiversity communities.
That's a question.
Yeah.
That's a question, yes.
Pro, sì, pro.
Ah, ok. Senti, ce l'abbiamo.
I'm joking, but I must say, the other one, I mean, somebody started to do what's free seems to see the other one. I said, I think we should go to the other one. I said, we should go to the other one. No. Actually, we should have done the... No, I'm joking. So far. So I was asking this guy, I said, you know that there is a workshop at CEOS next door. So what are you doing in Copernicus?
No,
I think he saw that CEOS stands for Copernicus. But the problem is getting Said my blessing. Sandra was like, you should be here. And I was like, no, that's just it's funny how people say, so it will depend on it depends a lot from what you bring. I was also planning to come to Dubai. No way. I said so the train is more straightforward. It's always on the right boat. The taxi is faster. Where are you going? Ah, okay.
to make chairs so we're not split. You mean coffee machines? Aha. Or just pay for coffee. Yeah, he was saying he dropped the coin.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Okay.
That's the regular question that you may get.
That's been my week.
Yes.
I had something with other Noah saying, oh, we cannot say any longer climate change. No, climate change. Yeah.
And then I was trying to sort other stuff at the same time.
You know, all this
So they made too many.
in Italy.
No, I think we will see with the audience. But, yes, they are working.
Yeah, that should be fine. You work with CEOs. You work with things like Geo for a significant period of time.
I was at Columbia University working
When did you start
more
working with
than,
Geo and
USGS.
Geo-related bodies?
C'est pas avec
After 9 years and a half, I came back and I'm already back since 2009. So after almost 16 years of Italy, I think it's not yeah, it's don't go anywhere. Yeah, I know. I don't know. From my side, for me was a very good. It's a good place to live. It's complicated, especially with climate change and it's you know there's there's all yeah. So if you both as a scientist, I'm working a lot on operational services. I saw that it's like a switch from pure science to operations. That's why I'm always having Noah and this as a perfect example. You can do from good science, good services.
So I think we can start. We don't have a large audience, but at least the panelists are there, which is fantastic. So we will have a discussion between us, which is also fine, between the services. Yes, the services. Samuel is not around. Okay. Okay, so let's start. So we are very honored to have these 7 experts and recognized experts here around the table. And I would like to thank them for coming and for accepting this invitation. I want also to apologize for the gender balance, so it's not fantastic today. Well, it was this week, there was the day of the women in science, and so we are not giving a very good example, but okay. So we have some improvement in this sector. So without any delay, we will speak about what you think of Copernicus. Maybe you have heard the presentation in the first part of this workshop. And so the presentation of the different services, we presented the land, the marine, the atmosphere, and the climate service. The atmosphere was, as we said, a little bit a newcomer in this biodiversity monitoring field. So we would like to get your impression on Copernicus, what you think of Copernicus. Should we, are we on the right track? Should we improve the services, and do they fit to your needs? And how should we improve the services? And if there are gaps also, maybe that's important that you identify gaps. As I said in the presentation, we are at Copernicus 2.0. In 2028, we will move to another financial envelope of the European Commission. So it's a good timing to improve the services and to change a little bit the approach, if necessary, of course, and to develop new products which fit better to your needs. And so, without any delay, I would like to start with Andrea. A question to Andrea. Andrea, you have two hats. You are a potential user because you are part of the Italian Environment Protection and Research Institution, but you are also part of Copernicus. You are steering the Copernicus development as a member state and representative of Italy in the Copernicus Committee, and so that's very important. But my first question is to the user. How useful are the Copernicus products for biodiversity monitoring in Italy, and how should they be improved, of course, and how do you see the articulation and the complementarity between what you are developing at national level and what Europe is providing at continental level, the Copernicus services? So maybe that's the first set of questions I would like to ask you.
So thanks for the invitation and thanks for the question. Starting from the first one, so how useful are the Copernicus products at let's say national level for national operational services? Right now they are already quite used. I make a clear and a simple example. We have started with a very skilled user requirement analysis at national level on which are the biodiversity European directive that has to be implemented at national level. So which are the products that has to be used to produce policy and response also to the European regulation. So we have produced what we have called Carta della Natura, so the habitat mapping services. And we have started on what was already delivered at European level, finding a way how we integrate within a simple and similar classification scheme on what was already produced and how the in-situ data and the national information can integrate. This because, of course, when we go at national level and at the local level, you need to have a more, let's say, not only spatial resolution, but more dense information in terms of temporal acquisition. I'm not talking also about, satellite data. So it's an integration. You need a multi-source information to have and to deliver essential biodiversity variables. So Carta Natura is starting from what Copernicus, so the land cover, land use map that Copernicus is delivering, and how we integrate that. What is, an evolution that we are always, and this I'm putting the head of the national delegate in the Copernicus committee, is the fact that Copernicus is a user-driven program. But what we are often discussing also at European level is the fact that when we talk about user-driven program, we have to make clear which are the user we are talking with. We divided the users into main, let's say, classes. One is the very final end user that is not a scientist. So it's the one that has to make a policy decision, a policy implementation, and so on. That is not, can be also a scientist, but is not often a scientist. So the point is that if you start to ask to a real end user, the user requirements and the user need is not often straightforward. So there's a need of an intermediate users that sort of translate and discuss with scientific community for the evolution. What we always, and you know that as a discussion of a national delegation, is the fact that sometimes in this, two first evolution of Copernicus, it's really user-driven, but sometimes we mixed up and the products are more scientific driven than really user driven. And for the policy implementation, I'm a scientist that has switched a little bit. I'm still a scientist, but I'm switched into this policy domain. And that's what I'm always, and we are always discussing, because what is still a gap that has to be filled also by Copernicus is really have a clear discussion with the final end users supported by the intermediate users. And Copernicus sometimes mixed up these two. And this is a problem of several entrusted entities. It goes from ECNWF, but it can be applied to ESA, it can be applied to EEA, and sometimes because it's easier to discuss just with scientists, because when we talk about essential climate variable, essential biophysical variable, and so on, we talk in the same language. But then, who's doing the policy is not the same language. So this is something that has to be improved. I'm not saying that it's missing, it has really to be improved. So in the evolution, and I will stop because I know that there's a time constraint, I make, again, an example of what Copernicus is already doing. It was making several, let's say, uptake strategies, and now with the national collaboration program, you really have to create the community that you have to discuss with. You know, when Copernicus was started, there was, you know, the FP6 and the FP7 project, and these were very scientific driven. Then Copernicus grew up, and now it's not only scientific driven, it's really operation driven. So there's still a missing gap to do that. So there's a need, and this is a national level, but also a transboundary level that has to be really improved, making clear what is the intermediate user, and again, entrusted entities sometimes mixed up what is you know, a scientist and what is an end user, and has to make a huge effort, and that's in the next MFF, in the next regulation. Okay. This is something that is really, because the continuity of the program is, do we really need to develop new, let's say, technologies or new acquisition, or it's important to really understand what we can already do with what we have in place. And there's, again, a missing gap that has to be filled.
Okay. Yeah.
That's, I'm sorry,
no,
that's the tune also with the national, what a national level, you know, member state can do to Copernicus is this. I'm making another example. We have put a lot of investment in the next generation EU in what we call the PNRR, and we have developed an investment of 4.5 billion in the Earth observation. And we didn't overlap on what Copernicus is already delivering. What is missing and what can we build, also in terms of new satellite mission and so on, that is going to integrate what Copernicus is offering. And this is something that, again, how many member states are making the same scheme?
Okay, that's a vision that the products are not completely, let's say, they are operational, but are not completely answering to the some specific needs of monitoring. I want to move to Victor for on the marine side, because you were not prepared. So
I am okay.
Yeah. No, because you are also a little bit on the more on the science maybe side. And so what do you think of the product, of the services? Do you think that they are answering to the needs of the community, or the marine community? Should they be improved somehow? I will come back to Enrique after. No, don't look at him. So
no, because we were having just this discussion yesterday in the marine workshop that we did. And it is interesting that in some of the points that the previous panelist is mentioning, we did. Thank you
Andrea, yeah.
Thank you. We had a similar discussion yesterday in the marine workshop, and some of the points that come from the policy side were emerging also from the science side. We have a very rich products list from Copernicus. They are very sort of operationalized. They really, we could ask for more products, say development of new products. One that was identified during this week and especially yesterday was the scientific part of subtidal environments and mapping the subtidal environments a bit better. So that is one sort of even better if, but we have plenty of products from satellite. I think one step that is very important that is missing is the connection with the users in terms of indicators, because when at the end of the day, we scientists, we love developing new tools, developing new algorithms, testing them with the latest data and so on. But at the end of the day, perhaps to help a decision maker, the information has to be a bit concentrated. And I think from our side, in terms of other development that could be done, is perhaps trying to propagate some of the uncertainties that we have and gain the trust on whatever we develop towards the indicators part, but also try to perhaps evolve our products into indicators sort of thing. That, I think it goes into the same lines as he goes. I have a couple of other points, but there are many people to talk, so I'm happy. But otherwise, Copernicus is doing quite well for what we are doing. We have other points, like there is another point that this is a better connection with in situ data sets. I think if you're looking into
operationalization.
Thank you very much. I need a native for this one. I need a native. So for that, some of the algorithms that are coming out are reliant on machine learning, and this machine learning needs to be retrained with the latest data set or incorporating new data sets. And the sort of way that we are doing it, you retrain them with, you collate some data, then you retrain them, and then it's 4 years, you retrain more. But there are ways that we're going to have data streams in situ that are going to come more automatically. What are the ways that maybe Copernicus is thinking of grazing or making that flow of in situ observations, combination with the satellite, retraining, revalidating, reevaluating, and making the flow more streamlined into an indicator that on which the end users in policy have a lot of trust. So that is a second point. So the in situ one, the indicators one, the new products one, and I have a full sheet of.
Well, we can come back to you maybe after that. Just think of Alice, the geobond orientation. So what is your reaction to the presentations of the Copernicus services? And so how do they fit to this geobond frame and expectations, and also maybe for what we call the newcomer now, which is the atmosphere service? Do you have a specific reaction on the atmosphere service? But first the overall reaction, and then maybe the atmosphere.
So GeoBond seeks to basically help us better understand patterns of biodiversity, drivers of biodiversity change, and also understanding the volumes of data that we need in order to track patterns of progress to or away from global biodiversity targets. Data sets like those provided by Copernicus provide us with fundamental tools to help us do that. Now, within the GeoBond community, we have regional groups. So we have our new MoveBond, which is looking at migratory species. With your new temporal products, that allows us to start modeling species distributions at increasingly high resolutions and pair up species distribution data with the products that you're providing. And that helps us understand both the movement of those species and how we can target conservation efforts to ensure that they are protected across their migratory cycles. With higher resolution land cover products, we can also start to unpick other important relationships in the landscape. So we now have a One Health working group, and of course we're all aware of how important landscape structure is to healthy human populations, healthy environments, and wild populations. And so new higher resolution land cover products also allows us to understand fragmentation. And by pairing that with biodiversity data, as well as increasingly things like disease data, we can start to understand those intersections, helping us better manage the environment and minimize those disease risks. In addition, these types of variable allow us to infer causal factors. So why are we losing biodiversity? How do we measure habitat condition? And with the new products that are becoming available, we can move away from just the ecosystems we traditionally look at, like forests, and start looking at ecosystems which have often been neglected in the past. So for example, grassland ecosystems, it's still very hard to measure overgrazing or degradation in these systems, despite the fact that they hold high biodiversity, and we need better indices, including those using remote sensing information. And so these types of products are essential. Lastly, the in situ data, as Victor said earlier, is absolutely crucial to make sure that we are able to interpret it correctly. Something that we'd like to see more of in the future is an increased emphasis in some of the neglected ecosystems. So for example, you have the CIS for biodiversity, but very few of the case studies for that are drawn from places like Southeast Asia, which have some of the highest rates of habitat loss in the planet and for which we often lack data sets. It's also important to have in situ calibration for these regions, because in an area like Southeast Asia, most of our deforestation is for forestry production. And so unless we have good validation, we're likely to misclassify anything that comes from a classification of land cover products. And that classification is essential to any measure of intactness, ecosystem extent, or ecosystem integrity. And so I think it's a really exciting time to be seeing the evolution of these products. There's a massive amount that can be done, but one thing that is needed is more engagement with the user base to understand what is available and help have a co-production of new data sets so that we have resolutions spatially, temporally, spectrally, that actually match user needs. Because I think something that hasn't traditionally been enough of is the co-production of these data sets to ensure that these new products match what is needed. And sometimes, of course, the biodiversity community may not have enough understanding of what these products look like to actually understand what it is that best fits their needs. And so more discussions and dialogues like this help us move in that direction and help us co-produce the types of variables that will take us forward to better monitoring biodiversity as well as landscape integrity.
You mentioned the land cover, the very high resolution, 10-meter resolution, and you mentioned also the fragmentation. In Copernicus, we stop at the core product. We stop at the land cover. Yep. So, what your recommendation would be to integrate some products like fragmentation in Copernicus, or to leave that to downstream or to other actors?
So I think a lot of those of us who use these products will customize what we need from the data. But again, that in some instances will mean that there is a lack of understanding of some of the ways the data is generated and what is being inferred. I think by working together, we can make sure that it has the sensitivity of interpretation needed. Because yes, for example, for fragmentation, if I'm looking at viable populations, if I'm looking at migration of species through a fragmented environment, if I am looking at the risk of spillover of various zoonotic diseases, fragmentation is a core component of ecosystem condition connectivity and the ability for species to respond to climate change. So it is a very important variable, but I think finding a way of developing it in the most effective way requires a lot of further dialogue.
Okay.
And that's what discussions like this are for, seeing how we can take those products forward into the most usable and accurate products.
Okay, that's clear. Gillian, so you, of course, you are a key user at UN level, and so I may have a lot of questions for you, but well, I know you have not seen really the presentation. You are maybe anyway familiar with Copernicus and the services. And how do you see the role of Copernicus in the monitoring and reporting at global level, and also to support maybe some countries also in this?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Copernicus has certainly been widely used by many countries to understand ecosystem extent and land degradation. Sometimes it is the only product that countries have latched onto in the absence of having ecosystem data. what I see as the need is really not at this, I mean, it is definitely to develop new products, and I think Alice has highlighted where a number of the new missions will add value to monitoring biodiversity. But coming from the policy side, we have adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework. It outlines what countries are seeing as a priority for monitoring in many cases and where they want to go. It includes indicators on ecosystem extent, ecosystem services, pollution, related to different species populations. I'll focus on ecosystem extent for just a second, which the recommendation is now to use the Global Ecosystem Typology Level 3, which is Ecosystem Functional Group. So there's about a little more than 100 of these groups. Now, the question that I am struggling with is, how much do the current products tell me about each one of these functional groups? Where are they doing actually a decent job at the current resolution? I think for some of your major ecosystems, some of the forest products, maybe you actually have a decent picture, but as Alice mentioned, for maybe some of the grasslands, for some of the other ecosystems, some of the marine ecosystems, you don't have a very good idea. And so how do we actually take what we've adopted as the monitoring framework and then say, okay, here are the satellite products that will directly benefit these specific ecosystem classes? What will it get you if you use this product? What's going to be missing? What kind of in situ data collection do you need in order to have a better product? Or what are new satellite missions that will help you take this forward? And I think that this is something that I don't have a good handle on. And so when the previous chair of CIOS came to me and said, we're thinking about new missions, what would be most useful for you so that we can consider this? I can't answer. And I think that most of us in the people who I work with, who are the national policymakers, aren't going to have an answer to this question. And this is a definite gap on our side, but I think this is what we need from you and from others, is to map this out and say, okay, exactly what are we getting? What are the error rates that we are going to have based on this product or this product, and how do we then develop something that is going to actually meet the needs?
Is it a lack of information associated with the products, like accuracy assessment or something like that? Or,
no, I mean, I think, as I said, I think what it is that, for different ecosystem types, then the current satellites are doing, you need higher resolution or not. So like wetlands, for example, you need to have much higher resolution than for most forest. So just having somebody say, okay, so the current Copernicus data, it will give you this information, but for that ecosystem, you actually need higher resolution, or because that ecosystem has high seasonality, you need something that is much more frequent, or that ecosystem is very difficult to pick up change, and so you're not going to get condition. And so just having somebody go through each of the categories that's recommended in the GET for monitoring and say, here's what the different satellites are able to help you produce, well, here's the satellites, then they produce products, and these products have this sort of error rate. Just having a mapping that shows that, I think, would be super useful, and we don't have that at the moment that I know of.
And that's more or less how you will articulate the information. You are collecting a lot of information, and so you have to deal with all this information, sometimes contradictory maybe, and so you have to articulate all this information to arrive to the final point.
So then you could say, I mean, as I mentioned, many countries are using land cover as a proxy for ecosystem extent, but if you had this mapping that I'm talking about, then the country would say, okay, well, we're using this mapping that we know is bad, but it's actually not so bad for these ecosystems, but we know that it's really bad for these ecosystems. So maybe we'll focus our in situ data collection more on the places where we know that we have major gaps in our understanding.
Okay. So I will move to you, Pavel. So you work for EEA. EEA is part of the land service, of course, and also managing the in situ component, but you are not in this division, so there is no conflict of interest. So that's perfect. So we're on the safe side. So Considering your specific role at EA for the reporting, also to give information to the policies, to the DG, DG Environment. So what is your vision of the services which are delivered by EA also? And is it going to facilitate this reporting from the member states? And yeah, you know where I want to go, more or less.
Thank you, Michel. I will try to answer that question, but I probably will complicate your issue because the global policies and the EU policies are not always coherent in terms of technical implementation. And my position at the EA is to support Eurostat and the EFTA countries, EU countries, together with the Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland and Switzerland, in reporting to Eurostat on the ecosystem extent and ecosystem condition, according to a regulation that was adopted a couple of months ago. And this reporting should be wall-to-wall, based on geographic SPC dataset. It should require reporting on the area shares of each ecosystem every 3 years. And the basis of the typology is not EUCNJET, is the EU ecosystem typology. But me and my colleagues, we are trying to work with IUCNJET to make the connection between the two. And we made also effort to map the Copernicus products to the different type of ecosystems to know how far the different Copernicus products cover a particular ecosystem. And from what we have seen, actually there is much use of the Copernicus data sets because they are sound, they reflect something really that is available on the ground, either material property, land cover, or land use. They are easy to use and they are complementary. Now, for this reporting, it is up to member states, based on their data, to report. But many of the countries actually are relying on the Copernicus data sets to report because they have gaps. Even if they don't have gaps, they find it easy to use the Copernicus products because they can, they will allow them easy to aggregate and to construct the ecosystems based on the principle of the accounting. And also Eurostat is very much interested to have wall-to-wall coverage of the Copernicus, of the ecosystem extent, which is a little bit, when possible, independent from what member state report. So if the member state decide to report based on national data, they would like to have something based on Copernicus in order to verify the plausibility of the checks. So something that our colleagues from the climate group are doing for the RUCF reporting. So the good news that there is much of use and we really rely on that. The challenge is that the ecosystems are quite complex entities. The spatial unit comprise different type of biotic and biotic characteristic. And the best product that has been found and has been used so far is the Korean land cover, because it was considered the sufficient proxy to an ecosystem because it combines land cover, land use, and some other aspect based on the local knowledge. Now, since we move to much more automation that the Sentinels offers, so we could go to better spatial resolution, to high frequency of acquisition. These new products, the COC plus family, they unfortunately do not provide exactly what we need as a spatial extent of the ecosystems as functional unit, because it was the member countries and the experts at local level that were mapping the Kurina land cover polygons based on their local knowledge. So if we have to use the automated products, as our colleague said, we need to have really a massive amount of very well structured and accurate in situ data. And when I say in situ data, I don't mean species, vegetation plot, but actually the delineation of the spatial units that represent the urban, grassland, cropland, or any other ecosystems, in order to allow some the machine training and reasoning to come up with something. And maybe there will be never will be never to get rid of some manual interventions at the end and some, let's say, cross checks from the member states. So the big challenge is to have a CLC product, but on high speed every 3 years, with a production time of 18 months from the end of the observation year, because otherwise it will not be useful for the member states to report. They have to report within 2 years after the reference year. And the first reporting starts in 2026 for reference year 2024. Fortunately, we will have the Kurina land cover 2024, which will somehow provide the, let's say, the first start. But we're working also with our colleagues on long-term solution, how to have a more comprehensive land cover, land use, ecosystem type of product with higher frequency, and we hope it somehow will be incorporated in the Copernicus 3.0. Thank you.
I would like to come back to Andrea regarding this reporting from the member states and the use of the Copernicus data. So what is the expertise in Italy? Is it, are they really using the, or is it the national data which are still prevalent?
They are already using the Copernicus. As I was saying, you know, like the Carta de Natura, it's at the first level based on the Copernicus data, and then we add the information for the national level.
Okay.
So we are, you know, we are trusting the Copernicus. That's I was saying, you know, it's a successful program. The data is already used. It needs a second twin, but it's based also on Copernicus data. Yeah.
Okay. So Enrique, so yeah. Well, we will discuss, of course, the situation in the US, but this is not the main purpose now. So, what is your reaction to the presentation of the services, and maybe more on the marine and atmosphere side, because you are from NOAA, and so that's your field of your playground.
Well, first off, thanks for inviting me to participate in the panel. And I'm glad that Gillian and Alice already brought up the topics of biodiversity monitoring, all of this, which is saving me some time. But anyhow, in the context of marine biodiversity, I think Copernicus is providing outstanding products that are helping many communities in the marine biodiversity science to accelerate their capacity to develop species distribution modeling, vertically resolved with these reanalysis layers that are being within 50-meter layers, and that, you know, advances quite a bit our ability to understand how species are being displaced from their natural habitats due to warming of bottom waters or changes in the dissolved oxygen conditions in the bottom. This is something that was not possible before without having the capability of producing yourself those reanalysis layers. Now those are available. So anything that I would be recommending as added products to Copernicus would be like pie in the sky and things that would be wonderful to have, but those, I think you're moving in that direction for the 3.0 version of Copernicus. But before I make recommendations on possible products that could be developed and eventually available on Copernicus, I would say that cooperation and better exchange with U.S. agencies would would be very important because, for example, NOAA Coast Watch, which is also service-oriented Earth observation products that are already developing layers and products that are maybe not available on Copernicus, and vice versa. That would be a very interesting exchange. You know, things like risk of Vibrio infections in the coastal zone. These are things that are being developed at the global scale by NOAA Coast Watch. These products could be easily transferred to Copernicus. Things like the probability of sargassum inundation in many small island states, which is a big problem. These are products that are already developed by NOAA Coast Watch, which could be incorporated into Copernicus in a sort of standardized way. So the user is using these layers either within Copernicus environment or within NOAA Coast Watch. And then other layers, things like coral bleaching from heat stress, degree heating weak layers that are very important for benthic habitats like coral reefs, with global coverage based on sea surface temperature. But I am not entirely sure if they're available or not on Copernicus, but those would be incredibly useful for European communities that are looking into these heat wave events on impacts on coastal marine biodiversity. Now, after seeing all the presentations today about the various services that Copernicus is producing, it makes a lot of sense that the services are separated thematically, because that's a good way of organizing ourselves. Okay, so let's aggregate these products and make sure that we can deliver them in a way that users can access them easily. But at the same time, it feels that these services are a bit fragmented, and better integration between these services would really accelerate our ability to do really cool science by integrating marine layers and data products, Earth observations with atmospheric layers, things like aerosol deposition, things like nitrogen deposition in the ocean is something that is really, really important for us to understand. We don't have those products at the global scale. So that would be a recommendation, is that maybe Copernicus should dedicate some time to thinking about how they integrate the services in a way that doesn't then become a massive catalog that is impossible to navigate. Maybe plugging in some artificial intelligence applications for data discovery and tools would be really powerful, like prompting. The user can prompt what it's looking for, and Copernicus gives them a list of things, something like that. Yep, I think it's...
Okay, that's an interesting. We were moving in that direction with the thematic hub, but it's still a very limited. So it's a small exercise, but it's an interesting approach. So let's go to Stephen. I'm pretty sure he has a lot of things to say. So he has been following Copernicus since the beginning, so he knows perfectly what we are delivering. So the first question is when we launched Copernicus, I would say 10 years ago, you were imagining to be at the situation of today. Also, what is it a success for you or not, or what is missing?
So first of all, I have to say I have a paper clip in my glasses.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because Alice helped me out. So just in case you're wondering what that is, it's not some weird spy gadget.
That's cooperation. Very good.
So I come from, I'm on the GeoBond Advisory Board, and I work for CEOS, Committee on Earth Observation Satellites. So I've kind of been stuck in the satellite game for, well, quite a few years now. My university just awarded me for 30 years of doing stuff. They don't know what I do, but they awarded me. So I think it's been an unmitigated success because when the free and open data model, when Landsat was done in 2007, 8, whatever time it was, then we came maybe 7 years later with Copernicus, and now we've done over a decade. I don't think MD imagined the scope. I think where we've got to now is that, like Gillian was sort of explaining, it's very, very hard to follow everything. It seems individually the services are very well communicated. I noticed that this afternoon. But collectively, it's very hard to understand. Okay. And there are bits and pieces of sort of biodiversity efforts, if you want to call it that. So I think I'd say it's still challenging for non-experts. We saw the figure on the Copernicus Marine Services that said 80,000 users. I mean, that's exciting for us, right? We're EO, but shouldn't it be 800,000 or 8 million? So what's the level of ambition and how do we get there? There are various mechanisms for doing things like that. Sentinel missions have provided consistent global data, but I think what we've heard quite consistently this week is there's a lack of very high resolution biodiversity data. We've heard stuff about integration of in situ. I haven't heard much about citizen science, and there's quite a lot going on in different areas around citizen science. I mean, maybe it was presented in one or two presentations, but I'd like to understand and learn more about, you know, what that means in terms of like different communities. And I mean, the number of climate and biodiversity applications has expanded exponentially, but I think it's now getting to the point where we're all the experts here, have been talking about how do we deliver against the policy frameworks. And I see things the first gentleman with the long sideburns. He talked about essential variables, right? We've got essential biodiversity variables, essential agricultural variables, essential water variables, essential ocean variables. Who's looking at where all of these are common and sharing different elements? And I feel that everybody's working on all these different essential variables, but we're not really sort of collaborating enough on that, because I think there'd be a lot of lessons to be learned and expertise to be shared. So I'll stop there. I think it has been a phenomenal success.
Okay, thanks.
But there's a lot more that can obviously be done.
Okay. And so what about the, well, you have seen the expansion missions. Are they going in the right direction for you? Or is there something, also an instrument missing, let's say? It's not Christmas and it's not a wishing list,
but some of it goes back again to what the gentleman, Andrea,
yeah.
What Andrea said, like, I mean, he said, we don't, maybe we need to do more with what we have. We don't need, and someone else the other day said we don't need more data. But maybe it's different kinds of data. Like Alice was saying, you know, better spectral, spatial, temporal resolution. That's maybe what we should be thinking about more. You know, you've got things like, there's a lot of black boxes when it comes to AI. And so we want to be looking at things like XAI, where there's increased transparency around what's coming out and what's being done. Like when we started Copernicus, I mean, who thought we were going to have all of these different types of machine learning and deep learning and SAT GPT and LLMs? I mean, we didn't imagine any of that stuff. So I think building that stuff into, I mean, there's some stuff's been done on the onboard processing side, but I think if you look at the value chain and the further downstream side, I think more could be done there on the data analysis. I mean, I did make some notes on CHIME and some stuff about advanced vegetation and soil mapping, but I don't really want to get into that because there's too many other experts that will pull me up on one of the topics there. But I think the improved temporal resolution for things like rapid vegetation changes, particularly in the cases of like wildfire, things like crystal, and what that means in terms of like the way that we can monitor activity in the Antarctic and the Arctic. Maybe that could also be applied to like a glacial region, a mountainous region. So I think it's a lot more about cross-pollination and looking at how do we do things kind of like better, cheaper, faster with this amazing technology that we now have as well. I know I mean, CEOS represents about, 65 space agencies. So I know there's billions and billions being invested. So I'm trying not to be too glib about what we should do, because I know it's like moving these very large crude oil tankers trying to move communities and big investments.
Okay, thanks. Maybe I would I could give the floor to the audience and to the services if they have some reactions. Yeah. Would be, I still have some questions, but maybe it would be nice to give.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Touria Bajouk. I am from IFREMER, French Marine Institute. I am involved within a research lab, but I am working to answer the needs that come from decision makers. So I was really happy to see that benthic habitat, for example, are something that it will be involved within coming Copernicus products. To my experiences, we had to come to two things. The main questions that come from policymakers come from to help implementation of the European directive. We mentioned the Habitat Directive, but there is also Water Framework Directive and also Marine Strategy and Marine Spatial Planning. Many of indicators can be common for different. I think we can come back to this core that could be core questions or core product that could be shared between. And also something that could be helpful. Come back to what is done within regional monitoring networks. For example, I coordinated the benthic monitoring at a regional scale for Brittany. We already developed an indicator based on spot images, but we are not IT. So maybe there is many things that could be make operational with Copernicus just based on these experiences. And also, for example, we talk a lot about Korean land cover. I think, for example, for the coastal area, when we have the intertidal area, I am sure that only with the multispectral sensors we can provide a continuum distribution of the main thing that exists. Different, for example, for macroalgae, at least if we can have the map of the three main groups, red, green, and brown, we can make some indicators based on the ratio between these. So, yeah.
Are you using the Copernicus marine data?
No.
No. So, okay. Yeah, that's also.
Because I'm mainly interested by benthic, and up to now there is
okay.
There is not really.
So maybe just to.
That's why I am here also, but also to know much more about what are. I think all physical drivers. It's important we can include them for species distribution or something like this, but we can do many things just. With what we have up to now.
Yeah. No, but I encourage you to discuss with your neighbor, with Tina, which is there, and then to discuss the marine service and the products, and so that can be useful. You are both French. Yeah, it's a internal.
We already
French
commented
discussion.
that we are going to discuss it
completely.
afterwards,
Okay.
but I don't know if I need to comment something now.
So, other questions?
Just to continue the discussion,
Yes,
I am a marine ecologist. I am working with benthic communities, sublittoral benthic communities. This includes seagrasses, macroalgae, corals, benthic rocky reefs. And also I use some Copernicus service. I use, let's say, the temperature, the surface satellite temperature. But also, I think that one thing that it's missing, and just to contribute, is, these environmental parameters and biodiversity parameters along depth. in coastal areas, that there are many people that they use these habitats, we have like a kind of very narrow view of what is going on. And I think that real-time data, environmental data, and also biological data, this is really one thing that I think that we need to work on. Maybe to couple in situ data, but also with, satellite data or microsatellite data. I think that this is one thing that we need to work, and also real time. I think that this is very important. And I don't know, just I'm saying this, but yesterday, there was a paper published in Nature. It's about cosmic telescopes to detect neutrinos in the deep sea at 3,000 meter depth. And they have real-time data. They capture neutrinos at this depth with real-time data. And it's impressive. And maybe, this kind of, shift of thinking, maybe we could, I don't know, and I'm saying this at a moment that I am very local, but maybe it's to think, what it's going to be in the near future, and a future that is changing a lot, and that from one year to another, there is this explosion and revolution of artificial intelligence and so on, that maybe it's to talk, among us. And that's all. Also, maybe one another thing that for benthic habitats, and if we are talking about benthic habitats, I think that mapping, like today there was a workshop, a very interesting workshop about scanning, like forest with scanners. That maybe we don't. Maybe yes, it could be possible to scan, with the scanners, but also there is a lot of underwater photography and underwater drones and so on, that it's a field that it's also expanding. Maybe this, if we think also in a way of multi-layers, we could think about that, to couple different, like multi-layers information or multi-layer data, and then after that to have information and to better understand what is going on and real time. Thank you.
Yeah, that's interesting. We still have some improvement for Copernicus 5 or 6.0, so that's where we have to be cautious. A question? Oh, Andreas, if you have a question also, Andreas.
A question for any panelists, I don't know. We know that there are, we work with member states, and I work at JRC, by the way. At JRC, we always try to cover EU wall-to-wall with whatever we produce. And I work on ecosystem accounting, and by experience, I know it's not easy for member states to report on something like that. So with regard to biodiversity, do you think that member states have the capacity to use all of this constellation of products to really report something significant and a value, even if it's just a trend up or down? Thank you.
I make, a first simple answer. I was discussing also before the panel started. What I do think that it's a missing point at member state national level, but I do see the same problem at European level. The skills to analyze all this data, all this information, so on, are still missing. What I do think really, before sending new satellites, doing new in-situ data and so on, do Europe and member states, especially also at, let's say, institutional level, has the skills to really understand all of this? My answer is no. there's really a missing generation gap. Also because, as Michel was saying, there's, let's say, new tools, machine learning, artificial intelligence, so how we can take out more from all this data and information before producing new data and information. So my answer is no. There are not enough skills to do that. There's an implementation in this way. That's why at the very beginning I was dividing the end user in two legs. Scientific users that I do see intermediate and final end users. And there's still a gap between them. So my answer is not yet. Not only on the specific thematic area you are working on. It's I can go in the atmospheric, into the climate. That's why, and I can go in a direction what is still missing in the uptake strategies. It's really producing, let's say, a new generation not of only scientists but of people skilled in the public institution. I do think that Europe in general and Italy specifically, that is my member state, there's a decline line on expertise in public institution. There's an investment that is missing, so we are missing expertise.
So I'm sure Gillian will have a lot to add to this, but from a GeoBomb perspective, having streamlined pathways, pipelines, and tools is absolutely essential. You can't expect all the member states to be able to use these firsthand. You can't expect them to all have the capacity and understand the vast array of data products available. And that's why things like OpenEO and increasingly within the GeoBomb context, the Bon in a Box, provide tools and pathways to help make those outcomes more accessible. And I think by working with member states more to say, look, what are your reporting needs? We can create the pipelines that help translate that data into something that enables effective, accurate reporting. And that is ultimately a direction that we need to be going in, because organizations like GeoBon exist to help bridge that gap, to understand both the science and our quality of knowledge and where we need to mobilize more, but also the needs of user communities and especially member states. Because of course scientific literacy is going to vary, and we are in a really exciting time in the data space. And so working more cooperatively to help build those tools, connect those different user communities up is absolutely essential if we're going to move towards targets more effectively.
So you encourage us to work more with GeoBon?
Yes.
Fantastic. Very good. Gillian.
If I could add on, so I mean, reporting to the Convention on Biological Diversity is a legal obligation for countries. So this is, reporting, and the EU, of course, is reporting. And I do want to say that, crosswalking your natural ecosystem extent to the GET is exactly what's recommended. So, the EU is, that particular case is fully aligned with the recommendation. Anyway, so with the adoption of this monitoring framework, there are only 26 indicators that are part of the reporting template. And when we ask the countries how many of these they're going to actually be able to report, it is not many. And this has been expressed time and time again at COP and all of the meetings leading up to it as a top capacity building need from parties. So the ministries of environment are saying this is one of their top needs. And I think that there's two different needs here. One is exactly what Alice has mentioned. There's a need to build capacity on these pipelines. And the other is what I think what a number of us alluded to in the first is you have wonderful products like Copernicus, but you also don't have the capacity to understand how to use it or how much error it has. And so this is another big gap, is just building the capacity of data users to understand what's in front of them and providing some sort of information on, okay, well, this product is not telling you about change. This product is giving you a snapshot, and this is how good of it's doing at providing that snapshot, and this is the error rate in very simple terms. And I would say that the scientific community is not great at this, and so then when a policymaker has something in front of them, they don't necessarily understand it or understand how much they should trust it, and so then they don't use it at all.
Okay, and then after that, Enrique, so.
I mean, there is a parallel with the UN Convention to combat climate desertification. UNCCD, that's the easy way to say it. And they, yeah? It's the same.
UNCCC.
No, CCD. Yeah. Yeah. Right. So UNCCD, for SDG 15.3.1, they started using Earth observations, and they started with maybe 20 countries, then they went to 80 countries, and now they're well over 100 countries. And they had a very systematic capacity development program, but it was really laser focused on 15.3.1 and land degradation neutrality. And so there are things out there that I think could be used as exemplars to follow up, and then obviously that ties it back into some of the work of the Sentinels.
Eutrophication, SDG 14.1, it's from remote sensing. It's also used, it's also a product in Copernicus that is a clear story of success. It's also on the CBD, so that is already a success, Vittorio.
No, a very quick comment, sort of inspired by what Jalen and Alice were talking about. I think it would be of great value for Copernicus to think about expanding their capacity building capabilities. Copernicus has a portfolio of tutorials for users, early adopters of the tool, and how to navigate Copernicus and so on that are pretty wonderful. But in addition to that, I think it's having actual in-person workshops and training people, different types of users from different sectors, and how to use Copernicus products, Earth observation products, to address their needs is very essential. So it goes beyond just having the tools online and making sure that people can see a video, but going beyond that and making sure that they can actually show up at perhaps ESA period every 2 years and have a summer workshop and that kind of thing. I had another comment, but I lost my train of thought, so I'm going to pass it on to someone else.
Yeah, I think we are quite weak on this capacity building in the context of Copernicus, so we have definitely to improve this. Yeah, this was not the idea at the beginning, so but we need these elements.
Can I comment?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you're doing a great job in Mercator on this capacity building. That's true. Also.
Well, we are trying our best.
Yeah.
I mean, in Copernicus Marine, we do have basically within the support team, we have several people who are dedicated to training. What we are trying to do lately is also having training within the dedicated language. So there are some activities where the training is conducted in a certain language, but also within a national collaboration program. Now we are adding capacity development activities because, as Andrea knows, FPCAP activities are done, and now this is something new for us because aside of every Copernicus, every entrusted entities and every Copernicus service has their own way of training. I think with this we are going to also be, we'll try to do our best to actually fund within national member states to give them funding to have their own capacity development activities. But I completely agree with the point because the trainings are done for the people who have some pre-knowledge. And what is already mentioned by Andrea, it's the point that we are kind of this link with end users. It's a kind of missing because we don't have we are training the intermediate users, but then we are kind of missing link with the end users, the ones who are supposed to use this data and how to basically reach to them. We are trying to do something on that side as well, but now we are developing dashboard for policymakers, so trying to get some snippets of the data that it's used particularly by them. Then with indicators like there is work done towards Eurostat with ocean acidification, eutrophication. So it's like a bit of efforts everywhere, but yeah, I totally agree that we would need to do more.
I just remembered, so, sorry if I'm caught in the line, but that's wonderful to hear. And in addition to what we were just talking about, I think documenting use cases in which have been successful, like the one that Victor just brought up, like remote sensing products that are responding to SDG goals. I think it's really important for people to see, okay, these things are possible. If I follow this example, I may be able to achieve my goal with a different product. So that's.
So I just wanted to remind everyone, I mean, there was a 4-year study done on that, the Sentinel Economic Benefit Study sent by ERST and even.
Yes.
So, you know, there are great examples of trying to, like civil protection agencies trying to reduce damage from floods using satellite EO, and that, you know, some of the elements of that will have an impact on biodiversity. It just never would have gone that far at that time, but there is that there, and that's really good for the policymakers who want to understand why they want to make investments in training in the first place.
Yeah. And we have Pavel. You wanted to?
Yeah. And okay, my comment is more technical, but I hope it's short and the answer will be quite short. So, and this is related to the capacity building and to the capability to handle from the user side the Copernicus data. On the land segment, so we have fantastic application-ready products from the optical, from Sentinel-2. We have bottom-up atmosphere level 2 generated for the globe. Do we have similar datasets for Sentinel-1? Do we have worldwide application-ready products from Sentinel-1 like backscatter, coherence? There are numerous projects where these products were considered very, very useful. And one example is the European Ground Motion Service, which evidence the great value of the SAR data. It was probably more related to the let's say security and disaster management, but there are quite good examples in the field of biodiversity, especially in relation to certain peatland mapping and monitoring. So if it's not the case, I will personally urge and propose to develop application-ready datasets from Sentinel-1.
Okay.
To be part of the next.
Yeah. You have a question? Yeah, and then I will not leave Victor frustrated because he stopped his intervention, but you will get the floor, Victor.
I just wanted to react to some of the comments, especially related to the user engagement and case studies and all this, which is great to hear from us. Because it's something we are trying to do. We have, I believe, not only the land service, but also the other services, our general assemblies. We have it at a yearly basis, so that's really where we bring together users and us, the producers, let's say, and you know, showcase examples of applications and discuss on, okay, this is what we have, what are the gaps, so really bringing together the community, but we can always do more and do better. We are proposing case studies, so examples on how things can be done, but of course it's always welcome to have more, and you know, with the science community, it would be nice to engage and do something together. So, you know, if there's a project, use maybe our product, and then, you know, have a common use case on this. So it's good to hear, but of course, I know we have to do more on this, and especially on this outreach and capacity building. We have it sometimes a bit too much ad hoc. We have some components within the hotspot, for example, or some webinars, but we have to think to do it probably a bit more systematic. Yeah, thank you.
Samuel, on the climate service side?
Just following up on that, I think certainly from the C3S General Assembly point of view, it's very hard to engage with all the user communities who may be interested in climate change. But here I see the hubs playing a fundamental role in brokering that relationship between the end users and the services. And I think if they were well-resourced and well planned, then the hubs could be really fundamental in ensuring this fitness for purpose of the core products coming from the services.
So from your expertise on the hub, it's working well?
It's all early days. There isn't a biodiversity hub, so I can't comment. We've just started from C3S, from ECMWF point of view, we've just started the energy and the health. Of course, this is best effort at the moment. There's not really much funding available for us to do this in any meaningful capacity, but that's what I'm saying. For Copernicus 3, there really is an opportunity to really ensure there is this buy-in with the user community to co-develop services, ensure we are meeting policy needs, getting all the actors together across the services to develop something meaningful.
And so a biodiversity hub can serve to engage with the community and the users
I really believe
better.
so, and get some key stakeholders involved to do this co-creation and then liaise with the services to make sure we are fulfilling those needs.
Tina, your expertise in this?
I just wanted to comment hubs because basically we have for the user uptake, we have different calls for tender by which we are supporting financially different services, and basically we had one call dedicated to coastal and Arctic hub. So we have ongoing 5 projects for the coastal and 1 project for the Arctic, and basically we just had a quick comment before this workshop that that it's kind of nice to have all the services all the services used at the same time. But I also noticed with other projects that are basically mostly coastal that they are the users are using our services all together, but maybe we are not highlighting them the same way because they do use different Copernicus products at the same time. But with hubs, we can actually maybe focus better on particular topics. So. But biodiversity is important in coastal and Arctic, and it's not necessarily just a biodiversity hub, but I think we can continue with this, and it's a good idea.
Okay, interesting. And then after you, Victor.
So maybe Vera can explain something. Don't we already have a biodiversity hub in the
KCBD?
Yes, KCBD.
KCBD, no, it's not exactly a biodiversity hub. The hub in Copernicus is where we gather all the information coming from the services for a specific topic.
Maybe I can comment on that because it's a European Environment Agency who has been proposed to develop the biodiversity thematic hub. And it's true that, well, it was already mentioned by my colleague in ECMWF that these hubs within this Copernicus phase are more on a best effort basis. And we know at the EA that we are late in the implementation, but we also wanted to learn from what ECMWF and Mercator Ocean have done in their hubs. So we are still going to develop it before the end of this MFF, so before 2028, and it will show, but you know, the complexity of the topic of biodiversity is taking us a bit, making us act very slowly. That's what I want to say. Okay.
Victor, so you're not frustrated. You can go on from your first intervention. Then what we stop you in the middle.
having if you are financing a monitoring service by an in situ person, and you know this person is going to be, or this institution is going to be sampling this on this site for 20 years, you fund that 20 years, but with some of the products you may see, okay, we will use this one, but this has to be long-term funded.
But this is the objective, and this is the essence of Copernicus. It's to be long-term.
So that the particular products that the people will be using and on the end users, they really need to be long-term sustained, just to give that peace of mind to the user, that they can use it back.
Alice and Vittorio after Alice.
I'm just going to make a brief comment. So what I'm hearing from the room is there's a real desire to actually be using these products more for biodiversity, and there is also a real need. In a survey that was done before the COP, one of the prime barriers to countries in developing their NBSAPs, their National Strategic Biodiversity and Action Plans, was a feeling of a lack of capacity. And from what is being said in the room, a real uncertainty of what we meant to measure, what do we need to report on. And there are mandates for this. And so I think what we really need is to amp up the conversation and develop these pathways and pipelines to make it easier to understand what we need to measure, how to measure it, and to have streamlined pipelines so that we can get outputs to help countries meet their national reporting mandates and have the meaningful metrics we need to maintain biodiversity, to monitor these systems better. And the only way we can do that is through having more partnerships, more discussion, more dialogue, and so we can co-develop those products together.
Okay, so I wanted to follow up on with a couple of considerations on what Victor just said. One of the issues is the continuity in the products. So, for instance, we are currently doing within the Copernicus Marine Service, we provide the reporting for the eutrophication indicator for a sustainable development goal. One of the issues that we find is that year by year, whenever we make improvements to our products, because we are striving to improving, the main effect is that some of the reporting of the previous year may change, and that creates a source of confusion, because if for whichever reason, just going on the example of the optically complex water of the Baltic, we believe we now do chlorophyll slightly better, and then we do analysis on chlorophyll. And we just say, you remember in 2006 we told you that the Baltic was very messy? No, it's not true anymore. And so this is an example because something that it's my current experience, but how do you go that one for the higher level products, the higher level indicators, and how you communicate that one? It's something that is important to figure out how do you communicate, and that in the building the trust with the users, because the users have to trust you that you're doing the best in producing an operational product, and the product has to be developed together with the users if it has to be operational. So that's part of being on the service side, how I see that there's also some consideration to put. And so the co-design of indicators so that they meet the expectation, and the users, indicator by indicator, are taken along, I think is a very important aspect. And again, I'm drawing on something which is not directly related but similar of this reporting in the SDG framework.
This is absolutely essential. And in any form of biodiversity or other monitoring data, there is so much noise because of the lack of standardization of when are we measuring this, how are we measuring it, how are we controlling for these other factors. And if you look at many of the major global data sets, they are inferring trends based on data which is not of a high enough quality to actually get a directional trend. And again, this is why we need to make sure we have minimum data standards if we are measuring something like eutrophication over time. How are we either going to have enough time slices that you can get a meaningful average, or control for other factors, so it's not just the fact that there was a flood on the land a few days before and you've got a massive ocean plume that is causing noise. There are ways that we can do this, but again,
Yeah. Related to this, if the technology is evolving, is it possible in the first version to have a...
Within the microphone.
Thanks for all this interesting information. About the coastal electrification, if the methodology has been improved and maybe the figures are changing, it was possible in the first version of methodology to have a layer of certainty or quality to just say, okay, in this first version it was 80% more or less, and now with the new methodology we are a bit closer to 100%. And is it useful for when a country reports, say, the figure I am reporting are in 80% certainty, or this is not good enough?
So, yeah, I think I think we're arriving slowly at the end. It's linked to the user needs, I think. But if you want to answer to this, I would like to end with your term co-design, which is a fantastic term. So, but if you want to react, I will come back to the co-design.
Just very briefly, I mean, 80% it depends of what, and so everything is context specific. And again, as you were saying, this is why we have to co-design. It has to be fit for purpose. The level of uncertainty is going to vary, and the need to quantify that will vary depending on exactly what you're measuring.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks a lot. I would like to close with this co-design. Thanks a lot for all the panelists, and so it was very interesting for us. I hope we can stay in contact with you in the future and have a dialogue with you. I will not summarize the discussion now as we are in the end, but there will be a short reporting tomorrow, maybe. Okay, there will be a short reporting. So I thank you again for accepting the invitation, and it was great for Copernicus, and we stay in touch. Thanks a lot.
First you before you were from so I'm flying back to the US.
And geobonding. They have a solution for so much.
Merci beaucoup.